Chapter 1 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Lake Placid, Florida. 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. Chapter 1: The Last Place on Earth. Sam Collins flashed the undertaker a healthy smile, hoping it wouldn't depress old Candle too much. He saluted. The skeletal figure in endless black nodded gravely, and took hold of Sam Collins' arm with a death grip. "I'm going to bury you, Sam Collins," the undertaker said. The tall false fronts of Main Street spilled out a lake of shadow, a canal of liquid heat that soaked through the iron weave of Collins' jeans and turned into black ink stains. The old window of the hardware store showed its age in soft wrinkles, ripples that had caught on fire in the sunset. Collins felt the twilight stealing under the arms of his T-shirt. The overdue hair on the back of his rangy neck stood up in attention. It was a joke, but the first one Collins had ever known Doc Candle to make. "In time, I guess you'll bury me all right, Doc." "In my time, not yours, Earthling." "Earthling?" Collins repeated the last word. The old man frowned. His face was a collection of lines. When he frowned, all the lines pointed to hell, the grave, decay, and damnation. "Earthling," the undertaker repeated. "Earthman, terrestrial, Solarian, Space Ranger, Homo sapiens?" Collins decided Candle was sure in a jokey mood. "Kind of makes you think of it, don't it, Doc? The spaceport going right up outside of town. Rocket ships are going to be out there taking off for the satellite, the moon, places like that. Reminds you that we are Earthlings, like they say in the funnies, all right." "Not outside town." "What?" Inside town. Part of the Spaceship Administration building is going smack in the middle of where your house used to be." "My house is." "For less time than you'll be yourself, Earthling." "Earthling yourself? What's wrong with you, Doc?" "No, I'm not an Earthling. I'm a superhuman alien from outer space. My mission on Earth is to destroy you." Collins pulled away gently. When you lived in a town all your life and knew its people, it wasn't unusual to see some old person snap under the weight of years. "You have to destroy the rocket ship station, Doc? Before it sends up spaceships?" "No, I want to kill you. That is my mission." "Why?" "Because," Candle said, "I am a basically evil entity." The undertaker turned away and went skittering down Main Street, his lopsided gait limping, sliding, hopping, skipping, at a refined leisurely pace. He was a collection of dancing, straight black lines. Collins stared after the old man, shook his head and forgot about him. He moved into the hardware store. The bell tinkled behind him. The store was cramped with shadows and the smell of wood and iron. It was lined off as precisely as a checkerboard, with counters, drawers, compartments. Ed Michaels sat behind the counter, smoking a pipe. He was a handsome man, looking young in the uncertain light, even at 50. "Hi, Ed. You closed?" "Guess not. Sam, what are you looking for?" "A pound of 10-penny nails." Michaels stood up. Sarah Comstock waddled energetically out of the back. Her sweet, angelic face lit up with a smile. "Sam Collins! Well, I guess you'll want to help us murder them." "Murder?" Collins repeated. "Who?" "Those Air Force men who want to come in here and cause all the trouble." "How are you going to murder them, Mrs. Comstock?" "When they see our petition in Washington, D.C., they'll call those men back pretty quick." "Oh," Collins said. Mrs. Comstock produced the scroll from her voluminous handbag. "You want to sign, don't you? They're going to put part of the airport on your place. They'll tear down your house." "They can't tear it down. I won't sell." "You know government men. They'll just take it and give you some money for it." Sign right there at the top of the new column, Sam." Colin shook his head. "I don't believe in signing things. They can't take what's mine." "But, Sam, dear, they will. They'll come in and push your house down with those big tractors of theirs. They'll bury it in concrete and set off those guided missiles of theirs right over it." "They can't make me get out," Sam said. Ed Michaels scooped up a pound, 1 ounce of nails and spilled them onto his scale. He pinched off the excess, then dropped it back in and fed the nails into a brown paper bag. He crumpled the top and set it on the counter. "That's 29 plus 1, Sam. 30 cents. Collins laid out a quarter and a nickel and picked up the bag. "Appreciate you doing this after store hours, Ed." Michaels chuckled. "I wasn't exactly getting ready for the opera, Sam." Collins turned around and saw Sarah Comstock still waiting, the petition in her hand. "Now what's a pretty girl like you doing, wasting her time in politics?" Collins heard himself ask. Mrs. Comstock twittered. "I'm old enough to be your mother, Sam Collins. I like mature women." Collins watched his hand in fascination as it reached out to touch one of Sarah Comstock's plump cheeks, then dropped to her shoulder and ripped away the strap sleeve of her summer print dress. A plump, rosy shoulder was revealed, splattered with freckles. Sarah Comstock put her hands over her ears as if to keep from hearing her own shrill scream. It reached out into pure soprano range. Sarah Comstock backed away, into the shadows, and Sam Collins followed her, trying to explain, to apologize. "Sam! Sam!" The voice cut through to him and he looked up. Ed Michaels had a double-barreled shotgun aimed at him. Mrs. Michaels' face was looking over his shoulder in the door to the back, her face a sick white. "You get out of here, Sam," Michaels said. "You get out and don't come back, ever." Collins' hands moved emptily in the air. He was always better with his hands than words, but this time even they seemed inexpressive. He crumpled the sack of nails in both fists, and turned and left the hardware store. His house was still there, sitting at the end of Elm Street, at the end of town, on the edge of the prairie. It was a very old house. It was decorated with gingerboard, a rusted-out tin rooster comb running the peak of the roof, and stained-glass window transoms. And the top of the house was joined to the ground floor by lapped fish scales, as though it was a mermaid instead of a house. The house was a golden house. It had been painted brown against the dust, but the keening wind, the relentless sun, the savage rape of the thunderstorms, they had all bleached the brown paint into a shining pure gold. Sam stepped inside and leaned back against the front door, the door a full length of glass with a border of glass emeralds and rubies. He leaned back and breathed deep. The house didn't smell old, it smelled new. It smelled like sawdust and fresh-hewn lumber, as bright and blonde as a high school senior's crew cut. He walked across the flowered carpet. The carpet didn't mind footsteps or bright sun. It never became worn or faded. It grew brighter with the years, the roses turning redder, the sunflowers becoming yellower. The parlor looked the same as it always did, clean and waiting to be used. The cane-backed sofa and chairs eagerly waited to be sat upon, the bead-shaded kerosene lamps ready to burst into light. Sam went into his workshop. This had once been the ground-level master bedroom, but he had had to make the change. The work table held its share of radios, toasters, TV sets, an electric train, a spring wine Victrola. Sam threw the nails onto the table and crossed the room, running his fingers along the silent keyboard of the player piano. He looked out the window. The bulldozers had made the ground rectangular, level and brown, turning it into a gigantic half-cent stamp. He remembered the mail and raised the window and reached down into the mailbox. It was on this side of the house, because only this side was technically within city limits. As he came up with the letters, Sam Collins saw a man sidling along a plumb line towards his house. He shut the window. Some of the letters didn't have any postage stamps, just a line of small print about a $300 fine. Government letters. He went over and forced them into the tightly packed coal stove. All the trash would be burned out in the cold weather. Collins sat down and looked through the rest of his mail. A new catalogue of electronic parts. A bulky envelope with 2 paperback novels by Richard S. Prather and Robert Bloch he had ordered. A couple of letters from Hams. He tossed the mail on the table and leaned back. He thought about what had happened in the hardware store. It wasn't surprising it had happened to him. Things like that were bound to happen to him. He had just been lucky that Ed Michaels hadn't called the sheriff. What had got into him? He had never been a sex maniac before. But still, it was hardly unexpected. Might as well wait to start on those rabbit cages until tomorrow, he decided. This evening he felt like exploring. The house was so big, and packed with so many things, that he never found and examined them all. Or if he did, he forgot a lot about the things between times. So it was like reading a favorite book over again, always discovering new things in it. The parlor was red in the fading light, and the hall beyond the sliding doors was deeply shadowed. In the sewing room, he remembered, in the drawers of the Trendle machine, the radio was captured. The rings and secret manuals of the days when radio had been alive. He hadn't overlooked those things in some little time. He looked up the shadowed stairway. He remembered the night, a few weeks before Christmas, when he had been 12 and really too old to believe. His mother had said she was going up to see if Santa Claus had left any packages around a bit early. They often gave him his presents early, since they were never quite sure he would live until Christmas. But his mother had been playing a trick on him. She hadn't been going up after packages. She had gone up those stairs to murder his father. She had shot him in the back of the head with his Army Colt .45 from the First War. Collins never quite understood why the hole in the back was so neat and the one in front where it came out was so messy. After he went to live with Aunt Amy and the house had been boarded up, he heard them talking, Aunt Amy and her boyfriend, fat Uncle Ralph. And they had said his mother had murdered his father because he had gone ahead and made her get pregnant again, and she was afraid it would be another one like Sam. Sam Collins knew she must have planned it a long time in advance. She had filled up the bathtub with milk, real milk, and she went in after she had done it and took a bath in the milk. Then she slit her wrists. When Sam Collins had run down the stairs screaming and barged into the bathroom, he had found the tub looking like a giant stick of peppermint candy. Aunt Amy had been good to him. Because he didn't talk for about a year after he found the bodies, most people thought he was simple-minded. But Aunt Amy had always treated him just like a regular boy. That was embarrassing sometimes, but still it was better than what he got from the others. The doctor hadn't wanted to perform the operation on his clubfoot. He said it would be an unproductive waste of his time and talent, that he owed it to the world to use them to the very best advantage. He finally agreed. The operation took about 30 seconds. He stuck a knife into Sam's foot and went snick, snick. A couple of weeks later, his foot was healed and it was just like anybody else's. Aunt Amy had paid him $500 in payments, only he returned the money order for the last $50 and wished them Merry Christmas. Sam Collins could work after that. When Auntie Amy and Uncle Ralph disappeared, he opened up the old house and started doing odd jobs for people who weren't very afraid of him any more. That first day had been quite a shock, when he discovered that not in all these years had anybody cleaned the bathtub. Sometimes, when he was taking his Saturday night soaker, he still got kind of a funny feeling, but he knew it was only rust from the faucets. Collins sighed. It seemed like a long time since he had seen his mother coming down those stairs. He stopped. his throat aching with tightness. Something was very strange. His mother was coming down the stairs right now. She was walking down the stairs, 1 step, 2 steps, coming closer to him. Collins ran up the stairs, prepared to run through the phantom to prove it wasn't there. The figure raised a gun and pointed it at him. This time she was going to shoot him. It figured. He always had bad luck. "Stop," the woman on the stairs said. "Stop, or I'll shoot, Mr. Collins." Collins stopped, catching to the banister. He squinted hard, and as a stereoptic slide lost its depth when you shut one eye, the woman on the stairs was no longer his mother. She was young, pretty, brunette, and sweet-faced, and the gun she held shrunk from an old army Colt to a .22 target pistol. "Who are you?" Collins demanded. The girl took a grip on the gun with both hands and held it steady on him. "I'm Nancy Comstock," she said. "You tried to assault my mother half an hour ago." "Oh," he said. "I've never seen you before." "Yes, you have. I've been away to school a lot, but you've seen me around. I've had my eye on you. I know about men like you. I know what has to be done. I came looking for you in your house for this." The bore of the gun was level with his eye as he stood a few steps below her. Probably if she fired now, she would kill him. Or more likely he would only be blinded or paralyzed. That was about his luck. "Are you going to use that gun?" he asked. "Not unless I have to. I only brought it along for protection. I came to help you, Mr. Collins." "Help me?" "Yes, Mr. Collins. You're sick. You need help." He looked the girl over. She was a half-dozen years younger than he was. In most states she couldn't even vote yet. But still, maybe she could help, at that. He didn't know much about girls and their abilities. "Why don't we go into the kitchen and have some coffee?" Collins suggested. Nancy sipped her coffee and kept her eyes on his. The gun lay in her lap. The big kitchen was a place for coffee, brown and black, wood ceiling and iron stove and pans. Collins sat across the 12 square feet of the table from her and nursed the smoking mug. "Sam, I want you to take whatever comfort you can from the fact I don't think the same thing about you as the rest of Warax." "What does the rest of the town think about me?" "They think you are a pathological degenerate who should be lynched. But I don't believe that." "Thanks. That's a big comfort." "I know what you were after when you tore Mom's dress." In spite of himself, Collins felt his face warming in a blush. "You were only seeking the mother love you missed as a boy," the girl said. Collins chewed on his lip a moment, and then considered the idea. Slowly he shook his head. "No," he said. "No, I don't think so." "Then what do you think?" "I think old Doc Candle made me do it. He said he was going to bury me. Getting me lynched would be one good way to do it. Ed Michaels almost blew my head off with his shotgun. It was close. Doc Candle almost made it. He didn't miss by far with you and that target pistol either." "Sam, may I call you Sam? Just try to think calmly and reasonably for a minute. How could Dr. Candle, the undertaker, possibly make you do a thing like you did in Mr. Michael's hardware store?" "Well, he said he was a superhuman alien from outer space." "If he said that, do you believe him, Sam?" "Something made me do that. It just wasn't my own idea." "It's easier that way, isn't it, Sam?" Nancy asked. "It's easy to say, 'It wasn't me. Some space monster made me do it.' But you really know better, don't you, Sam? Don't take the easy way out. You'll only get deeper and deeper into your make-believe world. It will be like quicksand. Admit your mistakes. Face up to them. Lick them." Collins stood up and came around the end of the table. "You're too pretty to be so serious all the time," he said. "Sam, I want to help you. Please don't spoil it by misinterpreting my intentions." "You should get a little fun out of life," Collins listened to himself say. He came on around the big table towards her. The first time he hadn't realized what was happening, but this time he knew. Somebody was pulling strings and making him jump. He had as much control as Charlie McCarthy. "Don't come any closer, Sam." Nancy managed to keep her voice steady, but he could tell she was frightened. He took another step. She threw her coffee in his face. The liquid was only lukewarm, but the sudden dash had given him some awareness of his own body again, like the first sound of the alarm faintly pressing through deep layers of sleep. "Sam, Sam, please don't make me do it. Please, Sam, don't." Nancy had the gun in her hand, rising from her chair. His hands wanted to grab her clothes and tear. "But that's suicide," he screamed at his body. And his hand went up with the intention of ripping. He deflected it just enough to shove the barrel of the gun away from him. The shot went off, but he knew instantly that it had not hit him. The gun fell to the floor, and with its fall, something else dropped away, and he was in command of himself again. Nancy sighed and slumped against him, the left side of her breast suddenly glossy with blood. Ed Michael stared at him, both eyes unblinking, just staring at him. He had only taken one look at the girl lying on the floor, blood all over her chest. He hadn't looked back. "I didn't know who else to call, Ed," Collins said, "Sheriff Thurston being out of town and all." "It's okay, Sam. Mike swore me in as a special deputy a couple of years back. The badge is at the store." "They'll hang me for this, won't they, Ed?" Michaels put his hand on Collins' shoulder. "No, they won't do that to you, boy. We know you around here. They'll just put you away for a while." "The asylum at Hanna, huh?" "Damn it, yes. What did you expect? A marksman medal?" "Okay, Ed, okay. Did you call Doc Vanderlys like I told you when I phoned?" Michaels took a folded white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his square-jawed face. "You sure are taking this calm, Sam." "I'm telling you, Sam, it would look better for you if you at least acted like you were sorry. Doc Vanderlys is up in Wisconsin with Mike. I called Doc Candle." "He's an undertaker," Collins whispered. "Don't you expect we need one?" Michaels asked. Then, as if he wasn't sure of the answer to his own question, he said, "Did you examine her to see if she was dead?" I don't know much about women. I wouldn't be able to tell." It didn't sound like a very good excuse to Collins. "I guess she's dead," Collins said. "That's the way he must have wanted it." "He? Wait a minute, Sam. You mean you've got one of those split personalities like that girl on TV the other night? There's somebody else inside you that takes over and makes you do things? I never thought of it just like that before. I guess that's one way to look at it." The knock shook the back door before Michaels could say anything. The door opened and Doc Candle slithered in disjointedly, a rolled up stretcher over his shoulder. "Hello, boys," Candle said. "Terrible accident. It brings sorrow to us all. Poor Nancy. Has the family been notified?" "Good gosh, I forgot about it," Michaels said. "But maybe we'd better wait until you get her arranged, Doc?" "Quite so." The old man had laid the canvas stretcher out beside the girl on the floor and unrolled it. He flipped the body over expertly like a window demonstrator flipping a pancake over on a griddle. "Ed, if you just take the front, I'll carry the rear. My vehicle is in the alley. Sam, you carry that end for Doc. You're a few years younger." Collins wanted to say that he couldn't, but he didn't have enough yet to argue with. He picked up the stretcher and looked down at the white feet in the Scotch plaid slippers. Candle opened the door and waited for them to go through. The girl on the stretcher parted her lips and rolled her head back and forth, a puzzled expression of pain on her face. Collins nearly dropped the stretcher, but he made himself hold on tight. "Ed, Doc, she moved. She's still alive." "Cut that out now, Sam," Ed Michaels snapped. "Just carry your end." "She's alive," Collins insisted. "She moved again. Just turn around and take a look, Ed. That's all I ask." "I hefted this thing once, and that's enough. You move, Sam. I've got a .38 in my belt, and I went to Rome, Italy for the Olympics about the time you were getting yourself born, Sam. I ought to be able to hit a target as big as you. Just go ahead and do as you're told." Collins turned desperately towards Candle. Maybe Nancy had been right. Maybe he had been imagining things. "Doc, you take a look at her," Collins begged. The old man vibrated over to the stretcher and looked down. The girl twisted in pain, throwing her head back, spilling her hair over the head of the stretcher. "Rigor mortis," Doc Candle diagnosed with a wink to Collins. "No, Doc, she needs a doctor. Blood transfusions." "Nonsense," Candle snapped. "I'll take her in my black wagon up to my place, put her in the tiled basement. I'll pump out all her blood and flush it down the commode. Then I'll feed in Formaldehyde Forever number 0. Formaldehyde Forever for the blush of death. When you think of a pretty girl, think of Formaldehyde Forever, the way to preserve that beauty. Then I'll take a needle and some silk thread and just a few stitches on the eyelids and around the mouth." "Doc, will you?" Michael said faintly. "Of course. I just wanted to show Sam how foolish he was in saying the beloved was still alive." Nancy kicked one leg off the stretcher, and Candle picked it up and tucked it back in. "Ed, if you just turn around and look," Collins said. "I don't want to have to look at your face, you murdering son. You make me. You say one more word, and I'll turn around and shoot you between the eyes." Doc Candle nodded. Collins knew then that Michaels really would shoot him in the head if he said anything more, so he kept quiet. Candle held the door. They managed to get the stretcher down the back steps and right into the black panel truck. They fitted the stretcher into the special sockets for it, and Doc Candle closed the double doors and slapped his dry palm down on the ceiling crevice. Instantly there was an answering knock from inside the truck, a dull echo. "Did you hear that?" Collins asked. "Hear what?" Michael said. "What are you hearing now, Sam?" Candle inquired solicitously. "Oh, sure," Michael said. "Kind of a voice, wasn't it, Sam? Didn't understand what it said. Wasn't listening too close. Not like you." Thud, thud, thump, thud. "No voice," Collins whispered. "That infernal sound. Don't you hear it, Ed?" "I must hurry along," the undertaker said. "I must get ready to work on Nancy, get her ready for her parents to see." "All right, Doc. I'll take care of Sam." "Where are you going to jail me, Ed?" Collins asked, his eyes on the closed truck doors. "In your storeroom like you did Hank Petrie?" Michael's face suddenly began to work. "Jail? You? Jail's too good for you. Doc, have you got a tow rope in that truck?" Ed Michaels was the best shot in town, probably one of the best marksmen in the world. He had been in the Olympics about 30 years ago. He was Warax's one claim to fame, but he wasn't a cowboy. He wasn't a fast draw. Collins put all his weight behind his left fist and landed on the point of Michael's jaw, just the way boys jumped onto him. Michael sprawled out, spread-eagled. Then Collins wanted to take the revolver out of Ed's belt and press it into Ed's hand, curling his fingers around the grip and over the trigger, and then he wanted to shake Ed awake, slap his face and shake him. Collins spun around, clawed open the door to the truck cab and threw himself behind the steering wheel. He stopped wanting to make Ed Michaels shoot him. He flipped the ignition switch, levered the floor shift and drove away. And he was going to drive on and on and on and on, and on and on and on. Collins turned on to the old McKenty blacktop, his foot pressed to the floorboards. Ed Michaels didn't own a car. He would have to borrow one from somebody. That would take time. Maybe Candle would give him his hearse to use to follow the Black Rachel. Trees, fences, Barnes whizzed past the windows of the cab, and then the steel link mesh fence took up, the fence surrounding the new Kansas National Spaceport. Behind it, further from town, some of the concrete had been poured and the horizon was a remote, sterile gray sweep. The McKenty Road would soon be closed to civilian traffic, but right now the government wanted people to drive along and see the spaceship was nothing terrible, nothing to fear. The girl, Nancy Comstock, was alive in the back. He knew that, but he couldn't stop to prove it, or to help her. Candle would make them lynch him first. Why hadn't Candle stopped him from getting away? He had managed to break his control for a second. He had done that before when he deflected Nancy's aim. But he couldn't resist Candle for long. Why hadn't Candle made him turn around and come back? Candle's control of him had seemed to stop when he got inside the cab of the truck. Could it be that the metal shield of the cab could protect an earthling from the strange mental powers of the creature from another planet, which was inhabiting the body of Doc Candle? Collins shook his head. More likely, Candle was doing this just to get his hopes up. He probably would seize control of him at any time he wanted to, but Collins decided to go on playing it as if he had some hope, as if a shield of metal could protect him from Candle's control. Otherwise, there was no otherwise. Collins suddenly saw an opening. The steel mesh fence was ruptured by a huge semi-trailer truck turned on its side. 20 feet of fence on either side was down. This was restricted government property, but of course spaceships were hardly prime military secrets any longer. Repairs in the fence had not been made instantaneously, and the wreckage was not guarded. Collins swerved the wheel and drove the old wagon across the waffle plate obstruction onto the smooth tarmac beyond. He raced through the failing light, not sure where he was headed. Up above he saw the shelter of shadows from a cluster of half-finished buildings. He drove into them and parked. Collins sat still for a moment, then threw the door open and ran around to the back of the truck, jerking open the handles. Nancy fell out into his arms. "What kind of ambulance is this?" she demanded. "It doesn't look like an ambulance. It doesn't smell like an ambulance. It looks like... Collins said, "Shut up. Get out of there. We've got to hide." "Why?" "They think I murdered you." "Murdered me? But I'm alive. Can't they see I'm alive?" Collins shook his head. "I doubt it. I don't know why. But I don't think it would be that simple. Come with me." The blood on her breast had dried, and he could see it was only a shallow groove dug by the bullet. But she flinched in pain as she began to walk, pulling the muscles. They stopped and leaned against a half-finished metallic shed. "Where are we? Where are you taking me?" "This is a spaceport. Now shut up." "Let me go." "No." "I'm not dead," Nancy insisted. "You know I'm not dead. I won't press charges against you. Just let me go free." "I told you it wasn't that simple. He wants them to think you're dead, and that's what they'll think." Nancy passed fingers across her eyes. Who are you talking about?" "Doc Candle. He won't let them know you're alive." Nancy rubbed her forehead with both hands. "Sam, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Just let me show myself to someone. They'll know I'm not dead. Really, they will." "Okay," he said. "Let's find somebody." He led her toward a more nearly completed building, showing rectangles of light. They looked through the windows to see several men in uniforms bending over blueprints on a desk jury-rigged of sawhorses and planks. "Sam," Nancy said, "one of those men is Terry Elston. He's a War Axe boy. I went to school with him. He'll know me. Let's go in." "No," Collins said. "We don't go in." "But—" Nancy started to protest but stopped. "Wait, he's coming out." Collins slid along the wall and stood behind the door. "Tell him who you are when he comes out. I'll stay here." They waited. After a few seconds the door opened. Nancy stepped into the rectangle of the light thrown on the concrete from the window. "Terry," she said. "Terry, it's me, Nancy Comstock." The blue-jawed young man in uniform frowned. "Who did you say you were? Have you got clearance from this area?" "It's me, Terry. Nancy Comstock." Terry Elston stepped front and center. "That's not a very good joke. I knew Nancy. Hell of a way to die, killed by some maniac." "Terry, I'm Nancy. Don't you recognize me?" Elston squinted. "You look familiar. You look a little like Nancy, but you can't be her, because she's dead." "I'm here, and I tell you I'm not dead." "Nancy's dead," Elston repeated mechanically. "Say, what are you trying to pull?" "Terry, behind you. A maniac?" "Sure," Elston said. "Sure, there's a maniac behind me." Colin stepped forward and hit Elston behind the ear. He fell silently. Nancy stared down at him. "He refused to recognize me. He acted like I was crazy, pretending to be Nancy Comstock." "Come along," Collins urged. "They'll probably shoot us on sight as trespassers." She looked around herself without comprehension. "Which way?" "This way." Collins did not say those words. They were said by the man with the gun in the uniform like one worn by Elston. He motioned impatiently. "This way! This way!" "No priority," Colonel Smith Bork said as he paced back and forth, gun in hand. From time to time he waved it threateningly at Collins and Nancy, who sat on the couch in Smith Bork's office. They had been sitting for close to 2 hours. Collins now knew the colonel did not intend to turn him over to the authorities. They were being held for reasons of Smith Bork's own. They sneaked the ship in here, planned for an unscheduled hop from an uncompleted base, the strictest security we've used in 10 or 15 years, and now they cancel it. This is bound to get leaked by somebody. They'll call it off. It'll never fly now. Collins sat quietly. He had been listening to this all evening. Smith Bork had been drinking, although it wasn't very obvious. Smith Bork turned to Collins. "I've been waiting for someone like you. Just waiting for you to come along. And here you are, a wanted fugitive, completely in my power. Perfect. Perfect." Collins nodded to himself. Of course, Colonel Smith Bork had been waiting for him, and Doc Candle had driven him right to him. It was inescapable. He had been intended to escape and turn up right here all along. "What do you want with me?" Smith Bork's flushed face brightened. "You want to become a hero? A hero so big that all these trumped-up charges against you will be dropped? It'll be romantic. Back to Lindenberg to Paris. Tell me, Collins, how would you like to be the first man to travel faster than light?" Collins knew there was no way out. "All right," he said. Smith Bork wiped a hand across his dry mouth. "Project Silver has to come off. My whole career depends on it. You don't have anything to do. Everything's cybernetic. Just ride along and prove a human being can survive. Nothing to it. No hyperdrives, none of that kind of stuff. We had an engine that could go half light speed, and now we've made it twice as efficient and more. No superstitions about Einstein, I hope." "No?" "Good." "I'll go," Collins said. "But what if I'd said no?" Smith Bork put the gun away in a desk drawer. "Then you could have walked out of here, straight into the MP's. Why didn't they come in here after me? They don't have security clearance for this building." "Don't leave me alone," Nancy said urgently. "I don't understand what's happening. I feel so helpless. I need help." "You're asking the wrong man," Collins said briefly. Collins felt safe when the airlock kissed shut on its metal lips. It was not like the house, but yet he felt safe, surrounded by all the complicated, expensive electronic equipment. It was big, solid, sterilely gleaming. Another thing, he had reason to believe that Doc Candle's power could not reach him through metal. "But I'm not outside," Doc Candle said. "I'm in here with you." Collins yelled and cursed. He tried to pull off the acceleration webbing and claw through the airlock. Nobody paid any attention to him. Countdowns had been automated. Smith Bork was handling this one himself, and he cut off the audio switch from the spaceship. Doc Candle said nothing else for a moment, and the spaceship, almost an entity itself, went on with its work. The faster-than-light spaceship took off. At first it was like any other rocket takeoff. The glow of its exhaust spread over the field of the spaceport, then over the hills and valleys, and then the town of Warax, spreading illumination even as far as Sam Collins's silent house. After a time of being sick, Collins lay back and accepted this too. "That's right, that's it," Doc Candle said. "Take it and die with it. That's the ticket." Collins's eyes settled on a gauge. 3/4 light speed. Climbing. Nothing strange, nothing untoward happened when you reached light speed. It was only an arbitrary number. All else was superstition. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Something was telling him that. At first he thought it was Doc Candle, but then he knew it was the ship. Collins sat back and took it, and what he was taking was death. It was creeping over him, seeping into his feet, filling him like liquid does a sponge. Not will, but curiosity, caused him to turn his head. He saw Doc Candle. His old body was dying. He was in the emergency seat, broken, a ribbon of blood lacing his chin. But Doc Candle continued to laugh triumphantly in Collins' head. "Why? Why do you have to kill me?" Collins asked. "Because I am evil." "How do you know you're evil?" "They told me so," Candle shouted back in the thundering voice of death's approach. "They're always saying I was bad." "They." Collins got a picture of something incredibly old and incredibly wise, but long unused to the young, clumsy gods. Something that could mar the molding of a godling and make it mortal. "But I'm not really so very bad," Doc Candle went on. "I had to destroy, but I picked someone who really didn't care if he were destroyed or not. An almost absolutely passive human being, Sam. You." Collins nodded. "And even then," said the superhuman alien from outer space, "I could not just destroy. I have created a work of art." "Work of art?" "Yes. I have taken your life and turned it into a horror story, Sam. A chilling, demonic, black-hearted horror." Collins nodded again. Light speed. There was finally something human within Sam Collins that he could not deny. He wanted to live. It wasn't true. He did care what happened. "You do?" said somebody. "He does?" asked somebody else, surprised. And suddenly he again got the image of wiser, older creatures, a little ashamed because of what they had done to the creature named Doc Candle. "He does," chorused several voices, and Sam Collins cried aloud, "I do! I want to live!" They were just touching light speed. He felt it. This time it was not just a biological response. He really wanted help. He wanted to stay alive. From the older, wiser voices he got help, though he never knew how. He felt the ship move slipwise under him, and then a crash. And Doc Candle got help too, the only help even the older, wiser ones could give him. They pulled him out of the combined wreckage of the spaceship and his house. Both were demolished. It was strange how the spaceship Sam Collins was on crashed right into his house. Ed Michaels recalled a time in a tornado when Cy Baxter's car was picked up, lifted across town, and dropped into his living room. When the men from the spaceport lifted away tons of rubble, they found him and said, "He's dead." "No, I'm not," Collins thought. "I'm alive." And then they saw that he really was alive, that he had come through it alive somehow, and nobody remembered anything like it since the airliner crash in '59. A while later, after they found Doc Candle's body and Court-Martial Smith Bork, who took drugs, Nancy was nuzzling him on his hospital bed. It was nice, but he wasn't paying much attention. "I'm free," Collins thought as the girl hugged him. "Free." He kissed her. "Well," he thought while she was kissing him back. As free as I want to be, anyway. End of chapter 1. Morning sighting on Chapter 2 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Always a Cuerno. Barnhart sauntered right into the middle of them. He covertly watched the crew close in around him, and he never twitched an eyelash. Officers must never panic, he reminded himself, and manipulated the morning sighting on the nearest sun through the Fitzgerald lens. It was exactly 9:25:30 galactic time. He jotted the reading in, satisfied. The warm breath tickling the back of his neck was unnerving. If he showed fear and grabbed a blaster from the locker, he could probably control them, but he was devastatingly aware that a captain must never show fear. "Captain Barnhart," Simmons, the mate, drawled politely, "do you still plan on making the jump at 930? The captain removed his eyeglasses and polished the lenses. "Simmons," he said in comforting, confiding tones, "you are well aware that regulations clearly state that a spaceship that phases in on a star in major transport activity is required to rephase within 24 hours to avoid being caught in turbulence." "Yes, sir," Simmons said. "But as I have stated before, it is my belief that regulation means that a ship should phase to avoid the possibility of being caught in an energy storm. We landed right in the middle of one. As you are aware, sir, if we phase now there's an excellent chance we will warp right into the sun." Barnhart shook his lean, bronze head wearily. "Simmons, the Admiralty has gone through this thousands of times. Obviously they know our danger is greater by staying where we are. Why, Ignat 6Y out there may nova. We'll have to take our chances." "No, sir." Simmons thrust his pale, blue-veined jaw at him, his light eyes Nordically cold below a blond cropping. "The storm spots are dying down. We aren't phasing yet." Barnhart threw himself up and looked down at the mate. Behind Simmons, York moved closer. The captain was suddenly aware of York's low forehead and muscular, free-swinging arms. It was probably sheer bias, but he had frequently entertained the idea that Englishmen were closer to our ape-like ancestor than most people. The way they ran around painted blue when everybody was civilly wearing clothes and all. Obviously York was incapable of thinking for himself, and was willing to do anything Simmons commanded him to do. It became transparent to Barnhart that they were going to mutiny to avoid following their duty as clearly outlined in regulations. Judging from York's twitching knuckles, they were going to resist by strangling him. Barnhart wondered if this was the time to show fear and unlock a weapon to defend himself. York clamped onto him before he could decide on the proper interpretation of the regulations, and just as his mind settled on the irresolvable question, if a captain must never show fear, why was he given the key to a hand weapons locker to use when in fear of his life? Barnhart gazed around the purple clearing with clouded eyes. He trembled in near traumatic shock. It was almost too much to bear. Regulations clearly stated that no officer was to be marooned on a .9 Earth-type planet at 1440 galactic time, early evening local. Or, he brushed his forehead, he was damn certain that they at least strongly implied it. But fear was such a foreign element to his daily routine he discarded it. The scene took him back to his boyhood. He sorted out the survival supplies, lifting the portable nuclear generator effortlessly under the .67 gravity, and remembered how he used to go camping regularly every month when he was a Boy Scout. He had been a bookish child, too obsessed with reading, they told him. So he put himself on a regular schedule for play. Still, it never seemed to make people like him much better. After he established his routine, he didn't try to change it. He probably couldn't make things better, and he certainly couldn't stand them any worse. Barnhart paused in his labors and stripped off his soaked uniform shirt, deciding to break out his fatigues. As the wet sleeve turned wrong side out, he noticed his wrist watch showed 1500 hours. As usual, he fetched his toothbrush from the personals kit and started to scrub his teeth. This is when he saw his first Corono in the act of geoplankting. It was a deeply disturbing experience. Barnhart and the lank, sick-bodied alien ignored each other every morning while the maroon captain had his coffee and the native coronoped. Each afternoon while Barnhart laid down for a nap and the other xenogutted. And of course before retiring while Barnhart brushed his teeth and the alien did his regular stint of geoplankting. The captain set about arranging living quarters on the planet. The crew of the Quincy had provided him with every necessity except communications gear. Still, he was confident he would find a way back and see that Simmons and the rest got the punishment clearly called for in Regulation C-79, Clause 2. This driving need to have the regulation obeyed was as close as he could get to anger. His lot was a rough and primitive one, but he sat down to doing the best with things that he could. Using the nuclear reactor, he synthesized a crude 7-room cottage. He employed an unorthodox 3-story architecture. This gave him a kind of observation tower from which he could watch to see if the natives were starting to get restless. Traditionally, this would be a bad sign. Humming to himself, he was idly adding some rococo work around the front door when 1330 came up and he stopped for his nap. At the edge of the now somewhat larger clearing, the alien was xenogutting in the indigo shadows of a drooping bush tree. Since he hadn't finished the house yet, Barnhart stretched out on the grass. Suddenly he sat upright and shot a glance at the alien. Could this sort of thing be regarded as restless activity? He was safe so long as the aliens maintained their regular routine, but if they started to deviate from it, he was in trouble. He tossed around on the velvet blades for some minutes. He got to his feet. The nap would have to be bypassed. As much as he resented the intrusion on his regular routine, he would have to find some other natives. He had to know if all the aliens on the planet xenogutted each afternoon as he was having his nap. The thought crossed his mind that he might not wake up some afternoon if his presence was causing the aliens to deviate dangerously from their norm. The most unnerving thing about the village was that there were exactly 10 houses and precisely 100 inhabitants. Each house was 33.3 feet on a side. The surfaces were hand-hewn planking or flat-sided logs. There were 4 openings, each opposing 2 were alternately 1 foot and an alarming 10 feet high. Barnhart couldn't see the roof. The buildings appeared square, so he supposed the houses were 33.3 feet tall. At the end of the single-packed, violet-earthed street facing up the road was a large sign of some unidentifiable metal bearing the legend in Standard Galactic, "This is a village of Coronos." Barnhart received the information unenthusiastically. He had never before encountered the term. The sign might as well have told him the place was a town of Jabberwockies. The single scarlet sun with its corona of spectrum frost was drawing low on the forest-covered horizon. Barnhart, dry of mouth and sore of foot, had not encountered yet a single one of the 100 inhabitants. He had missed his nap and his dinner, and now he ran his tongue over his thick-feeling teeth. He was about to miss his nightly brushing of his teeth. He had taken only a minimum survival kit with him, which did not include a smaller personals kit. His wrist watch, still on good, reliable ship's time, recorded nearly 1,500 hours straight up. His body chemistry was still operating on the captain's shift, whereby he spent part of the time with both day and night shifts. It was nearly time for him to go to bed. Fortunately, it was almost night on the planet. He was searching out his portable force field projector from some loose coins and keys when 100 Quarnos came out of their houses and began geoplankting. Fifth Day Marooned. The Journal of Captain T. P. Barnhart, late of the UGS Quincy. It became apparent that I may never leave alive this planet, whose name and coordinates have been kept from me. By reason, justice, and regulations, the men who put me here must pay. See formal attached warrant against First Mate O.D. Simmons and the remainder of my crew. For this reason and in the interest of science, I am beginning this journal, to which I hope to continue contributing from time to time, barring sudden death. At this writing I am in a village of 10 houses identified as a settlement of Quarnos. These tall, hairless humanoids have performed an intricate series of indescribable actions since I first encountered them. My problem, as is apparent, is to decide whether these actions constitute their normal daily routine, or whether I have instigated this series of actions. If the latter is the case, where will it end? 1700 Fifth Day. Barnhart was not used to being ignored. It was certainly not a part of his normal routine. Often in his life he had been scorned and ridiculed. Later, when he earned a captaincy in the exploration service, the men around him had to at least make a show of respect and paying attention to him. Being ignored was a new experience for him. While it was a strange thing to say of an explorer, Barnhart didn't particularly like new experiences. Or rather he only liked the same kind of new experiences. He kicked the wine-colored soil in red-faced impotence the first few dozen times Quarnos went silently past him on the way to gather fruit from the forest, or new logs to keep the buildings in repairs, which seemed to be a constant occupation. However, when the 25th alien shouldered past him the morning after he first discovered the village, Barnhart caught him by the shoulder, swung him half around, and slugged him off his feet with a stabbing right cross. The alien shook his head foggily a few times and slowly climbed to his feet. Barnhart bit his upper lip. That hadn't been a wise thing to do at all. He should know that unorthodox moves like that led only to certain disaster. He fumbled for his force field projector, and with a flush of adrenaline discovered he had lost it. Now, he thought, the alien will signal the rest of them. And they, all 100 of them, now does that include the one I first saw in the clearing or not? They will converge on me, and— The Corono marched off into the forest. Everyone was still ignoring Barnhart. Barnhart munched on a steak sandwich listlessly and watched the aliens through the faint haze of the force field. He had found the projector half stamped into the earth and he was testing it. But even a test was foolish. None of them was close enough to him to harm him with so much as a communicable disease. He might as well quit roughing it and get back to the cottage. In the last few days he had had time to think. He took up his journal. 8th Day. I can only suppose that these actions of the aliens represent some kind of religious ritual. Again I am presented with the problem of whether these rituals are part of their normal daily life, or are they a special series instigated by my presence? Yesterday I observed 2 of the Quarnos repairing one of the village houses. The native lumber seems to be ill-suited to construction purposes. Several times I have noticed logs tearing themselves free and crawling back into the virgin forest. Due to the instability of their building materials, the aliens are constantly having to repair their houses. In watching the 2 Quarnos at work, I observed something highly significant. The humanoids worked smoothly as a team, splitting and planing down the reluctant logs with double-bladed axes. Then, putting the lumber in place, they fastened it down with triangular wooden pegs. They pounded these pegs home awkwardly with the flat side of the axes. The axes are crude and obviously indigenous to the culture. I view this with considerable alarm. Obviously, any culture that can produce an axe is capable of inventing the hammer. The Coronos are not using their hammers in front of me. I am producing a change in their routine. Where will it end? What are they saving their hammers for? 800, 8th day. Barnhart had written that just before dawn, but as usual the aliens had continued to ignore him. For all he knew, the ritual might go on for years, before they used their hammers, or whatever they were planning. It was drawing near time for his nap, but he felt completely wide awake, even inside the safety of the force field. His throat hurt and the backs of his legs ached with the waiting for the natives to come out and begin xenogutting. He wiped his hands together and forced a smile. Why should he worry what the natives did? He was completely safe. He could live out his life in immutable security. But this wasn't his world. No part of it was his, or at least only the part he had brought with him. Sanity lay in holding to what was left of his own world. But sanity didn't always mean survival. What if he could make the Quarnos world his own? Barnhart wiped at the tiny stings against his face and his fingertips came away moist with beads of perspiration. The aliens began marching out of the houses, in twos from the 10-foot doors, singly from the foot-square openings of every other facing wall. It wasn't his world of fireworks-streaked Ohio summers and bold green hills. This planet cowled with nun-like secrecy, looking acrid, tasting violet and transmitting a beauty and confusion only a trio of physical scientists could solve. But there was only one thing to do. Barnhart let down his force field and went out. The human body wasn't well adapted for it, but Barnhart did his best to join the Quarnos in xenogutting. Instantly the cry welled up, "Master!" Barnhart stood up and faced the aliens, deeply disturbed. He was even more disturbed when, later, he wrote again in his journal. 9th day. Quorono, I have learned from the leader, is a term referring to a particular type of subhuman android. The synthetic process used in manufacturing these men does not allow them to develop beyond a certain point, a built-in safety factor of their creators, I can only suppose. Thus they were given the concept of the axe and have retained it, but they were able only to devise the idea of using the axe to hammer things with and are not capable of thinking of a special hammering tool. With almost complete lack of creative ability, they are bound to the same routine, to which they adhere with an almost religious fanaticism. Since last night I have been treated as virtually a god. I have been given one of their buildings entirely for my own use. I find this turn of events absolutely surprising. I intend to discuss this with the leader today. Note to any ethnologist who may see these papers, since all Quoronos are built to the same standards, none is superior to another. But recognizing the need for one director, each of the 100 has an alternate term as leader. 900, 9th day. Despite the upsetting turn of events, Barnhart decided he was more comfortable in his familiar role of command. He glanced at his wristwatch and was surprised to note that he had overslept. The time for both breakfast and chronopting was past. He made himself ready and left the building. The alien was waiting just outside the door. He looked as if he hadn't moved all night. Yet Barnhart thought he seemed a trifle shorter. "Are you the leader?" Barnhart asked. "I am the leader, but you are the master." As an officer of a close confined spaceship that sounded a little stuffy even to Barnhart. The fellow still looked shorter. Maybe they had changed leaders the way he had been told the night before, or maybe Quoronos shrank when left out in the night air. "Let's go someplace where we can sit down. And, incidentally, just call me sir or captain." "Yes, sir." Barnhart nodded. He had been expecting, "Yes, master, I will call you captain." But the alien didn't move. He finally decided that the leader thought they should sit on the ground where they were standing. Barnhart squatted, the leader squatted. Before they could speak, a muffled explosion vibrated the ground, and Barnhart caught a fleeting glimpse of an unstable chemical rocket tearing jerkily into the maroon sky. "Celebration for my arrival?" Barnhart asked. "Perhaps so. We are putting the unneeded ones in status." He decided to let that ride for the moment. "Tell me, why didn't you recognize me before I joined you in your ritual, leader?" The alien tilted his head. "What was there to recognize? We thought you were some new variety of animal. Before you xenogutted, how were we to know you were rational life?" Barnhart nodded. "But how did you so cleverly deduce that I was your master?" "There are 100 of us. You were the 101st. You had to be the master returned." The master had been some friendly life form in the Federation, obviously. Otherwise, the Corono androids wouldn't speak galactic. Barnhart nibbled on his underlip. "I want to find out how much you still know after the master has been away so long," the captain said. "Tell me, how do you communicate with the master?" "What for?" The leader began to look at Barnhart oddly. "For anything. Where's the subspace radio?" The direct approach produced a rather ironic expression on the Corono's narrow face, but no answer. But if there was a radio on the planet, Barnhart meant to find it. Spacemen forced to abandon their craft were required to report to the nearest Federation base as quickly as possible. Besides, he meant to see that Simmons and his Anglo stooge and all the others paid for their mutiny. But, he decided, perhaps he had better not press the matter at the moment. Another rocket punctuated the moment of silence. "Take me to your launching area," Barnhart said. The android stood up and walked. But he walked at Barnhart's side, forcing the captain to catch his stride a half step to let the alien lead him. He wasn't sure if it was a mark of respect not to get ahead of the master, or an attempt to see if he knew where the launching site was located. The Coronos were limited, and just how limited Barnhart was beginning to wonder. They rounded the clump of drooping lavender trees, and Barnhart saw the 8 men laying on the ground in the transport casings. Not men, but Coronos, he corrected himself, in a molded clear membrane of some sort. "They are in status," the leader explained, answering the captain's unasked question. "This is how you keep your population at 100, Barnhart thought aloud, removing his glasses to rest his eyes and get a better look at the bodies. Despite regulations, he could still see better without his spectacles. "It is how you arranged it, master. But as you know, we are now 90-1. The captain put his glasses back on. "I'll test you. Why are you now 90-1? "Naturally," the leader said emotionlessly. "You required a whole new shelter unit to yourself. We had to dispose of the 10 who previously had the unit." Barnhart swallowed. "Couldn't you think of anything less drastic? Next time just build a new unit." "But master," the alien protested, "it takes a great deal of work to construct our units. Our lumber escapes us so badly no matter how often we beat it into submission. Our work capacity is limited, as you are aware. Is it really desirable to overwork us so much?" The captain was a little shocked. Was this humorless, methodical android really protesting a command from his master? "How do you suppose the 10 you are putting in status feel about it?" he managed. "They would doubtlessly prefer not to be overworked. Our fatigue channels can only stand so much." But it wasn't the work, Barnhart suddenly knew. It was the idea that there could be 11 houses instead of 10. The concept of only 90 Coronos and a master must be only slightly less hideous to them. They couldn't really be so overjoyed to see him. A third rocket jarred off, rising unsteadily but surely in the low gravity. It was a fairly primitive device, evidently all they retained from the original model supplied them by the master. Barnhart looked at the figures on the ground. Only 7. "The ones in status go into the rockets?" Barnhart gasped. "And circle in the proper orbits," the leader agreed. This time he saw the Coronos lifting a stiff form and taking it to the crude rocket. It looked entirely too much like a human body. Barnhart looked away. But at the edge of his peripheral vision he saw the Coronos halt and half stand up their fellow in status. He glanced at his wrist. 1,500 hours. The aliens began geoplankting. Barnhart ran his tongue over his teeth, noting that they needed brushing. He came to himself with a start. Of course! He had almost forgot. Barnhart faced the others and joined them in their geoplankting. A hideous cry built from one plateau of fury to another. "He's no better than us!" the leader screamed. Ninth day. I have made a serious mistake. While it was necessary for me to confirm the Cowornos ritual to get myself recognized, I should not have continued to adhere to it. Apparently, by these creatures' warped reasoning, I established myself as a reasoning creature by first joining them in their routine, but when I continued to act in accord with them, I proved myself no better than they are. As master, I am supposed to be superior and above their mundane routine. At the moment they are milling belligerently outside my force field screen. As I look into their stupid, imagineless faces, I can only think that somewhere in the past they were invented by some unorthodox Terran scientist, probably of English descent. Wait. The force field is wavering. It must have been damaged when it got tramped underfoot. They're going to get into me. Barnhart watched them prepare the rocket that would blast him into an orbit circling the planet. He could see and even hear the sound that vibrated through the thin membrane in which he was encased, but he could not move a nerve end. Fortunately his eyes were focused on infinity, so he could see everything at least blurrily. The leader, who seemed to have grown a few inches, wasted no time. He gave the orders and the Coronos lifted him into the rocket. The hatch closed down on the indigo day, and he was alone. The blast of takeoff almost deafened him, but he did not feel the jar. Only because, he realized, he could feel nothing. A few weeks later the centrifugal force of the spinning rocket finally nudged the latch and the hatch swung open. Barnhart was exposed to naked fire-bright blackness itself. After a day or two he stopped worrying about that, as he had stopped fretting about breathing. He grew accustomed to the regular turn around the planet every 14 hours. For 2 out of every 3 seconds he faced out into space, and that was always changing. Yet, all poetry aside, the change was always the same. He didn't have to worry about keeping on schedule. He kept on one automatically. And he didn't like it. So he kept retreating further and further from it. We couldn't leave him there. What? Who? Barnhart thought along with at least 7 other W's. He returned to himself and found that he was standing in the airlock of a spaceship, faced by his first mate Simmons and his stooge York. We couldn't leave him there, Simmons repeated with feeling. That would be the nastiest kind of murder. We might maroon him, but none of us are killers. It's not the punishment we will get for the mutiny, York complained. It's having to go back to his old routine. That time schedule mind of his was derailing mine. He was driving the whole crew cockeyed. Even if he wasn't going to kill us all by the rule book, I think we would have had to maroon him just to get rid of him. Simmons fingered a thin-bladed tool knife. I wonder how he got up there in that rocket and in this transport shroud. I'm sure he's alive, but this is the most unorthodox suspan I've ever seen. Almost makes you believe in destiny, the way we lost our coordinate settings and had to backtrack, and then found him out there. I'll bet he jimmied the calculator, York grouched. You know, York, it's almost as if the world down there marooned him right back at us. The first mate inserted the knife blade. The membrane withered and Barnhart lived. Now the arrest, York murmured. What are you muttering about, York? Captain Barnhart demanded. "What are we standing around here for? You can't expect me to waste a whole afternoon on inspection. We have to get back on schedule." He looked to his wrist. 1,500 hours. "He doesn't remember," York said behind him. "He remembers the same old routine," Simmons said. "Here we go again." Barnhart didn't say anything. In the close confines of a spaceship there was bound to be a certain degree of informality. He stepped inside his cabin at the end of the corridor and did what he always did at 1,500 hours. York and the first mate were deeply disturbed. Barnhart looked out at them sharply. "Well, spacemen, I run a taut ship here. I expect everyone to hit the mark. Adhere to the line. Follow my example. Snap to it." Simmons looked at York and his shoulders sagged. They couldn't go through the whole thing again. The marooning, the rescue, then this. That routine would drive them crazy. Even this was preferable. They joined Barnhart in geoplanking. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Place Where Chicago Was. It was late December of 1983. Abe Daniels knew that the streets and sidewalks of Jersey City moved under their own power, and that half the families in America owned their own helicopters. He was pleased with these signs of progress. But he was sweating. He thought he was getting athlete's foot instead of athletic legs from walking from the New Jersey coast to just outside of Marshall, Illinois. The heat was unbearable. The road shimmered before him in rows of sticky black ribbon, on which nothing moved, nothing but him. He passed a signal post that said, "Caution, slow," in a gentle but commanding voice. He staggered on toward a reddish metallic square set in a thin column of bluish concrete. It was what they called a sign, he decided. Daniels drooped against the sign and fanned his face with his sweat-ringed straw cowboy hat. The thing seemed to have something to say about the mid-century novelist, James Jones, in short, terse words. The rim of the hat crumpled in his fist. He stood and listened. There was a car coming. It would almost have to stop, he reasoned. A man couldn't stand much of this Illinois winter heat. The driver might leave him to die on the road if he didn't stop. Therefore he would stop. He jerked out the small patch from the sash of his jeans. Inside the special plastic the powder was dry. He rubbed some between his hands briskly to build up the static electricity, and massaged it into his hair. The metal of the Jones plaque was fairly shiny. Under the beating noon sun it cast a pale reflection back at Daniels. His hair looked a reasonably uniform white now. He started to draw the string on the pouch, then dipped his hand in and scooped his palm up to his mouth. He chewed on the stuff while he was securing the nearly flat bag in his sash. He swallowed the dough. The powder had been flour. Daniels took the hat from beneath his arm, set it to his head, and at last faced the direction of the engine whine. The roof, hood, and wheels moved over the curve of the horizon, and Daniels saw that the car was a brandless classic, which probably still had some of the original, indestructible Model A left in it. He pondered a moment on whether to thumb or not to thumb. He thumbed. The rod squealed to a stop exactly even with him. A door unfolded and a voice like a stop signal said flatly, "Get in." Daniels got in. The driver was a teenager in a loose scarlet tunic and a spangled WPA cap. The youth wouldn't have been bad looking except for a sullen expression and a rather girlish turn of cheek, completely devoid of beard line. Daniels wrote him off as a prospective member of the wolf pack in a year or two. But not just yet, he fervently hoped. "Going far? I'm not," said the driver. Daniels adjusted the knees of his trousers. "I'm going to near where Chicago used to be." "Huh?" Daniels had forgotten the youth of his companion. "I mean I'm going to where you can't go any further." The driver nodded smugly, relieved that the threat to the vastness of his knowledge had been dismissed. "I get you, Pop. I guess I can take you close to where you're headed." They rode on in silence, both relieved that they didn't have to try to span the void between age and position with words. "You aren't anywhere near starvation, are you?" the driver said suddenly, uneasy. "No," Daniels said. "Anyway, I've got money." "Woodrow Wilson. I'll pull in at the next joint." The next joint was carved out of the flat cross-section of hill that looked unmistakably like a strip ridge of a Colorado copper mine, but wasn't, even barring the fact that this was Illinois. The rectangle of visible diner was color-fused aluminum between number 2 and Korea. Daniels was glad to get into the shockingly cold air conditioning. It was constant, if unhealthy. The chugging unit in the car failed a heartbeat every now and then for a sickening wave of heat. The two of them pulled up wire chairs to a linoleum-topped table in a mirrored corner. A faint purple hectographed menu was stuck between appropriately colored plastic squeeze bottles labeled mustard and blood. Daniels knew what the menu would say, but he unfolded it and checked. Steaks. Plankton, 90 cents. Juicy, rich red tantalizing hamburger, 17 cents. Accessories, mashed potatoes, 40 cents. Delectable oysters all you can eat, 9 cents. Peas, 35 cents. Rich, fragrant cheese, large slice, 2 cents. Drinks, Coke, 50 cents. Milk, the forbidden wine of nature, 1 cent. Coffee without, 50 cents. Coffee with, 2 cents. A fat girl in white came to the table. Daniels tossed the menu on the table. "I'll take the meat dinner," he said. The teenager stared hard at the tabletop. "So will I." "Good citizens," the waitress said, but the revulsion crept into her voice over the professional hardness. Daniels looked carefully at his companion. "You aren't used to ordering meat." "Pop," the youth began. Daniels waited to be told that being short of cash was none of his business. "Pop, on my leg. Kill it, kill it." Daniels leaned over the table, startled and curious. A cockroach was feeling its way along a thin meridian of vari-colored jeans. Daniels pinched it up without injuring it and deposited it on the floor. It scurried away. "Your kind make me sick," the driver said in lieu of thanks. "You act like a fanatic, but you're a meat-eater. How do you blesh that?" Daniels shrugged. He did not have to explain anything to this kid. He couldn't be stranded. The kid was under the same encephalographic inversion as the rest of the world. No human being could directly or indirectly commit murder, as long as the broadcasting stations every nation on Earth maintained in self-defense continued to function. These mechanical brain waves coded every mind with enforced pacifism. They could have just easily broadcast currents that would have made minds swell with love or happiness. But world leaders had universally agreed that these conditions were too narcotic for the common people to endure. Pacifism was vital to the survival of the planet. War could not go on killing, but governments still had to go on winning wars. War became a game. The international war games were held every 2 years. With pseudo-H bombs and mock germ warfare, countries still effectively eliminated cities and individuals. A destroyed city was off limits for 20 years. Nothing could go in or out for that period. Most cities had provided huge food deposits for emergencies. Before the famine. Some minds were more finely attuned to the encephalographic inversion than others. People so in tune with the wavelength of pacifism could not only not kill another human being, they could not even kill an animal. Vegetarianism was thrust upon a world not equipped for it. Some, like Daniels, who could not kill, still found themselves able to eat what others had killed. Others who could not kill or eat any once living thing, even plants, rapidly starved to death. They were quickly forgotten. Almost as forgotten as the Jonas. The War Dead. Any soldier or civilian killed outside of a major disaster area, where he would be subject to the 20 years, became a man without a country or a world. They were tagged with green hair by molecular exchange and sent on their way to starve, band together, reach a disaster area, where they would be accepted for the duration of the disaster, or starve. Anyone who in any way communicated with Jonah or even recognized the existence of one automatically became a Jonah himself. It was harsh, and if it wasn't better than war, it was quieter. And more permanent. The counterman with the greasy apron and hairy forearms served the plates. The meat had been lightly glazed to bring out the aroma and flavor, but the blood was still a pink sheen on the ground meat. There were generous side dishes of cheese and milk. Even animal byproducts were passed up by the majority of vegetarians. Eggs had been the first to be dropped. After all, every egg was a potential life. Milk and associated products came to be spurned through sheer revulsion by association. Besides, milk was intended only to feed the animal's own offspring, wasn't it? Daniel squirted blood generously from its squeeze bottle. Even vegetarians used a lot of it. It gave their plankton the gory look the human animal craved. Of course it was not really blood, only a kind of tomato paste. When Daniels had been a boy, people called it catsup. He tried to dig into his steak with vengeance, but it tasted of ashes. Meat was his favorite food. He was in no way a vegetarian. But the thought of the famine haunted him. Vegetable food was high in price and ration points. Most people were living on the 2,500 calories a day. It wasn't quite starvation, and it wasn't quite a full stomach. It was hard on anybody who did more than an average amount of work. It was especially hard on children. The meat-eaters helped relieve the situation. Some, with only the minimum of influence from the broadcasters, ate nothing but meat. They were naturally aggressive morons who were doing no one favors, potential members of a wolf pack. Daniels knew how to end the famine. The mob that was the men he had commanded had hunted him in the hills below Buffalo, and he had been hungry, with no time to eat, or rest, or sleep. Only enough time to think. He couldn't stop thinking. Panting over a smothered spark of campfire, smoldering moss and leaves, he thought. Drinking sparkling but polluted water from a twisting mountain stream, and trying unsuccessfully to trap silver shavings of fish with his naked hands, he thought. His civilian job was that of a genosudio xenobesti macroeologist, a specialized field with peacetime applications that had come out of the war games, specialized to an almost comic opera intensity. He knew virtually everything about almost nothing at all. Yet, delirious with hunger, from this he fashioned in his mind a way to provide food for everybody, even Jonah's. After they caught him, weeks before the tag spot would have faded off, he wasn't sure whether his idea had been a sick dream or not. But he intended to find out. He wouldn't let any other mob stop him from that. Daniels had decided he was against mobs, whether their violence and stupidity was social or antisocial. People are better as individuals. The driver of the hot rod was also picking at his food uncertainly. Probably a social vegetarian, Daniels supposed, an irresponsible fattist. The counterman stopped staring and cleared his throat apologetically. "This ain't the Ritz, but it don't look good for customers to sit with hats on." Daniels knew that applied to only non-vegetarians, but he put his Stetson, reluctantly, on an aluminum tree. The teenager looked up, and did not go back to the food. Daniels knew that he had been found out. The counterman went back to wiping down the bar. The youth was still looking at Daniels. "You better eat if you don't want me to be discovered," Daniels said gently. The youth's eyes moved back and forth, searching, not finding. "It won't do you any good to run," Daniels continued. "The waitress and the counterman will swear they had nothing to do with me, but you were driving, eating with me." "You can't let even a Jonah die," the youngster said in a hoarse whisper that barely carried across the table. Daniels shook his head sadly. "It won't work. You might have slowed down enough to let me grab on to the rear bumper or toss me out some food. But you took me into your car, sat down at a table with me. And this is the thanks I get." Daniels felt his face flush. "Look, son, this isn't a game where you can afford to play by good sportsmanship. That's somebody else's rules, designed to make sure you get at least no better a break than anyone else. You have to play by your rules, designed to give you the best possible break. Let's get out of here." He wolfed the last bite and jammed his hat back on his head, pulling it down around his ears. The sweat band had rubbed the flour off his hair in a narrow band, a band of green, the mark of Jonah. In the last war games, Daniels had come into the sights of a Canadian's diffusion rifle. For 6 months he had worn a cancerous badge of luminosity over his heart, until his comrades had trapped him and through a system similar to the one their rifles employed turned his hair to green and cast him out. Daniel scooped up both checks and with deep pain paid both of them to save time. He wanted to get his companion out of there before he broke. The heat struck at their faces like jets of boiling water. The authorities said nuclear explosion had nothing to do with the changing climatic conditions so radically, but something had. The two of them were walking towards the parked car when the wolf pack got to them. The horrible part was that Daniels knew they wouldn't kill him. No one could kill. But the members of the wolf packs wanted to. They were the professional soldiers, policemen, prize fighters and gangsters of a society that had rejected them. They were able to resist some of the pacifism of the broadcasters. In fact, they were able to resist quite a lot. The first one was a round-shouldered little man with silver spectacles. He kicked Daniels in the pit of the stomach with steel-shod toes. A clean-cut, athletic boy grabbed the running teenager and ripped the red tunic halfway off. From the pavement Daniels at last isolated the doubt that had been nagging him. His companion wore a tight T-shirt under the coat. She was a girl. Daniels saw a heavy shoe aimed at his face, but it went far afield. Running feet went past him completely. He was left alone, unharmed, with only the breath knocked out of him momentarily. They were closing in on the girl who had picked him up. This pack was all men, although there were female and co-ed groups just as vicious. Beating up a girl, Daniels knew, would give an added sexual kick to their usual masocho sadism. They were a pack, a mob. They were like the soldiers who had hunted him down and had him permanently tagged a Jonah. His men had been looked upon favorably by his society, while the wolf pack was so ill-favored it was completely ignored in absolute contempt. But they were the same in the essentials, a mob. And once again Daniels, who was incapable of harming the smallest living creature, wanted to kill men, but he couldn't. All his life he had experienced this mad fury of desire, and it shamed him. He wanted to destroy men of stupidity, greed, and brutality on sight. Any other kind of conflict with them was weak compromise. At times he wondered if this atavistic, if pro-survival trait had not shamed him so much that he overcompensated for it by violently refusing to take any kind of life. Like all men of his time, he asked himself, how much of my mind is the broadcaster's and how much me? If he couldn't destroy, he could defend. With the idea still only half formed, he lurched to his feet and stumbled into the side of the hot rod. He fumbled open the heated metal door and slid under the wheel. He thumbed the drive on savagely and roared down on the mob. Rubber screamed, whined, and smelled as he applied the brakes just soon enough for the men to jump out of the way, away from the girl. He folded back the door he hadn't latched, leaned down, grabbed the teenager by the leg, and dragged her bruised form bumping up into the car. The little man with silver glasses tried to reach into the car. Daniel swung the door back into his face. The glasses didn't break, but everything else did. With one foot under the girl and the other on her, Daniels tagged the illegal acceleration wire most cars had rigged under the dashboard and raced away into the brassy sunshine. She was slouched against his shoulder when the stars blazed out in the moonless night. Tires hummed beneath them and their headlights ate up the white-striped typewriter ribbon before them. The girl opened her eyes, hesitated as they focused on the weave pattern of denim in his shirt, and said, "Where are they?" "Back there someplace," Daniel told her. "They followed in their cars, a couple on motorcycles, but they must have been scared of traffic cops on the main highway. They dropped out." She sat up and ran her fingers through her cropped mouse-colored hair. Her quick glance at him was questioning, but she answered her own question, and reluctantly absorbed the truth of it. She knew he knew. The girl huddled in the tatters of her bright tunic. "Just what do you expect to get out of helping me?" she asked. Daniels kept his eye on the road. "A free trip to Chicago." "You'll get us both arrested," she shrilled. "Nobody can get past those roadblocks." He nodded to himself, not caring if she saw the gesture in the uncertain light from the auto gauges. "All right," she admitted. "I know what Chicago is. That's no crime." "You ought to," Daniels said. "You're from there." She was tired. It was a moment before she could continue fighting. "That's foolish." He hadn't been sure. If she hadn't hesitated he might have given up the notion. "That get-up was what was foolish," Daniels snorted. "Anybody would know you're trying to hide something as soon as they found out the masquerade." "You wouldn't have found out," she said, "if one of that pack hadn't torn my jacket off." "I really don't know. It might be animal magnetism, if there is such a thing, but I can't be around a woman for long, without knowing it. I repeat, why?" I didn't know what they would do to a girl outside." "For peace sake, why did you have to come out at all?" The girl was silent for a mile. "Most Chicagoans think the rest of the world has reverted to barbarism," she told him. "A common complaint of city dwellers," he observed. "Don't joke," she demanded. "Our food is running out. We have enough to last 5 more years if the present birth rate cycle maintains itself." Daniels whistled mournfully. "And you have, let's see, about 7 more years to go." She nodded. "I came out to see what chance there was of ending this senseless blockade." "None at all," he snapped. "No one is going to risk breaking the rules of the war games just to save a few million lives." "But they will have to. The broadcasters will make them." "You would be surprised at how much doublethink people can practice about not killing," he assured her from bitter, personal experience. "They don't know for certain that you will be starving in there, so they will be free to keep you inside." The girl straightened her shoulders, emphasizing the femininity of her slender form. "We'll tell them," she said. "I'll tell them." Daniels almost smiled, but not quite. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, and he kept his eyes to the moving circle of light against the night. "You open your mouth about Chicago to the authorities or anyone else and they will slap you under sedation and keep you there until you die of old age. They used to drop escapees back into the cities by parachute. But too many of them were inadvertently killed. They are more subtle these days, by the way," he said very casually. "How did you escape?" She told him where to go in a primitive, timeless fashion. "No," Daniels said, "I'm going to Chicago." "Not with me," the girl assured him quietly. "We have enough to feed without bringing in another Jonah. Besides, you might be an FBI man or something, trying to find out our escape route." I'd be a Mountie then. The FBI has deteriorated pretty badly, spent itself on political security. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police lends us men and women during peacetime, up until the war games anyway, even though Britain would like to see us constantly disrupted. But, he said heavily, I am not a government agent of any kind, just the Jonah I appear to be. She shivered. I can't take the responsibility. I can't either expose our escape route or bring in another mouth to bring starvation a moment closer. Look, what can I tell you? He demanded in exasperation. Julie Amphrey. Abe Daniels. Look, Julie. You were named after Lincoln? She asked quietly. A long time after. Look, Julie, I want to get into Chicago because of the old Milne laboratories. He caught his breath for a long second. They are still standing? Julie nodded and looked ahead, through the insect-spotted windscreen. Partial operation when I left. Daniels gave a low whistle. Lord, after all these years? We manage. Fine, Julie, I'm sure that if I can get back in the laboratory, I can find a way of ending this condemned famine, inside Chicago and outside. That sounds a little like delusions of grandeur to me, the girl said uncertainly. It was my field for 10 years, before the last war games. I had to think while my platoon was hunting me down, after I had been tacked out. I thought faster than I ever thought before. Julie studied his face for a long moment. What was your idea? The encephalographic inversion patterns of the broadcasters, he said quickly, can be applied to animals as well as human beings, on the right frequencies. Even microscopic animals. Bacteria. If you control the actions of bacteria, you control their reproduction. They could be made to multiply and assume different forms, the form of food, for example. Daniels took a deep breath and plunged into his idea as they drove on through the deepening night. He talked and explained to her, and in doing so, he clarified points that he hadn't been sure of himself. He stopped at last because his throat was momentarily too dry to continue. It's too big a responsibility for me, Julie said. Defeat stung him so badly he was afraid he had slumped physically. But it won't be permanent defeat, he told himself. I've come this far and I'll find some other way into Chicago. I haven't the right to turn down something this big, Julie said. I'll have to let you put it to the mayor and the city council. He relaxed a trifle, condemning himself for the weak luxury. He couldn't afford it yet. He ran his fingers through his flour-dusted green hair, and the electricity of the movement dragged off much of the whiteness. His skin, like that of most people, had been given a slight negative charge by molecularization to repel dirt and germs. The powder was anxious to remove itself, and dye or bleach refused to take it all. We're nearing the rim of the first blockade zone, Daniel told the girl. Where to? Circle around to first unrestricted beach of the lakeshore. And then, underwater. Illegal traffic in and out of disaster areas was not completely unheard of. There was a small but steady flow both ways that the authorities could not or would not completely check. The patrols seemingly were as alert as humanly possible. Capture meant permanent oblivion for disaster residents under sedation, while outsiders got prescribed methods of morphin-vert-induced antipod depression of the brain, a rather sophisticated but effective form of torture. A few minutes under the drug frequently had an introspective duration of years. Therefore, under the typical sentence of 3 months, a felon lived several lifetimes in constant but varying stages of acute agony and post-hysteric terror. While a few personalities survived, many useful human machines were later salvaged by skillful lobotomies. Lake Michigan beaches were pretty good, Daniels observed, better than at Hawaii. This one had been cleaned up for a subdivision that had naturally never been completed. It had been christened Flagstaff Cove, although it was almost a mathematically straight half-mile of off-white sand. He had shifted to four-wheel drive at the girl's direction and bored through the sand to the southernmost corner of the beach, where it blurred into weeds, rocks, dirt, and incredible litter. He braked. The car settled noticeably. "There's a two-man submarine out there in the water under the overhang," Julie said without prompting. "We got it from the Armed Forces Day display at Soldiers Field." "What I'd like to know is how you get the car in and out of it," Daniels said. Anger, disgust, and fatigue crossed the girl's face. It was, after all, a very young face, he thought. "We have outside contacts of sorts," she said. "Nobody trusts them very much." He nodded. There was a lot of money in the Federal Reserve vaults inside the city. The two of them got out of the car. Julie stripped off her jeans, revealing the bottom half of a swimsuit and nicely turned but pale legs. "We'll have to wait out to the sub." "What about the car?" Daniels asked. "Is your friend going to pick it up?" "No, they don't know about this place." He reached in the window and turned the ignition. "Want me to run it off into the water?" "You don't want to tag this spot for the authorities?" "No, I guess not. I don't know what to do. I'm not used to this kind of thing. I don't know why I ever come. We paid an awful lot for the car." He found the girl's wailing unpleasant. "It's your car, but take my advice. Let me get rid of it for you." "But," she protested, "if you run it into the water they can see it from the air in daylight." "I know. They used to spot our sub. But why not run it off into those weeds and little trees? They'll hide it and maybe we could get it later." It wasn't a bad idea, but he didn't feel like admitting it. He gunned the rod into the tangle of undergrowth. Daniels came back to the girl with his arms and face laced with scratches from the limbs. He tried to roll his trousers up at the cuff, but they wouldn't stay. So he would spend a soggy 10 minutes while they dried. He told the girl to go ahead, and he went after her, marking the spongy wet sand and slapping into the white-scummed, very blue water. The tiny submarine was just where Julie had said it would be. He waited impatiently as she worked the miniature airlock. They squeezed down into the metallic hollowness of the interior, and Julie screwed the hatch shut, a mason lid inappropriately on a can of sardines. There were a lot of white-on-black dials that completely baffled Daniels. He had never been particularly mechanically minded. His field was closer to pure science than practical engineering. Because of this, rather than in spite of it, he had great respect for engineering. It bothered him being in such close quarters with a woman after the months of isolation as a Jonah, but he had enough of the conventions of society fused into him and enough other problems to attempt easing his discomfort. "It isn't much further," Julie at last assured him. He was becoming bored to the point of hysteria. For the past several months he hadn't had much diversion, but he had not been confined to what was essentially an oil drum wired for light and sound. One of the lights changed size and pattern. He found himself tensing. "That!" he pointed. "Sonadar!" Julie hissed. "Patrol boat above us. Don't make any noise." Daniels pictured the heavy-equipped police boat droning past above them and managed to keep quite silent. Something banged on the hull. It came from the outside, and it rang against the port side, then the starboard. The rhythm was the same, unbroken. Daniels knew somehow the noise from both sides were made by the same agency, something with a 12-foot reach. Something that knew the Morse code. Da-da-da, dit-dit-dit, da-da-da. SOS. Help. "It's not the police," Julie said. "We've heard it before," she added. "They used to dump non-dangerous amounts of radioactives into the lake," as she decided the police boat had gone past and started up the engines again. Daniels never forgot that call for help, not as long as he lived. The electron microscope revealed no significant change in the pattern of the bacteria. Daniels decided to feed the white mice. He got out of his plastic chair and took a small cloth bag of corn from the warped, sticking drawer of the lab table. Rationing out a handful of the withered kernels, he went down the rows of cages. A few, with steel instead of aluminum wiring, were flecked with rust. The mice inside were all healthy. Daniels was not using them in experiments. He was incapable of taking their lives. But some experimenter after him might use them. In any case, he was also incapable of letting them starve to death. He had been out of jail less than 2 weeks. The city council had thrown him into the Cook County lockup until they decided what to do with him. He hadn't known what happened to the girl, Julie Ampry, for bringing him back with her. He was surprised to see Chicago functioning as well as it was after 13 years of isolation. But there were still a few cars and trucks running here and there, although most people walked or rode bicycles. But the atmosphere seemed heavy, and the buildings dirtier than ever. The city had an aura of oppression and decay, he thought of as belonging to 19th century London. Daniels had waited out New Year's and St. Valentine's Day in a cell between a convicted burglar and an endless parade of drunks. Finally, 2 weeks ago, the major himself came, apologizing profusely but without much feeling. Daniels was escorted to the old mill and laboratory buildings and told to go to work on his idea. He had, they said, 2 weeks to produce, and he was getting nowhere. His deadline was up, the deadline of the real world. But the one he had given himself was much, much more pressing. "You'll kill yourself if you don't get some sleep," the girl's voice said behind his back. Daniels closed the drawer on the nearly depleted sack of grain. It was the girl, Julie Ampry. He had been expecting her but not anticipating her. He didn't like her very much. The only reason he could conceive for her venture outside was a search for thrills. It might be understandable, if immature, in a man, but he found it unattractive in a woman. He had no illusions about masculine superiority, but women were socially, if not physically and emotionally, ill-equipped for simple adventuring. Julie was more attractive dressed in a woman's clothes, even if they were a dozen years out of style. Her hair had a tightened glint. She was perhaps really too slender for the green knit dress. "It's a big job," he said. "I'm beginning to think it's a lifetime job." He half turned and motioned awkwardly at the lab table and the naked piece of electronics. "That's the encephalographic projector I jury-rigged," he explained. "You can spare me the 50-cent tour," Julie said. He wondered how she had managed to get so irritating in such a short lifetime. "There's not much else to see," Daniels grunted. "I've got some reaction out of the bacteria, but I can't seem to control their reproduction or channel them into a food-producing cycle." Julie tossed her head. "Oh, I can tell you why you haven't done that," she said. He didn't like the way she said that. "Why?" "You don't want to control them," Julie said simply. "If you really control them, you'll cause some to be recessive. You'll breed some strains out of existence. You'll kill some of them, and you don't want to kill any living thing." She was wrong. He wanted to kill her. But he couldn't. She was right about the bacteria. He should have realized it before. He had planned for almost a year, and worked for 2 weeks, and this girl had walked in and destroyed everything in 5 minutes. But she was right. He spun towards the door. "Where are you going?" she demanded. "I'm leaving. See what somebody else can do with the idea." "But where are you going?" Julie repeated. "Nowhere." And he was absolutely right. Daniels walked aimlessly through the littered streets for the rest of the day and night. He couldn't remember waking at night, but neither could he remember staying anywhere when he discovered dawn in the sky. It was that time of dawn that looked strangely like an old two-color process movies that they show on TV occasionally, all orange and green, with no yellow to it at all, when even the truest black seems only an off-brown or a sinister purple. He shivered in the chill of the morning and decided what to do. He would have to walk around for a few hours even yet. The drink his friend, Paul, placed before him was not entirely distinct. Neither were the bills he had in his hand. It was money the mayor's hireling had given him to use for laboratory supplies. Daniels peeled off a bill of uncertain denomination and gave it to his friend. Paul seemed pleased. He put it into the pocket of his white shirt, the pocket 8 inches below and slightly to the left of the black bow tie, and polished the bar briskly. Daniels picked up the glass and sipped silently until it was empty. "Do you want to talk about anything, Abe?" Paul asked solicitously. "No," Daniels said cheerfully. "Just give me another drink." "Sure thing." Daniels studied his green hair in the glass. Here, the mark of Jonah wasn't important. Not yet. But he would be unwelcome even here after the time of disaster ran out. He would have to move on sooner or later. Eventually. Why not now? That slogan went better than the one in pink light over the mirror, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. There hadn't been any Milwaukee beer here for 13 years. Most of the stuff came out of bathtubs. Why not now? He smoothed another bill on the damp polished wood and negotiated his way through the hazy room. Outside, he turned a corner and the city dropped away from him. He seemed to be in a giant amusement park with acres of empty ground, patterned off in squares by unwinking dots of light. He grinned to himself, changed direction with great care, and started down the one-way street to the lakefront. He heard the footsteps behind him. Daniels put his palm to the brick wall, scaling posters, and turned. The clean-cut young man smiled disarmingly. "I saw you in at Paul's. You'll never make it home under your own power. Better let me take you in my cab." Daniels knocked him out on his feet with a clean right cross. He blinked down at the boy. Self-preservation had become instinctive with him during his months as a wandering Jonah. Gnawing at his under lip, he studied the twisted way the supposed cabby lay. If he really were— Daniels patted the man down and brought something out of a hip pocket. He inspected the leather blackjack, weighing it critically in his hand. It slid out of his palm and thudded heavily on the cracked sidewalk. Daniels shrugged and grinned and moved unsteadily away, towards the lake. The lake looked gray and winterish. There was no help for it. Daniels swung his leg over the rust-spotted railing and looked down to where the water lapped at crumbling bricks blotched with green. He peered out over the water. Only a few miles to the beach where he had left the car parked in the undergrowth. He would have preferred to use the little sub, but he could swim if he had to. The surface below showed clearly the globe lights. Daniels dived. Before he hit the water, he remembered that he should have taken off some of his clothes. When he parted the icy foam with his body, he knew he had committed suicide, and he realized that that had been what he intended to do all along. There was something in the lake holding him, and it had a 12-foot reach. It kept holding on to him under the surface of green ice and begging him for help. He couldn't breathe, and he couldn't help. Of the two, not being able to help seemed the worse. Not breathing wasn't so bad. It hurt to breathe. It choked him. It was very unpleasant to breathe. He had much preferred not breathing to this. Some time later, he opened his eyes. A small, round-faced man was staring down at him through slender-framed spectacles. For a moment he thought it was the man whose face he had smashed the car door at the diner weeks before. But this man was different. Among other things, his glasses were gold, not silver. Yet he was also the same. Daniels knew the signs of the wolf pack. "How's your foot?" the little man asked in surprisingly full-bodied voice. Daniels instantly became aware of a dull sub-pain sensation in the toes of his left foot. He looked over the crest of his chest and saw the foot, naked below the cuff of his wrinkled trousers. The 3 smaller toes were red. No, maroon. A red so dark it was almost black. Fainter streaks of red shot away from the toes, following the tendon. Daniels swallowed. The foot doesn't feel so bad, but I think it is. We may have to operate, the small man said eagerly. How did I get out of the lake? Joel, the man you knocked out. He came to and followed you. Naturally, he had to save your life. He banged your foot up, dragging you ashore. Or afterwards, Daniels thought. Abruptly, the stranger was gone and a door was closing and latching on the other side of the room. Daniels tried to rise and fell back, his head floating around somewhere above him. Maybe a Wolfpack member would have to save his life, but he wouldn't have to bring him home and nurse him back to health. Why? He fell asleep without even trying to guess the answer. When he woke, they brought food to him. Daniels finished with the tray and sat it aside. The small man who had identified himself as Richard beamed. I think you are strong enough to attend the celebration tonight. Daniels did feel stronger after rest and food, but at the same time he felt vaguely dizzy and his leg was beginning to hurt. What kind of a celebration? He asked. Richard chuckled. Don't worry, you'll like it. Daniels had seen the same expression of the faces of hosts at stag dinners, but with a wolf pack it was hard to know what to expect. The place he was in did not seem to be a house after all. Daniels leaned on the shoulder of Richard, who helped him along solicitously. They entered a large chamber nearly 100 feet wide. There were people there. It wasn't crowded, but there were many people standing around the walls. A lot of them were holding 3-foot lengths of wood. Richard led him to a chair, the only one apparent in the room. I'll go tell we're ready now, the small man said, chuckling. Daniels looked around slowly at the shadowed faces. Of those holding clubs, he knew only the man Richard had told him was Joel, the man who had pulled him from Lake Michigan. Apparently, the ones with clubs were members of the pack, while the others were observers and potential members. Among these, he spotted a member of the city council, Anne Julie. She stood in a loose sweater and skirt, her hands hugging her elbows, eyes intent on the empty center of the room. Daniels was reminded of some of the women he had seen at unorthodox political meetings. Daniels was surprised to find that he wanted to talk to her. He might try hobbling over to her or calling her over to him. But with the instinct he had developed while being hunted, he knew it was wrong to call attention to the two of them together. He noticed that he was in line with the door. Julie would have to pass by him when she left, after the celebration. The celebration begins in 5 minutes. Someone he hadn't seen had shouted into the big room. The words bounced back slightly and hung suspended. The people's waiting became an activity. Tension lived in the room. And then the cat was released. The pack members moved apart from the rest and struck at the scrawny yellow beast. The cat didn't make it very far down the line. The men from the other end of the room moved up quickly to be in on the kill. The clubs rose and fell even after it was clear there was no reason for it. Their ranks parted and they left their handiwork where it could be admired. It must be hard to find animals in a closed city like this, Daniels thought. It must be quite a treat to find one to beat to death. He sat and waited for them to leave, but he found the celebration was just beginning. The group was laughing and talking. Now that it was over, they wanted to talk about it the rest of the evening. They had created death. He searched out Julie Ampry again. She was looking at what they did. He thought she was sick at first. His lips thinned. Yes, she was sick. Her eyes suddenly met his. Shock washed over her face, and in the next moment she was moving to him. "So," she said coolly, "you found out my little secret. This is where I get my kicks." He nodded, thinking of nothing to say. "Did you even read them?" she asked breathlessly. "All the old banned books, Poe and Spillane and Proust. The pornography of death. I grew up on them, so you see there's no harm in them. Look at me." "You want to kill?" Daniels asked her. She lit an expensive king-sized cigarette. "Yes," she exhaled. I thought I might join a pack on the outside, but you'll remember I didn't quite make it. I couldn't even kill a cockroach. I want to, but the damned broadcasters keep interfering with me." Richard came back, smiling broadly. "Well, Abe, has Miss Ampry been telling you of our plans to ruin the planet?" Daniels was incredibly tired. He had been listening and arguing for hours. "You're a scientist," Joel persisted. "Help us." "There are different kinds of scientists," Daniels repeated. "I'm not a nuclear physicist." "Right there." Richard tapped the pink rubber of his pencil against the map of Cook County. "Right there. An armory no one else knows anything about. Enough H-bombs to wipe out human life on the planet, and rockets to send them in." "The councilman may be lying," Daniels said. "How do you think he should happen to find it and no one else?" "The information was in the city records," Richard said patiently, "but buried and coded so it would take 20 years to locate. Bureaucracy is an insidious evil, Abe." Daniels rubbed his face with his palms. "I'm not even sure if I understand what you mean to do." "You want to rocket the H-bombs out almost but not quite beyond Earth's gravitation and explode them so the fallout will be evenly distributed over the surface of the planet. You think it will cause no more than injury and destruction." "That's all," Joel said sharply. Richard gave an eager nod. They had had to convince themselves of that, he knew. "But why do you want to do anything as desperate as that?" "Simple revenge." Richard's tone was even and cold. "And to show them what we can do if they don't cut off the broadcasters." The small man's liquid brown eyes softened. "You've got to understand that we really don't want to kill people. Our actions are merely necessary demonstrations against insane visionary politics. I only want the broadcasters shut off so I can do efficient police work, Joel, so that he can fight in the ring with the true will to win of a sportsman. The rest of us have equally good reasons." "I think I understand," Daniels said. "I'll do what I can to help you." Daniels was not surprised when Julie Ampry was in the raiding party. He was past the capacity for surprise. He was getting around on his own today, only because he was learning to stand the pain. It was worse, and he was weak and dizzy from a fever. They had all managed to produce bicycles. Richard had even managed to find one for him with a tiny engine powered by solar-charged batteries. Julie looked crisp and attractive in a sweater and jeans. Joel was strikingly handsome in the clear sun, and even Richard looked like a jolly fatherly type. As they wheeled down the street, Daniels was afraid only he with his wet, tossed green hair and drooping cheeks warped the holiday mood of those who in some other probability sequence were happy picnickers. When they reached the place, Richard giggled nervously. "It takes a code to open the hatch," he explained. "If Aldrich didn't decode it correctly, there will be a small but effective chemical explosion in this area." Daniels leaned against a maple, watching. The bicycles were parked in the brush and a shallow hole had been dug at an exact spot in the suburban park. Only a few inches below ground was the gray steel door flush with the level of grass. Richard hummed as he worked a prosaic combination dial. Finally there was a muffled click and a churning whine began. The hatch raised jerkily and latched at right angles. The pack milled about the opening, excited. Joel got the honor of going down first. Richard seemed to fumble his chance for the glory, Daniels observed. The other men went down, one and one, and finally only Julie and Richard were left. He supposed that this meant the girl had been accepted as a full member of the Wolf Pack. That would change the whole character of the organization. He vaguely wondered who her sponsor was. Joel? Julie and the little man came to him. They started to help him down into the opening, and suddenly he was at the bottom of a ladder. Things were beginning to seem to him as if they were taking place underwater. They walked down a corridor of shadow, lit only by tarnished yellow from red sparks caught on the tips of silver wire inside water-clear bulbs recessed in the concrete ceiling. When they passed a certain point, sparks showered from slots in opposite walls. They burned out ineffectively before they reached the floor of cross-hatched metallic mats. "Power failing," Richard observed with a chuckle. "Congress should investigate the builders." There was a large, sliding door many feet thick, but so well balanced it slid open easily. And they were there. It was a big room full of many little rooms. Each little room had a door that a man could enter by stooping and a chair ledge inside for him to sit and read or adjust instruments. Outside of the rooms were finished off cleanly in shining metal, with large, rugged objects fitted to all sides. These were hydrogen bombs. The wolf pack ranged joyously throughout the maze. Daniels found one of several stacks of small instruments and sat down on it. The things looked like radios, but obviously weren't. Richard came to him, wringing his hands. "These bombs seem to be designed to be dropped from bombers. They are supposed to be rockets here, too. I hope the H-bombs will fit. They seem so bulky." "Perhaps the rockets have self-contained bomb units," Daniels suggested. "Perhaps. We're all going off and try to find the rockets. You'd be amazed at all the cut-offs down here. I'll leave Joel here to look after you." Daniels sat on the instruments. Joel stayed several hundred feet away, an uncertain shadow in the light, smoking a red dot of a cigarette. Somehow Daniels associated fire and munitions instead of atomics and felt uneasy. He discovered Julie Ampry at his side. She didn't say anything. She seemed to be sulking, like a spoiled brat, he thought. He fingered one of the portable instruments from an open crate beside him. "Wonder what these are," he said to break up the heavy silence. "Pseudo-H-bombs," the girl snapped. "Of course. Just as money had to be backed by gold or silver reserves, every pseudo-bomb or mock gas had to be backed by the real thing which, after its representative had been used, was dismantled, neutralized, or retired. International inspection saw to that." "There's enough here to blow up the whole world, if they were real," Daniels said. The girl pointed out into the chamber. "Those are real." Each nation had many times over the nuclear armament necessary to destroy human life. There was enough for that right in this vault, both in reality and in the games. Daniels stopped drifting and took a course. He stopped observing and began to act. There was a mob in action. Even if they did somehow manage not to kill off the population with the fallout they were engineering, they would ruin farmland, create new recessive mutations. Famine would cease to be a psychological affliction for half the world and become a physiological reality instead, for all the world. He had failed in his plans to end the psychological famine because of his own attunement to the broadcasters. He wouldn't fail in stopping the new physiological famine. "Put that thing down," Joel said. "I don't trust you any further than I can spit, and that looks like a radio. You trying to warn the city council?" Daniels put down the instrument. One wouldn't do it, and he could tell from Joel's eyes that he would get a very bad experience out of disobeying him. "You were going to do something," Julie said. "What were you trying to do with that Sooty?" "How do you know so much about this stuff?" Daniels demanded. "My father told me all he found out from the records. He's Councilman Aldrich." He rested his eyes for a second. "But your name," he heard himself say. "My stepfather, I should have said. Mother married him when I was 2. What were you going to do?" "I," he said, "intended to end it all. All of this, all of it outside. End everything." The girl turned from him. "Then why don't you do it?" "You mean you don't want our friends to succeed in torturing a sick world?" "I don't like pain," she said. "There's something clean, positive, and challenging about killing. I'd like to kill. But pain seems so pointless. If you can stop them, go ahead. I'll help you." He was exhausted and in fever. "Joel won't let me." "Then kill him," she said. He knew it was all useless, tired, stale, unrewarding. It was done. He was nothing, and the girl was less. The pack would succeed, and a tortured world would die of a greater famine because he had failed all down the line. And he blamed himself for making a mistake that was actually unimportant. For a moment he had trusted the girl. "You can kill him." Julie turned back and faced him. "How much do you think those broadcasters can really control human beings? We aren't fighting wars because we don't want to. We've finally seen what war can do, and we're scared. We've retreated. The human race is hiding, just like you are now." Daniels laughed. She lunged forward, tense. For a moment he thought she had actually stamped her foot. "It's true, you fool! Doesn't the actions of these men prove it to you? They're going to risk destroying the planet. If pacifism really controlled them, do you think they could do that?" He mumbled something about Wolfpack members. "There's never been any law or moral credo that human beings couldn't break and justify within themselves some way," Julie intoned carefully. "People can do the same with induced precepts of the broadcasters. If you really want to stop them, you can, by killing Joel and going ahead." "Maybe later," Daniels mumbled. "I'll think about it." Julie slapped his face. He wondered why he didn't feel it. "You don't have much time left," Julie whispered. "Don't you know what's wrong with your foot?" "Gangrene. You have to get those toes amputated soon or you'll die." "Yes," he said numbly. "Must get amputation." But it didn't seem urgent. He felt he should get some rest first. "It's too bad you can't allow the operation," the girl said sweetly. "You can't allow lives to be destroyed just to save your own personality." "What lives?" he demanded. "All the cells and microorganisms in your toes," Julie told him. "You know they'll die if you are operated on. Are they any worse than the little bacteria you refuse to murder? I suppose it's just as well that you die. How can you stand it on your conscience to breathe all the time and burn up innocent germs in your foul breath?" Daniels understood. To live was to kill. Every instant he lived his old cells were dying and new ones being born. So Daniels, who thought he could not kill any living thing, finally accepted himself as a killer. It wasn't human life he was taking, but it was life. If he could be wrong about taking any life at all, and he had always believed himself unable to kill anything, he might be wrong about being able to kill men. In spite of everything he had been taught and what he believed about the influence of the broadcasters. He studied Joel in the gloom. The man represented everything he loathed: stupidity, brutality, the mob. "If I can kill anyone," he told himself, "it should be Joel." He could try. Yes, he could. And that was a victory in itself. He moved, and that was another triumph over the physical defeat that was already upon him. Joel looked up, narrow eyes widened, as Daniels came down on him. Daniels caught him in the stomach with the flat of his palm and shoved up. Joel gargled in the back of his throat and rammed his thumbs for the prisoner's eyes. Daniels nodded and caught the balls of the thumbs on his forehead. He brought his fist up sharply and hit Joel on the point of the chin. His head snapped but righted itself slowly. He lashed into Daniels' body with both eager hands, and Daniels, weakened, went down before he had time to think about it. From the crazy angle of the floor he saw far above him Joel's lips curl back and closer. Further down a shoe was lifted to kick. It was aimed at Daniels' swollen foot. Daniels smiled. He shouldn't have done that. If he had acted like a man instead of an animal, he would have been fine. But now Daniels rolled over quickly against the one leg of Joel's firmly on the floor. Off balance, Joel fell backwards with a curse, the back of his skull ringing against the side of one of the bombs. Exertion was painting red lines across his vision, but Daniels climbed to his knees, put his hand to Joel's corded throat, and squeezed. Yes, he knew he could kill. A few more seconds and he would be dead. Daniel stopped. There was no need to kill the boy. He would be unconscious long enough for him to do his job. And he found that fear had left him. He was no longer afraid of killing small things, because he was no longer afraid of killing men. He had been able to kill when he had to, but more important, he had been able to keep from killing when it wasn't needed. He didn't need to be afraid of the old bloodlust, because he knew now he could best it. And Julie had seen. She had seen something she had never believed was possible, that a man could keep from being a savage without the restraints of the broadcasters or of society. He limped to the stacked sooties and sat down. "Now we can make it clean, Julie. We can end the whole mess. Ready?" "Yes," she told him. He picked up a sooty and threw the switch. The radio signal went out, and all over the world receivers noted a pseudo-explosion in the heart of a disaster area. Daniels could imagine the men in the council room in the heart of the city seeing the flash and feeling the doom of a renewed 20 years of isolation and heading for the exact spot of the flash. More signals flashed, and flashed, and flashed. And he thought of the people all over the world wondering about the devastating sneak attack on the United States, and the incredible readings of the instruments. "Keep working," Daniels said. "The wolf pack or the officials from the city will be here soon. I hope it's a dead heat. But," he said, "I think we've done it. But we can keep working on the safety margin." "What have we done, Abe?" Julie asked trustingly. He was going to feel foolish saying it. "We have just blown up the world according to the official records of the war games." "Then they'll have to start over," she said. "Maybe," Daniels whispered. "If they do, we'll all start even. Everybody's a Jonah. The world is the disaster area. Maybe they'll start the war games over, or maybe they'll try the real thing again, now that they've seen how easy it is with sooties." He felt the numb foot and knew he would have to have an emergency operation if he survived the mobs that were coming. But he had a way of surviving mobs. He looked at Julie. He could see that their children could eat. "At least," he said, triggering another H-bomb for the world's records, "it isn't a bad day when the world has been given a fresh slate, a new start." There were footsteps outside, coming closer. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Heir of Castor Oil. It surely was all right for me to let myself do it now. I couldn't have been more safe. In the window of the radio store a color television set was enjoying a quiz by itself, and creased in my pocket was the newspaper account of the failure of a monumental human adventure in the blooming extinction of a huge rocket. The boys on the corner seemed hardly human, scowling anthropoids in walrus skin coats. It was my own time. Anybody could see I was safe, and I would risk doing what I ached to do. I turned the corner. The brakes were against me from the start. It didn't come as any surprise. I could never get away with it. I knew that all along. There was a Packard parked just beyond the fire plug. The metal and glass fronts of the buildings didn't show back here, only seasoned brick glued with powdering chalk. The line of the block seemed to stretch back, even further away from the glossy fronts into the crumbling stone. A man brushed past me, wearing an Ivy League suit and a snap-brim hat, carrying a briefcase. And reassuringly, he was in a hurry. I decided to chance it. I certainly wanted to do it in the worst way. My footsteps carried me on down the block. A little car spurted on past me. One of those foreign jobs, I decided. Only it wasn't. I fixed the silhouette in my mind's eye and identified it. A Henry J. Still, I wasn't worried. It was actually too early in the day. It wasn't as if it were evening or anything like that. The little store was right where I left it, rotting quietly to itself. The back number store, the faded circus poster proclaimed in red and gold, or now pink and lemon. In the window, in cellophane envelopes, were the first issue of Life, a recent issue of Modern Man with a modern woman fronting it, a big book of Buck Rogers and the Silver Cities of Venus, and a brand new, sun-bleached copy of Dr. Zhivago. There was a little car at the curb. This time I recognized that it wasn't an import, just a Crossley. I went in, the brass handle making me conscious of the sweat on my palm. The old man sat behind a fortress of magazines and books, treacherously reading the funnies in a newspaper. His bald head swiveled on the hunched shoulders of his sweater which was azuring white. He grinned, toothless. "Came back for more of the stuff, did you?" He laid down the newspaper. That sub-headline couldn't really be making so nasty a suggestion to a noted general, could it? "Yes," I laughed, "not very true. I know what a craving can be. I shouldn't smoke, but I do. I've tried to stop, but I lie there thinking about cigarettes half the night. Long ones, short ones, smoked ones, ones unlit. I feel like I could smoke one in each hand. It like that with you?" "Not that bad. To me it's just—" "Don't tell me reading isn't a craving with some of you fellows. I've seen guys come in here, hardly two threads stuck together on them, and grab up them horror magazines and read until sweat starts rolling off the end of their nose. I've hardly got the heart to throw 'em out. Horror magazines, the ones with lovely girls about to have their flesh shredded by toothy vampires. Yes, they were a part of it, not a big part, but a part. That's not what I want to see. I want—" The old man snickered. "I know what you want, indeed I do. This way." I followed his spidering hand, and sure enough, there they were, stacks upon stacks of air war pulp magazines. 15 cents for ones in good condition, the old man pronounced the ritual, a dime for ones with incomplete covers, 3 for a quarter, check 'em at the desk when you go. I ran my hand down a stack. Wings, Daredevil aces, G8 and his battle aces, the Lone Eagle, all of them. The old man was watching me. He skittered back across the floor and snatched up a magazine. It was a copy of Sky Fighters with a girl in a painted-on flying suit hanging from the struts of a tiger moth. This one," he said. "This must be a good one. I bet she gets shoved right into that propeller there. I bet she gets chopped to pieces. I'll take it." Reluctantly he handed over the magazine, waited a moment, then left me. I stared at the stacks of flying story magazines, and I felt the slow run of a drop of sweat down my nose. My sickness was terrible. It is as bad to be nostalgic for things you have never known as for an orphan who has never had a home to be homesick. Living in the past, that was always me. I never watched anything on TV made later than 1935. I was in love with Garbo, Ginger Rogers, Dolores Del Rio. My favorite stars were Richard Dix, Chester Morris, and Richard Arlen. The music I listened to was Gershwin and Arlen and Chicago jazz. And my reading was the pulp literature hacking back to the First World War. This was the biggest part of it all, I think. You identify with the hero of any story if it's well enough written. But the identification I felt with the pilots in air war stories was plainly ridiculous. I was there. I was in the saddle of the cockpit, feeling on my face the bite of the slipstream. No, that was a later term. The prop wash? No, that was still later. The backwash from the screw, that was it. I was lifting to meet the Fokker triplanes in the dawn sky. Then in a moment my Vickers was chattering in answer to Spandos, firing through the screw outfitted with iron edges to deflect bullets that did not pass to the left and right. and back through the aerial maps in the cockpit pocket at my knee. Here he comes, the Spandaus firing right through the screw in perfect synchronization. Look at that chivalrous wave. You can almost see the dueling scar on his cheek from old Krautenberg. He can afford to be chivalrous in that Fokker. I'd like to trade this Skidoo for it. That may be just what I do, too, if I don't watch it. You ain't any Bolik, mister, but this is from the 5th for Squadron 70. Missed. Hard on that rudder. God, look at the snake in that fabric. At least it was a lie about them using incendiaries. One of your own tricks for you, Heine. Up on the stick, under your tail, into the blind spot. Where am I? Where am I? Right here. Look at that tail go. Tony can't be giving you as good a stuff as he claims. So long. I'm waving, see? He's pulling her up. No tail, and he's pulling her up. He's a good man. Come on. A little more. A little more and you can dead stick her. Come on, buddy. You're doing it. You're pulling her up. But not enough. God, what a mess. I'm sick. That damned castor oil in the carburetor. I'll be in the WC until 0600. No, the air wasn't one of castor oil, but the pleasant smell of aged paper and printer's ink. I had been daydreaming again. I shouldn't forget things were getting different lately. It was becoming dangerous. I gathered up an armload of air war magazines at random. Leaning across the table, I noticed the curtain in back for the first time. It was a beaded curtain of many different colors. Theda Bara might have worn it for a skirt. Behind the curtain was a television set. It was a comforting anti-anachronism here. The 6 or 8-inch picture was on a very flat tube, a more pronounced predicta. The size and the flatness didn't seem to go together. Then I saw that at the top of the set was a mirror reflecting an image from the roof of the cabinet where the actual picture tube lay flat. There was an old movie on the channel. An old movie. Lon Chaney Sr. in a western as a bad man. He was protecting a doll-faced blonde from the rest of the gang, standing them off from a grove of rocks. The flickering action caught my unblinking eyes. Tom Sanchi is sneaking across the top of the rocks, a knife in his dirty half-breed hand. Raymond Hatton makes a try for his old boss, but Chaney stomps his clock for him. Now William Farnham is riding up with the posse. Tom makes a try with the knife, the girl screams, and Chaney turns the blade back on him. It goes through his neck, all the way through. The blonde is running toward Farnham as he polishes off the rest of the gang and dismounts, her blouse shredded, revealing one breast. Is that the dawn of Bessie Love? Chaney stands up in the rocks. Farnham aims his six-shooter. "No, no," say the girl's lips. "No, no," says the subtitle. Farnham fires. Swimming in blood, Chaney smiles sadly and falls. I had seen movies like that before. When I was a kid I had seen flicker flashbacks between chapters of Flash Gordon and Johnny Mac Brown westerns. I looked at old movies and heard the oily voice making fun of them. But hadn't I also seen these pictures with the sound of piano playing and low conversation? I had seen these pictures before the war. The war had made a lot of difference in my life. Comic books were cut down to half their size, from 64 to 32 pages, and prices had gone up to where you had to pay $17 for a pair of shoes, so high that people said Wilson should do something about it. Tom Mix had gone off the air, and he and his cowboy commandos beat the Japs in comic books. Only hadn't he sold Liberty bonds with Helen Morgan? And at school I had bought Defense, War, Savings, Security, Liberty, Freedom. I had bought stamps at school. I never did get enough to trade in for a bond, but Mama had taken my book and traded parts of it for coffee. She never could get enough coffee. Nobody would look at my magazines, the old man chuckled, if I put 'em out front. My boy got me that. He runs a radio and Victrola store. A good boy. His name's in the fishbowl. I pressed some money on him and walked myself out of the store. Shutting the door, I saw that the copy of Dr. Zhivago had been replaced by Gone with the Wind. The street was full of wooden-paneled station wagons, blunt little roadsters with canvas tops, swept-back, tailless sedans. Only one dark-tailed, over-thyroided car was moving through the traffic. It had a light on the sunroof. I dodged in front of a horse-drawn garbage wagon and behind an electric postal truck and ran for that light, leaving a trail of gaudy air battles checkering the street behind me. I grabbed the handle on the door and opened it and threw myself onto the back seat. "Madison Avenue," I said from my diaphragm, without any breath behind it. Something was wrong. Two men were in the front seat. The driver showed me his hard, expressionless face. "What do you think you're doing?" "This isn't a taxicab?" I asked blankly. "Park police." I sat there while we drove on for a few minutes. "D&D," the second man said to the driver. "Right into our laps." The second officer leaned forward and clicked something. "I'll get the city boys." "No, kill it, Carl. Think of all the damned paperwork." Carl shrugged. "What will we do with him?" I was beginning to attach myself to my surroundings. The street was full of traffic, my kind of traffic. Cars that were too big or too small. "Look, officers, I'm not drunk or disorderly. I thought this was a cab. I just wanted to get away from back there." The two policemen exchanged glances. "What were you running from?" the driver asked. How could I tell him that? Before I even got a chance to try, he said, "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything." The car was turning into shadows, stopping. We were in an alley. Soggy newspapers, dead fish, prowling cats, a broken die, half a dice, looking big in the frame of my thick, probably bulletproof window. The men opened their doors and then mine. Out. I climbed out and stood by the car blinking. "You were causing some kind of trouble in that neighborhood back there," the driver announced. "Really? Officers. What's your name?" "Hilliard Turner. We don't want you going back there again, Turner, causing trouble. Understand?" "Officer, I only bought some magazines." "These?" the second man, Carl, asked. He had retrieved them from the back seat. "Look here, Sarge. They look pretty dirty." Sarge took up the sky fighters with the girl in the elastic flying suit. "Filth," he said. "You know about the laws governing pornography, Turner." "Those aren't pornography. They're my property." I reached for them and Carl pulled them back, grinning. "You don't want to read these. They aren't good for you. We're confiscating them." "Look here, I'm a citizen. You can't." Carl shoved me back a little. "Can't we?" Sarge stepped in front of me, his face in deadly earnest. "How about it, Turner? You a narcotics user?" He grabbed my wrist and started rolling up my sleeve to look for needle marks. I twisted away from him. "Resisting an officer," Sarge said almost sadly. At that, Carl loped up beside him. The two of them started to beat me. They hit clean, in the belly and guts, but not in the groin. They gave me clean white flashes of pain, instead of angry red-streaked ones. I didn't fight back, not against the two of them. I knew that much. I didn't even try to block their blows. I stood with my arms at my sides, leaning back against the car and hearing myself grunt at each blow. They stood away from me and let me fold helplessly to the greasy brick. "Stay away from that neighborhood and stay out of trouble," Sarge's voice said above me. I looked up a little bit and saw an ugly, battered hand thumbing across a stack of half a dozen magazines like a giant deck of cards. "Why don't you take up detective stories?" he asked me. I never heard the squad car drive away. Home. I lighted the living room from the door, looked around for intruders for the first time I could remember, and went inside. I threw myself on the couch and rubbed my stomach. I wasn't hurt badly. My middle was going to be sorer in the morning than it was now. Lighting up a cigarette, I watched the shapes of smoke and tried to think. I looked at it objectively, forward and back. The solution was obvious. First of all, I positively could not have been an aviator in World War I. I was in my mid-twenties. Anybody could tell that by looking at me. The time was the late '50s. Anybody could tell that from the blank-faced Motorola in the corner, the new Edsels on the street. Memories of air combat in Spads and Nieuports stirred in me by old magazines, Quentin Reynolds, and reruns of Dawn Patrol on television were mere hallucinations. Neither could I remember drinking bootleg hooch in speakeasies, hearing Floyd Gibbons announce the Dempsey Tooney fight, or paying $3.80 to get into the first run of Gone with the Wind. Only, I probably had seen GWTW. Hadn't I gone with my mother to a matinee? Didn't she pay 90 cents for me? So how could I remember taking a girl, brunette, red sweater, Kathy, and paying $3.80 each? I couldn't. Different runs, that was it. The thing had been around a half dozen times, but would it have been $3.80 no more than 10 years ago? I struck up a new cigarette. The thing I must remember, I told myself, was that my recollections were false and unreliable. It would do me no good to keep following these false memories in a closed curve. I touched my navel area and flinched. The beating, I was confident, had been real, but it had been a nightmare. Those cops couldn't have been true. They were a small boy's bad dream about symbolized authority. They were keeping me from re-entering the past where I belonged, punishing me to make me stay in my trap of the present. I rolled over on my face and pushed it into the upholstery. That was the worst part of it. False memories, feelings of persecution, that was one thing. Believing that you are actively caught up in a mixture of the past with the present, a Dali-esque viscosity of reality, was something else. I needed help. Or if there was no help for me, it was my duty to have myself placed where I couldn't harm other consumers. If there was one thing that working for an advertising agency had taught me, it was social responsibility. I took up the phone book and located several psychiatrists. I selected one at random, for no particular reason. Dr. Ernest G. Rickenbacker. I memorized the address and heaved myself to my feet. The doctor's office was as green as the inside of a mentholated cigarette commercial. The cool, lovely receptionist told me to wait, and I did, tasting mint inside my mouth. After several long, peaceful minutes, the inner door opened. "Mr. Turner, I can't seem to find any record of an appointment for you in Dr. Rickenbacker's files," the man said. I got to my feet. "Then I'll come back." He took my arm. No, I can fit you in." "I didn't have an appointment. I just came." "I understand." "Maybe I'd better go." "I won't hear of it." I could have pulled loose from him, but somehow I felt that if I did try to pull away, the grip would tighten and I would never get away. I looked up into that long, hard, blank face that seemed so recently familiar. "I'm Dr. Sargent," he said. "I'm taking care of Dr. Rickenbacker's practice for him while he's on vacation." I nodded. What I was thinking could only be another symptom of my illness. He led me inside and closed the door. The door made a strange sound in closing. It didn't go snick-bonk. It made a noise like click-clack-clunk. "Now," he said, "would you like to lay down on the couch and tell me about it? Some people have preconceived ideas that I don't want to fight with at the beginning. Or, if you prefer, you can sit here in front of my desk and tell me all about it. Remember, I'm a psychiatrist, a doctor, not just a psychoanalyst." I took possession of the chair and Sargent faced me across his desk. "I feel," I said, "that I am caught up in some kind of time travel." "I see. Have you read much science fiction, Mr. Turner?" "Some. I read a lot. All kinds of books. Tolstoy, Twain, Hemingway, Luke Short, Johnny D. MacDonald, Huxley. You should read them instead of live them. Catharsis. Sublimate, Mr. Turner. For instance, to a certain type of person, I often recommend the mysteries of Mickey Spillane. I seem to be losing control of the conversation. But this time travel. Mr. Turner, do you really believe in time travel? No. Then how can there be any such thing? It can't be real. I know that. I want to be cured of imagining it. The first step is to utterly renounce the idea. Stop thinking about the past. Think of the future. How did you know I keep slipping back into the past? I asked. Sargent's hands were more expressive than his face. You mentioned time travel. But not to the past or to the future, I said. But you did, Mr. Turner. You told me all about thinking you could go into the past by visiting a bookstore where they sold old magazines. You told me how the intrusion of the past got worse with every visit. I blinked. I did? I did? Of course. I stood up. I did not. Please try to keep from getting violent, Mr. Turner. People like you actually have more control over themselves than you realize. If you will yourself to be calm. I know I didn't tell you a thing about the back number store. I'm starting to think I'm not crazy at all. You're trying to do something to me. You're all in it together. Sargent shook his head sadly. I realized how it all sounded. Good God, I moaned. I put my hands to my face and felt the vein over my left eye swelling, pulsing. Through the bars of my fingers I saw Sargent motion me down with one eloquent hand. I took my hands away. I didn't like looking through bars, and sat down. Now, Sargent said, steepling his fingers, I know of a completely nice place in the country. Of course, if you respond properly. Those hands of his. There was something about them that wasn't so. They might have been the hands of a corpse or a doll. I lurched across the desk and grabbed his wrist. Please, Mr. Turner, violence will. My fingers clawed at the backs of his hands and my nails dragged off ugly strips of some theatrical stuff, collodion, I think, that had covered the scrapes and bruises he had taken hammering away at me and my belt buckle. Sargent, Sarge. I let go of him and stood away. For the first time, Sargent smiled. I backed to the door and turned the knob behind my back. It wouldn't open. I turned around and rattled it, pulled on it, braced my foot against the wall and tugged. Locked, Sargent supplied. He was coming toward me. I could tell. I wheeled and faced him. He had a hypodermic needle. It was the smallest one I'd ever seen, and it had an iridescent luminosity about it, a gleaming silver dart. I closed with him. By the way he moved, I knew he was used to physical combat, but you can't win them all, and I had been in a lot of scrapes when I'd been younger, hadn't I? I stepped in while he was trying to decide whether to use the hypo on me or drop it to have his hands free. I stiff-handed him in the solar plexus and crossed my fist into the hollow of the apex arch of his jawbone. He dropped. I gave him a kick at the base of his spine. He grunted and lay still. There was a rapping on the door. Doctor! Doctor! I searched through his pockets. He didn't have any keys. He didn't have any money or identification or a gun. He had a handkerchief and a ballpoint pen. The receptionist had moved away from the door and was talking to somebody, in person or on the phone or the intercom. There wasn't any back door. I went to the window. The city stretched out in an impressive panorama. On the street below, traffic crawled. There was a ledge. Quite a wide, old-fashioned, ornamental ledge. The ledge ran beneath the windows of all the offices on this floor. The 14th, I remembered. I had seen it done in movies all my life. Harold Lloyd, Douglas Fairbanks, Buster Keaton were always doing it for some reason or other. I had a good reason. I unlatched the window and climbed out into the dry, crisp breeze. The movies didn't know much about convection. The updraft nearly lifted me off the ledge, but the cornice was so wide I could keep out of the wind if I kept myself flat against the side of the building. The next window was about 20 feet away. I had covered half that distance, moving my feet with a sideways crab motion, when Carl, undisputably the second policeman, put his head out of the window where I was heading, and pointed a .38 revolver at me, saying in a let's have no foolishness tone, "Get in here." I went the other way. The cool, lovely receptionist was in Sargent's window with the tiny silver needle in readiness. I kept shuffling toward the girl. I had decided I would rather wrestle with her over the needle than fight Carl over the rod. Idiotically, I smiled at that idea. I slipped. I was falling down the 14 stories without even a moment of windmilling for balance. I was just gone. Lines were converging, and I was converging on the lines. "You aren't going to be able to emill a man out of this dive, Turner. Goodbye, Turner." Death. Asleep. A reawakening. A lie. It's nothing like that. It's nothing. The end of everything you ever were or ever could be. I hit. My kneecap hurt like hell. I had scraped it badly. Reality was all over me in patches. I showed through as a line drawing, crudely done, a cartoon. Some kind of projection. High-test cinerama, that was all reality meant. I was kneeling on a hard surface no more than 6 feet from the window from which I had fallen. It was still 14 flights up, more or less, but down was broken and splattered over me. I stood up, moving forward a step. It brought me halfway through the screen, halfway through the wall at the base of the building. The other side of the screen, the solid side I found, stepping through, bracing a hand on the image. Looking up 14 floors, I saw an unbroken line of peacefully closed panes. I remember riding up in the elevator, the moments inside, the faint feeling of vertigo. Of course, who was to say that the elevator really moved? Maybe they had only switched scenery on me while I was caught inside, listening to the phony hum, seeing the flashing lights. Either cut down or increase the oxygen supply inside the cubicle suddenly that it would contribute a sensation of change, of movement. They had worked it all out. My fingers rubbed my head briskly, both hands working, trying to get some circulation in my brain. I guessed I had to run. There didn't seem much else to do. I ran. Get help? Not this old lady and her daughter. Not this Neanderthal sailor on his way to a bar and a blonde. Not the bookkeeper. Maybe the car salesman, ex-army, Lions Club member. Beefy, respectable, well-intentioned, not a complete fool. The guy on the corner reading a newspaper by the bus stop. "I need help," I panted to him. "Somebody's trying to kidnap me." "Really makes you sick to hear about something like that, doesn't it?" he said. "I'm in favor of the Lindbergh law myself. I'm not sure whether. This heat is murder, isn't it? Especially here in these concrete canyons. Sometimes I wish I was back in Springfield, cool, shaded streets. Listen to me. These people, they're conspiring against me, trying to drive me insane. 2 men, a girl. For my money, Marilyn Monroe is the doll of the world. I just don't understand these guys who say she hasn't got class. She gets class by satirizing girls without any." He was like anybody you might talk to on the street. I knew what he would say if I cued him with baseball or Russia instead of the key words I had used. I should have known better, but I wanted to touch him in some way, make him know I was alive. I grabbed him and shook him by the shoulders, and there was a whoosh, and as I might have expected he collapsed like the insubstantiality he was. There was a stick figure of a man left before me, an economical skeleton supporting some shell of a human being and two-thirds of a two-trouser suit. Hide. I went into the first shop I came to, Milady's Personals. Appropriately, it was a false front. A neutral-colored gray surface, too smooth for concrete, stretched away into some shadows. The area was littered with trash. Cartons, bottles, what looked like the skin of a dehydrated human being. Obviously, on second thought, only the discarded skin of one of the things like the one I had deflated. And a moldering pile of letters and papers. Something caught my eye and I kicked through them. Yes, the letter I'd written to my brother in Sioux Falls, unopened, and which he had answered. My work. The work I had done at the agency, important, creative work. There was my layout, the rough of people with short, slim glasses, the parents, children, grandparents, the caption, "Vodka is a part of the American tradition." All of it lying there to rot. Something made me look away from that terrible trash. Sergeant stood in the entrance of Milady's, something bright in his hand. Something happened. I had been wrong. The shining instrument had not been a hypodermic needle. "You're tough," Sergeant said as I eased back into focus. "You aren't, not without help," I told him in disgust. "Spunky, aren't you?" "I meant mental toughness. That's the one thing we can never judge. I think you could have taken the shock right from the start. Of course, you would still have needed the conditioning to integrate properly." Conditioning. It came out of me, vortexing up, outside my piloting. "What have you done to my mind?" "We've been trying to get it to grow back up," Sergeant said reasonably. "Think of this. Fountain of youth, immortality, rejuvenation. This is it. Never mind how it works. Most minds can't stand being young and knowing they will have to go through the same damn thing all over again. We use a synapse shift to switch your upper conscious memories to your id and superego, leaving room for new memories. You remember only those things out of the past you have to retain your identity." "Identity," I repeated. "I have no identity. My identity is a dream. I have two identities, one of them years beyond the other." Sergeant tilted his head and his eyes at me and slapped me across the face. "Don't go back on me now. We gave you the best we could. The rejuvenation service couldn't help if you were too old for a beta. You shouldn't have waited until you were so old, so very old. We used the very oldest sets and mock-ups we had for betas, but you had to keep wandering into alpha territory, while they were striking sets even. Beta or not, we gave you good service. Don't slip now." I heard the voice and I heard another voice, and it said, "What could you expect of a beta?" And they were only some of the voices I was hearing, and I wondered what you could expect from a beta, and I didn't know, or think that I would ever know. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Break a leg. If there's anything that I'm afraid of, and there probably is, it is having a rookie accident-prone, half-starved from the unemployment lines aboard my spaceship. They are always so anxious to please. They remember what it is like to live in a rat hole behind an apartment house furnace eating day-old bread and wilted vegetables, which doesn't compare favorably to the Admiralty-style staterooms and steak and caviar they draw down in the exploration service. You may wonder why anybody should make things so pleasant for a grown-up who can't walk a city block without tripping over his own feet, and who has a very low life expectancy on Earth due to automobiles they are constantly stepping in front of, and the live wires they are fond of picking up so the street won't be littered. The Admiralty, however, is a very thorough group of men. Before they open a planet to colonization or even fraternization, they insist on knowing just what they are up against. Accident prones can find out what is wrong with a planet as easily as falling off a log, which they will if there is one lonely tree on the whole world. A single pit of quicksand or a veritable Eden of a planet and a prone will be knee-deep in it within an hour of blast down. If an alien race will smile patronizingly on your heroic attempts at genocide, but be offended into a murderous religious frenzy if you blow your nose, you can take the long end of the odds that the prone will almost immediately catch a cold. All of this is properly recorded for the next expedition in the Admiralty files, and if it's any consolation, high officials and screen stars often visit you in the hospital. Charlie Baxter was like all the other prones, only worse. Moran 3 was a sort of an unofficial test for him, and he wanted to make good. We had blasted down in the black of night, and were waiting for daylight to begin our resurvey of the planet. It was Charlie's first assignment, so we had an easy one, just seeing if anything new had developed in the last 50 years. Baxter's guard was doubled as soon as we set down, of course, and that made him fidgety. He had heard all the stories about how high the casualty rate was with prones aboard spaceships, and now he was beginning to get nervous. Actually, Charlie was safer in space than he would be back on Earth with all those cars and people. We could have told him how the service practically never lost a prone, they were too valuable and rare to lose, but we did not want him to stop worrying. The precautions we took to safeguard him, the armed men who went with him everywhere, the accident-prone first aid kit with spare parts for him, blood, eyes, bone, nerves, arms, legs, and so forth, only emphasized to him the danger, not the rigidly secured safety. We like it that way. No one knows what causes an accident-prone. The big insurance companies on Earth discovered them when they found out in the last part of the 19th century that 90% of the accidents were happening to a few percent of the people. They soon found out these people were not malingering or trying to defraud anybody. They simply had accidents. I suppose everything from psychology to extrasensory perception has been used to explain or explain away prones. I have my own ideas. I think an accident prone is simply a super genius with a super doubt of himself. I believe accident prones have a better system of calculation than a cybernetic machine. They can take everything into consideration: the humidity, their blood sugar, the expression on the other guy's face, and somewhere in the corners and attic of their brain they infallibly make the right choice in any given situation. Then, because they are incapable of trusting themselves, they do exactly the opposite. I felt a little sorry for Charlie Baxter, but I was the captain of the Hilliard and my job was to keep him worried and trying. The worst thing that can happen is for a prone to give up and let himself sink into the fate of being a prone. He will wear the rut down right into a tomb. Accident prones have to stay worried and thinking, trying to break out of the jinx that traps them. Usually they come to discover this themselves, but by then, if they are real professionals with a career in the service, they have framed the right attitude and they keep it. Baxter was a novice and very much of an amateur at the game. He didn't like the scoring system, but he was attached to the equipment and didn't want to lose it. His clumsiness back on Earth had cost him every decent job he ever had. He had come all the way down the line until he was rated eligible only for the position of prone aboard a spaceship. He had been poor, hungry, cold, wet, poor, and now he had luxury of a kind almost no one had in our era. He was drunk with it, passionately in love with it. It would cease to be quite so important after a few years of regular food, clean clothes, and a solid roof to keep out the rain. But right now I knew he would come precariously close to killing to keep it, or being killed. He was ready to work. I knocked politely on his hatch and straightened my tunic. I have always admired the men who can look starched in a uniform. Mine always seemed to wrinkle as soon as I put them around my raw-boned frame. Sometimes it is hard for me to keep a military appearance or manner. I got my commission during the crisis 10 years back, because of my work in the reserve unit that I created out of my employees in the glass works, glassware blown to order for laboratories. Someone said something through the door, and I went inside. Bronowski looked at me over the top of his picture tape from where he lay on the sofa. No one else was in the compartment. "Where is Baxter?" I asked the hulking guard. My eyes were on the sofa. My own bed pulled out of the wall and was considerably inferior to this, much less Baxter's bed in the next cabin. But then I'm only a captain. Bronowski swung his feet off the couch and stood more or less in what I might have taken for attention if I hadn't known him better. "Sidney and Elliot escorted him down to the men's room, Captain Jackson." "You mean," I said very quietly, "that he isn't in his own bath?" "No, sir," Bronowski said wearily. "He told us it was out of order." I stifled the gurgle of rage that came into my throat, and motioned Bronowski to follow me. The engines on the Hilliard were more likely to be out of order than the plumbing in the accident-prone suite. No effort was spared to ensure comfort for the key man and the whole crew. One glance inside the compartment at the end of the corridor satisfied me. There wasn't a thing wrong with the plumbing, so Baxter must have had something in mind. On a hunch of my own, I checked the supply lockers next to the airlock while Bronowski fired questions at my back. 3 translator collars were missing. Baxter had left the spaceship and gone off into an alien night. Elliot and Sidney, the guards, were absolutely prohibited from interfering in any way with the prone's decisions. They merely had to follow and give him their lives to save his, if necessary. I grabbed up a translator collar and tossed one to Bronowski. Then, just as we were getting into the airlock, I remembered something and ran back to the bridge. The thick brown envelope I had left on my desk was gone. I had shown it to Baxter and informed him that he should study it when he felt so inclined. He had seemed bored with the idea then, but he had come back for the report before leaving the ship. The envelope contained the exploration survey on Moran 3, made some 50 years before. I unlocked the desk drawer with my thumbprint and drew out a duplicate of the report. I didn't have too much confidence in it, and I hoped Charlie Baxter had less. Lots of things can change on a planet in 50 years, including its inhabitants. Bronowski picked up Baxter's tracks and those of the 2 guards, Elliot and Sidney, with ultraviolet light. They were cold splotches of green fire against the rotting black peat of the jungle path. The whole dark, tangled mess smelled of sour mash, an intoxicating bourbon-type aroma. I jogged along following the big man more by instinct than anything else, ruining my eyes in an effort to refresh my memory as to the contents of the survey report in the cheery little glow from my cigarette lighter. The lighter was beginning to feel hot in my fingers, and I started to worry about radiation leak, although they were supposed to be guaranteed perfectly shielded. I read that before the last exploration party had left, they had made the Moronite natives blood brothers. Then Bronowski knocked me down. Actually, he put his hands in the small of my back and shoved politely but firmly. Just the same, I went face down into the moist dirt fast enough. I raised my head cautiously to see if Bronowski would shove it back down. He didn't. I could see through the stringy, alcoholic grass fairly well, and there was Baxter, Elliot, and Sidney in the middle of a curious mob of aliens. Charlie Baxter had got pretty thin on his starvation diet back on Earth. He had grown a slight pot-belly on the good food he drew down as prone, but he was a fairly nice-looking young fellow. He looked even better in the pale moonlight, mixed amber and chartreuse from the twin satellites, and in contrast to the rest of the group. Elliot Charterson and Sidney von Elderman were more or less typecast as brawny, brainless bodyguards. Their friends described them as muscular-bound apes, but other people sometimes got insulting. The natives were less formidable. They made up the slight lump of fat Charlie had at his waist look positively indecent. The natives were skinny. How skinny? Well, only the curves they had in their bodies were their bulging eyeballs. But just because they were thin didn't mean they were pushovers. Whips and garrots aren't fat, and these look just as dangerous. Whenever I see aliens who are so humanoid, I remember that all Sunday supplement stuff about the galaxy being colonized sometime by one human-like race and the 10 lost tribes and so forth. They didn't give me much time to think about it just then. The natives looked unhappy, belligerently unhappy. I began to shake and at the same time to assure myself that I didn't have anything to worry about, that the precious accident-prone would come out of it alive. After all, Elliot and Sidney were there to protect him. They had machine guns, flamethrowers, atomic grenades, and some really potent weapons. They could handle the situation. I didn't have a thing to worry about. So why couldn't I stop shaking? Maybe it was the way the natives were slowly but deliberately forming a circle about Charlie and his bodyguards. The clothing of the Moronites hadn't changed much, I noticed. That was understandable. They had a non-mechanical civilization with scattered colonies that it would take a terrestrial season to tour by animal cart. An isolated culture like that couldn't change many of its customs. Then Charlie shouldn't have any trouble if he stuck to the findings on behavior in the report. Naturally, that meant by now he'd discovered the fatal error. The 3 men were just standing still, waiting for the aliens to make the first move. The natives looked just as worried as Charlie and his guards, but then that might have been their natural expression. I jumped a little when the natives all began to talk at once. The mixture of sound was fed to me through my translator collar while the cybernetic unit back on board the spaceship tried decoding the words. It was too much of an overload, and infuriatingly, the sound was cut out altogether. I started to rip my collar off when the natives stopped screeching and a spokesman stepped forward. The native slumped a little more than the others, as if he were more relaxed, and his eyes didn't google so much. He said, "We do not understand," and the translation came through fine. Baxter swallowed and started forward to meet the alien halfway. His boot slipped on the wet scrub grass and I saw him do the desperate little dance to regain his balance that I had seen him make so many times. He could never stay on his feet. Before he could perform his usual pratfall, Sidney and Elliot were at his side, supporting him by his thin biceps. He glared at them and shrugged them off, informing them wordlessly that he would have regained his balance if they had given him half a chance. "We do not understand," the native repeated. "Do you hold us in so much contempt as to claim all of us as your brothers?" "All beings are brothers," Charlie said. "We were made blood brothers by your people and my people several hundred of years ago." Charlie's words were being translated into the native language, of course, but Bronowski's callers and mine switched them back into terrestrial. I've read stories where explorers wearing translators couldn't understand each other, but that isn't the way it works. If you listen closely, you make out the words in your own language underneath, and if you pay very close attention, you can find minor semantic differences in the original words and the echo translated back from a native language. I was trying to catch both versions from Charlie. I knew he was making a mistake, and later I wanted to be sure I knew just what it was. Frankly, I would have used the blood brother gambit myself. I had also read about it in the survey report, as I made a point of telling you. This just proves that accident prones haven't secured the franchise on mistakes. The difference is that I would have gone about it a lot more cautiously. "Enough of this," the native said sharply. "Do you claim to be my brother?" "Sure," Charlie said. Dispassionately but automatically, the alien launched himself at the prone's throat. Charterson and Von Elderman instantly went into action. Elliot Charterson jumped to Charlie's assistance while Sidney Von Elderman swung around to protect Charlie from the rest of the crowd. But the defense didn't work. The other aliens didn't try to get to Baxter, but when they saw Elliot start to interfere with the two writhing opponents, they clawed him down into the grass. Sidney had been set to defend the prone, not his fellow guard. They might have been all right if he had pulled a few off Elliot and let him get to work, except his training told him that the life of a guard did not matter a twit, but that a prone must be defended. He started toward Charlie Baxter and was immediately pulled down by a spare dozen of the mob. It all meant one thing to me. The reaction of the crowd had been spontaneous, not planned. That meant that the struggle between Charlie and the spokesman was a high order of single combat with which it was unholy, indecent, and dastardly to interfere. I could faintly hear Bronowski's steel muscles preparing for battle as he saw his two mammoth pals go down under the press of numbers. A bristle-covered bullet of skull rose out of the grass beside me, and it was my turn to grind his face in the muck. I had a nice little problem to contend with. I knew the reason Baxter had slipped out at night to be the first to greet the aliens. He was determined to be useful and necessary without fouling things up. I suppose Charlie had never felt valuable to anyone before in his life, but at the same time it hurt him to think he was valuable only because he was a misfit. He had decided to take a positive approach. If he did things right, that would be as good proof of conditions as if he made the mistakes he was supposed to do. But he couldn't lick that doubt of himself that had been ground into him since birth, and there he was, in trouble as always. Now maybe Bronowski and I could get him out ourselves by a direct approach, but Charlie would probably lose all self-confidence and sink down into accepting himself as an accident-prone, a purely passive state. We couldn't have that. We had to have Charlie acting and thinking, and therefore making mistakes whose bad examples we could profit by. As I lay on my belly thinking, Charlie was putting up a pretty good fight with the stringy native. He got in a few good punches, which seemed to satisfy the native, who apparently knew nothing of boxing. Naturally, Charlie then began wrestling a trained and deadly wrestler instead of continuing to box him. I grabbed Bronowski by his puffy ear and hissed some commands into it. He fumbled out a book of matches and lit one for me. By the tiny flicker of light, I began tearing apart my lighter. I suppose you have played Tickling the Dragon's Tail when you were a kid. I did. I guess all kids have. You know, worrying around two lumps of fissionable material and just keeping them from uniting and making a critical mass that will result in an explosion or lethal radiation. I caught my oldest boy doing it one day back on Earth and gave him a good tanning for it. Actually, I thought it showed he had a lot of grit. Every real boy likes to tickle the dragon's tail. Maybe I was a little bit old for it, but that's what I was doing there in the Moran 3 jungle. I got the shield off my cigarette lighter and jerked out the dinky little dampener rods for the pile and started easing the two little bricks toward each other with the point of my lead pencil. I heard something that resembled a death rattle come from Charlie's throat as the fingers of the alien closed down on it and my hand twitched. A blooming light stabbed at my eyes and I flicked the lighter away from me. The explosion was a dud. It lit up the jungle for a radius of half a mile like a giant flash bulb, but it exploded only about 10 times as loud as a pistol shot. The mass hadn't been slapped together hard enough or held long enough to do any real damage. The natives weren't fools, though. They got out of there fast. I wish I could have gone with them. There was undoubtedly an unhealthy amount of radiation hanging around. "Now," I told Bronowski. He ran into the clearing and found 4 bodies sprawled out: Charlie Baxter, his 2 guards, and the native's spokesman. Charlie and the native were both technically unconscious, but they each had a stranglehold on each other, with Charlie getting the worst of it. Bronowski pried the 2 of them apart. While he roused Sidney and Elliot from their punch-drunk state, I examined Charlie. He had a nasty burn on his leg and 2 toes were gone. If there was an explosion anywhere around, he was bound to be in front of it. He was abruptly choking and blinking watery eyes. "You did it, Charlie," I lied. "You beat him fair and square." Charlie was in bed for the next few days while his grafted toes grew on, but he didn't seem to mind. We knew enough not to use the blood brother's approach after 50 years, and therefore it didn't take us long to find out why we shouldn't. The Moran 3 culture was isolated in small colonies, but we had forgotten that a generation of the intelligent life forms was only 3 Earth months. It seems a waste at first thought, but all things are relative. The Christopeds of New Liechtenstein, for instance, have a lifespan of 20,000 terrestrial years. With so fast a turnover in Moran 3 individuals, there was bound to be a lot of variables introduced, resulting in change. The idea that seemed to be in favor was the survival of the fittest. Since the natives were born in litters, with single births extremely rare, this concept was practiced from the first. Unless they were particularly cunning, the runts of the litter did not survive the first year, and rarely more than one sibling ever saw adulthood. Obviously, to claim to be a native's brother was to challenge him to a test of survival. My men learned to call themselves last brother in the usual bragging preliminaries that preceded every encounter. We got pretty good results with that approach and learned a lot about the changes in customs in the half-century. But finally one of the men, either Frank Piermont or Sidney Charterson, who both claimed to be the one, thought of calling the crew a family, and right away we began hitting it off famously. The Moranites figured we would kill each other off, all except maybe one, whom they could handle themselves. They still had folk legends about the previous visit of Earthmen, and they didn't trust us. Charlie Baxter's original mistake had supplied us with the Rosetta Stone we needed. Dr. Selby told me Charlie could get up finally, so I went to his suite and shook hands with him as he still lay in bed. I waited for the big moment when Charlie would be on his feet again and we could get on with the resurvey of the planet. "Here goes," Charlie said, and threw back his sheet. He swung his legs around and tottered to his feet. He was a little weak, but he took a few steps and seemed to make it okay. Then the inevitable happened. He snagged the edge of one of the Persian carpets on the bedroom floor with his big toe and started to fall. Selby and I both dived forward to catch him, but instead of doing the arm-waving dance for balance that we were both used to, he seemed to go limp and he plopped on the floor like a wet fish. Immediately he jumped to his feet grinning. "I finally learned to go limp when I take a fall, sir. It took a lot of practice. I imagine I'll save some broken bones that way." "Yes," I said uneasily. "You have been thinking about this quite a lot while you lay there, haven't you, Baxter?" "Yes, sir. I see I've been fighting this thing too hard. I'm an accident prone and I might as well accept it. Why not? I seem to always muddle through some way, like out there in the jungle, so why should I worry or feel embarrassed? I know I can change it." I was beginning to do some worrying of my own. Things weren't working out the way they should. We were supposed to see that prones kept developing a certain amount of doomed self-confidence, but they couldn't be allowed to believe they were infallible prones. A prone's value lies in his active and constructive effort to do the right thing. If he merely accepts being a prone, his accidents gain us nothing. We can't profit from mistakes that come about from resignation or laughing off blunders or, as in this case, conviction that he never got himself into anything he couldn't get himself out of. Dr. Selby, would you excuse us? I asked. The medic left with a bow and a surly expression. I turned to Baxter, rather wishing Selby could have stayed. It was a labor dispute and I was used to having a mediator present at bargaining sessions at my glassworks, but this was a military, not a civilian spaceship. "We have some facts of life to give you, Baxter," I told him. "It is your duty to actively fulfill your position. You have to make decisions and plan courses of action. Do you figure on just walking around in that jungle until a tree falls on you?" He sat down on the edge of the bed and examined the pattern in the carpet. "Not exactly, sir, but I get tired of people waiting for me to make a fool out of myself. I have a natural talent for creative negativism. That's it, and I should be able to exercise my talent with dignity." "If you don't actively fill the obligations of a prone, you aren't allowed the luxuries and privileges that go with the position. Do you think you would like to be without your armed guards to protect you every moment?" "I can take care of myself, sir." I paused and came up with my best argument. "How would you like to live like an ordinary spaceman, without rare steaks and clean sheets? Because if you're not our accident prone, you're just another crew member, you know." That one hurt him, but I saw I had put it to him as a challenge and he must have had some guilt feelings about accepting all that luxury for being nothing more than he was. "I could fulfill the duties of an ordinary spaceman, sir." I snorted. "It takes skill and training, Baxter. Your papers entitle you to one position and one only anywhere, accident prone of a spaceship complement. If you refuse to do your duties in that post, you can only become a ward of the galaxy." His jawline firmed. He had gone through a lot to keep from taking such abject charity. "Isn't there," he asked in a milder tone, "any other position I could serve in on this ship, sir?" I studied his face for a moment. "We had to blast off without an assistant pile driver, J.G. It keeps getting harder and harder to recruit an APD, J.G. I suppose it's those reports about the eventual fatalities due to radiation leak back there where they are stationed." Baxter looked back at me steadily. "There are a lot of rumors about the high mortality rate among accident prones in space, too." He was right. We had started the rumors. We wanted the prones alert, active and scheming to stay alive. More beneficial accidents that way. Actually, most prones died of old age in space, which is more than could be said of them on Earth, where they didn't have the kind of protection the service gives them. "Look here, Baxter, do you like your quarters on this ship?" I demanded. "You mean this master bedroom, the private heated swimming pool, the tennis court, bowling alley and all? Yes, sir, I like it. The assistant pile driver has a cot near the fuel tanks." He gazed off over my left shoulder. "I had a bed behind the furnace back on Earth before the building I was working on burned down. You wouldn't like this one any better than the other one before. But there I would have some chance of advancement. I don't want to be stuck in the rank of accident prone for life." I stared at him in frank amazement. "Baxter, the only rank getting higher pay or more privileges than prone is Grand Admiral of the Services, a position that would take you at least 50 years to reach, if you had the luck and brains to make it, which you haven't." "I have something more modest in mind, sir, like being a captain." He surely must have known how I lived in comparison to him, so I didn't bother to remind him. I said, "Have you ever seen a case of radiation poisoning?" Baxter's jaw thrust forward. "It must be pretty bad, but it isn't as violent as being eaten by floating fungi or being swallowed in an earthquake on some airless satellite." "No," I agreed, "it is much slower than any of those. It is unfortunate we don't carry the necessary supplies to take care of pile drivers. Most of our medical supplies are in the accident-prone first aid kit, for the exclusive use of the prone. Have you ever taken a good look at that?" Baxter shivered. "Yes, I've seen it. Several drums of blood, type AB, my type." a half dozen fresh frozen assorted arms and legs, several rows of eyes, 100 square feet of graftable skin, and a well-stocked tank of inner organs and a double-doored bank of nerve lengths. Impressive. I smiled. Sort of gives you a feeling of confidence and security, doesn't it? It would be unfortunate for anyone who had a great many accidents to be denied the supplies in that kit, I should think. Of course, it is available only to those filling the position of accident-prone and doing the work faithfully and according to orders. Yes, sir, Charlie mumbled. Selby is your personal physician, you realize. I drove on. He takes care of the rest of us only if he has time left over from you. Why, when I was having my 2 weeks in the summer as an ensign, I had to lie for half an hour with a crushed foot while a doctor sprayed our prone's throat to guard against infection. Let me tell you, I was in quite a bit of pain. Charlie's eyes narrowed, as if he had just made a sudden discovery, perhaps about the relationship between us. You don't make as much money as I do you, sir? You don't have a valet? And your bed folds into the bulkhead? I thought he was at last beginning to get it. Yes, I said. He stood sharply to attention. Request transfer to position as assistant pile driver J.G., sir. I barely halted a groan. He thought I resented him and was deliberately holding him down into the miserable, overpaid, overfed job that was beneath him and the talents that so fitted him for the job. Request granted. He would learn. He had better. I started to sweat in a gush. He had really better. I took him into the rear of the ship and showed him where he would sleep. In the oily gloom he regarded the pad from an old acceleration couch fitted to 2 scratched and nickeled aluminum pipes jury-rigged between 2 squat tanks containing water for the atomic pile used close to planets where the gravitational field interfered with the star drive. "Over here's what you have to keep an eye on, Baxter," I told him. We walked past the dimly lighted rows of towering fuel lines and cables. Charlie tripped over the hump of a deck-level cable housing. His knee banged against the deck plates and he stood with an effort. "Careful," I said. "Now that you have limited medical attention, don't break a leg." Baxter rubbed his leg thoughtfully. "Funny, my grandfather used to be in show business. He told me that telling somebody to break a leg was wishing them good luck." I cleared my throat. It would seem in dubious taste, addressed to an accident-prone. "However, you have my best wishes. You realize that your salary as prone of 11,000 credits a month and your pay of 23 credits a month as an APD JG are suspended until the Admiralty rules on your case." "Yes, sir, I realize that, sir." I stopped him in front of the soiled red box that was the tension gauge. If the electrical control of the drive somehow becomes broken, the interrupted circuit will show on the gauge. It is then the duty of the APD-JG to go through the small airlock and maintain manual control of the pile while at least one of the control circuits is repaired. The job rarely has to be done, but when it is very often fatal. Baxter only nodded. "I understand." I doubted that he did. After leaving Baxter on his first watch, I went to the mess hall and waited for him to show up. The men knew what to do when he came. It was rather pleasant to sit there savoring the odors. At times they still seem more like those of a chemical laboratory than a kitchen, but I've become so used to associating burning starch products, centrifuge tannic acid, and melding dextrose with food, that I am almost immune to the aroma of prone food like juicy, sizzling steak. Almost. Charlie Baxter finally came through the hatch. He paused and seemed to shake off what he must have thought was some olfactory hallucination and started to sit down at the table with the rest of the men. He looked rather pleased. He had probably decided being accident-prone had deprived him of much of the company he had every right to enjoy with his shipmates. "Get out of here!" Frank Piermont yelled, jumping up from the other end of the oblong table. "Why?" Baxter asked in astonishment. "Baxter," I put in, "I'm afraid the men think they may catch radiation fever from a pile driver like you." "Catch radiation fever?" he repeated. "Men have been exposed to atomics for hundreds of years. Surely you men must know any poisoning in one individual can't be transmitted to another like germs. I couldn't absorb enough radiation to be dangerous to you in simple proximity and still be alive. Don't you see that?" At once, all of my crew at the table covered their faces with their arms. "Don't look at us!" Bernowski screamed, his voice knifing toward the higher octaves. Baxter gaped in a daze from one of us to the other. "What do you mean? Why shouldn't I look at you?" "You've got the eye all pile drivers get." "But I have to eat," he objected. "I'm hungry. Really I am." I swung around and exchanged a few words with Tan Ek, the cook at the rear hatch. I took a steaming tray and went across the compartment, averting my face. "You'll have to forgive these superstitious spacemen," I apologized to Baxter. "You go right ahead and eat just outside the door. I won't mind a bit." "Thanks," Baxter said, accepting the plate. He looked down at the white paste, black gum and cup of yellowish liquid fitted in the proper holes and slots, then up at me. "What is this stuff?" "You don't have to look right at me," I snapped. "It is standard spaceman's fare. Reconstituted carbohydrates, protein and hot ground roasted soya. This is stuff we had left over on our plates from lunch, all set to go into the converter, but Tan Ek reprocessed it for you. It's what regulations specify for an APD-JG. Baxter opened his mouth and closed it hard. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." He turned smartly to leave, and I halted him with a palm up. "Baxter." He turned. "Yes, sir." "We are moving to the other side of the continent to continue with the resurvey. I want to make it clear to you that you are absolutely forbidden to leave the ship. We can't spare the guards for your liabilities, now that you have thrown away your value." "Yes, sir." Even at the time, I was gratified by the sudden thoughtful narrowing of his eyes. I wasn't surprised the next day when Bernowski reported that Charlie Baxter had taken a backpack, food, soap, blankets, and so forth, and left the Hilliard. He was determined to prove that he wasn't merely accident-prone and could get things done on his own. "Charterson and von Elderman are following him?" I asked. Bernowski nodded his bullet-shaped head. "Like a hawk." "The bird can follow him like a hawk. I want them to follow him like men." "They are as good at the job as I am," Bernowski reassured me. "I think," I said quickly, "that I had better go down to communication and follow Baxter myself." The bird was an electronic device. It looked like a local life form that was actually a flying mammal. Inside the thing was a sensitive video camera and a self-propulsion unit. The bird homed in on Baxter's electroencephalograph waves. The view on the screen in front of the lounging chairs was clear but monotonous. Charlie made his way across the landscape. Woods on this side of the continent, not jungle, without incident. He did fall down like a wet laundry bag every so often, but that, as you'd figure, amounted to traveling across country without incident. He'd have done the same on a smooth pavement. I had a cigarette in my mouth, futilely pounding my pockets for the lighter I didn't have, when Charlie met the alien. There was only one native this time, the same thin form, but more lightly clothed here. I shifted uneasily and hoped the two guards were close. There was only one this time, but it was useless to suppose Charlie could handle him himself. "Greetings," Charlie said. "I am big brother of a new family." There was no sound equipment in the bird, but the translator circuits in the control board read Baxter's lips and produced their sound pattern for us. They would also translate the native's language, but just then he wasn't saying anything. He walked around the prone leisurely, as if considering buying him. Charlie shifted the straps of his pack. He hadn't been convinced of his own abilities enough to take along a gun or any other kind of weapon. He would be almost sure to kill himself with it. Or would he? I suddenly wondered if Charlie doubted himself enough to commit outright suicide. He had had plenty of close calls, yet he had always survived. If his goal was self-destruction, he surely would have reached it after this many opportunities. I watched the screen intently. Charlie thought he was alone there with a possibly hostile native. All he had to do was make one small slip and he would be dead. Yet, so far, he had followed the pattern we had used at the other colony exactly. Instantly I realized that it must be a mistake to follow the other pattern with the second group of aliens, if Charlie Baxter did it. At first I couldn't understand why the pattern should be wrong for this group if it was right for the first. They were close enough so that there must have been intercourse between them, and if customs were violently different, there would probably be a state of warfare between them and none was apparent. I finally realized why warfare would be almost impossible and why the customs of the separated colonies might be extremely at odds. The colonies were 3 months apart by fastest transportation, which was longer than a generation of the natives. No one could live long enough to reach a second colony, so each culture developed in isolation along entirely random lines. I felt like yelling at Charlie. There was literally no way of telling how he might be offending and antagonizing the Moronite by treating him as we had learned to treat the others. The alien finally spoke. "You are a part of a family?" Charlie nodded his head. So did the native. He bobbed Charlie's head with a rock. "Close in on 'em fast, but gentle," I radioed the guards. The native dragged Baxter's limp body through a nearby thicket and into a small clearing. Abruptly I saw they were up against the base of the nearest mountain. A bubbling, dancing stream twisted through brown and green rock, and disappeared into a ridge of gray slate. It reappeared below the hill, steaming, obviously passing through an underground hot springs. The alien had Charlie where he wanted him before we could move. He lashed him securely with stringy vine, and with him thrown over his shoulder, ran up the slate, which crumbled down ominously behind them. He tossed Charlie over a wide hole at the top of the ridge. Slate rained down into the hole. If the prone hadn't snapped awake and made his body rigid, he would have tumbled into the hole at that moment. "So you awake, family man?" the native said. "How could you admit to being anything so immoral when you were alone? You surely did not think you could eat me without help from the others of your evil brothers?" Charlie licked his lips and moved his eyes. That was about all he dared move. "You don't approve of families?" The native drew himself up to his full elongated height in the screen. "Like all good people, I was properly abandoned at birth, and I proudly say I have never associated with others except for mating and trading." I noticed abstractedly that he finished moving his lips long before the translation was finished. He was using a very primitive language. I screwed the button nervously in my ear for Charterson and von Elderman to report. The alien looked at the rigid form of Baxter over the pit. "I suppose I should have some pity for you. You began your filthy practice too young to know better. But imagine combining with others of your kind to survive, at the expense of decent individuals like myself. Robbing us, eating us. The finger of fire will come soon and will destroy you. I have heard family men often try to aid one another. Perhaps others of your kind will die with you." He was long gone before the translation was finished, leaving Charlie Baxter arched across the pit that widened as the alien's descent disturbed more of the soft shale. The native was out of sight. I realized his tribe would soon be extinct. The racial mind for the whole species seemed obsessed with survival by natural selection, but his tribe had gone off on the tangent of individualism, which was fine to some extent, But the service had learned that a race couldn't survive without some degree of cooperation, and this one's level of mating and trading did not seem sufficient. "Captain Jackson," Von Elderman's voice said in my ear, "we can't reach him. If we start up the hill, the soft shell is bound to shift and drop him right into the hole." "I'll send Bronowski with a personal flyer immediately to make an air pickup," I said numbly. It wasn't the guard's fault. Charlie hadn't seemed to be in any immediate danger, and we don't kill intelligent life forms without a damn good reason, the kind of reason that stands up in court. But he was now stretched over what I was fairly certain was an active geyser. The finger of fire, the native had called it, and had assured Charlie that it would kill him. I dispatched Bronowski, but that was all I could do. I did not know when the geyser would spout. Maybe Bronowski would make it. Maybe he wouldn't. I magnified the view from the useless little bird and studied Charlie's face in the screen. If he lay there doing nothing, waiting for a miracle to happen, he was, I shuddered, cooked. He had to make an active decision. If he didn't, he was almost sure to die. But maybe that was what he wanted. Maybe accident-prones really want to destroy themselves. It was his bid. Slate dropped off the rim of the hole into the pit and Charlie stiffened. More passive acceptance. But maybe I wasn't being fair. There wasn't much Charlie could do. There wasn't much else for him to do except give up. But I noticed his eyes moving. They went up to the bubbling ribbon of water and down to the streaming stream below the ridge where it emerged. Charlie smiled. He had made a decision. He folded his knees and dropped into the hole. He had naturally made the wrong decision. Bronowski and the flying platform swung into position above the pit. Charlie must have figured that he would be washed on through the hot springs and out into the shallow water below. He would be, but he would be boiled alive. There are only mistakes, and sometimes mistakes aren't mistakes at all. The geyser exploded, higher, faster and harder than it ever had before, and Charlie, half drowned and half or more scalded, popped up and landed in the brush 20 feet away. Bronowski fought for control of his flyer and finally made a fast pickup. Doc Selby did a pretty good job with the first aid kit. Charlie's neck and collarbone were broken, and over 50% of his skin had to be replaced. Still, it was lucky Charlie had that concentrated soap in his pack. Ever been to Earth National Park and seen Old Faithful? You know what happened. They use soap to get the geyser spouting when it's off schedule. We haven't told Charlie that it was anything but an accident that Bronowski was so handy, and we let him tell us about the changed customs of the natives. He resumed his regular position of accident-prone when he saw realistically that he would inevitably be doing the same work, and that he might as well get paid for it. I often wonder if it was a genuine mistake the way he dropped into the geyser. Certainly he would have died if it hadn't been for the soap concentrates. If he took that into consideration, though, it wasn't a mistake at all, but a wise choice. A few days ago, when he was leaving my office, that is, the bridge, I saw Charlie slip and start to fall. He didn't give up and go limp. He gave his old dance of struggling to regain his balance. Only this time he made it. I began sweating again. After all the time, effort and money the service puts into acquiring and training a prone, I wonder if it's possible for one to beat his problem and cease to be an accident prone, or even an accident prone. This afternoon, I passed Charlie Baxter's swimming pool and saw him poised on his diving board. I waved and rather jauntily extended his grandfather's wish for good luck. "Break a leg." Charlie grinned back at me. "Yes, sir." But he didn't. It would be very reassuring if he would. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Expendables. You see my problem, Professor? Tony Carman held his pinkly manicured, flashily ringed hands wide. I saw his problem and it was warmly embarrassing. Really, Mr. Carman, I said, this isn't the sort of thing you discuss with a total stranger. I'm not a doctor, not of medicine anyway, or a lawyer. They can't help me. I need an operator in your line. I work for the United States government. I can't become involved in anything illegal. Carman smoothed down the front of his too tight midnight blue suit and touched the diamonds sticking in his silver tie. You can't, Professor Vanetti. Ever hear of the Mafia? I've heard of it, I said uneasily. An old fraternal organization, something like the Moose or Rosicrucians, founded in Sicily. It allegedly controls organized crime in the U.S., but that is a responsibility-eluding myth that honest Italian-Americans are stamping out. We don't even like to see the word in print. I can understand honest Italian-Americans feeling that way, but guys like me know the Mafia is still with it. We can put the squeeze on marks like you pretty easy. You don't have to tell even a third-generation American about the Mafia. Maybe that was the trouble. I had heard too much and for too long. All the stories I ever heard about the Mafia, true or false, build up an unendurable threat. All right, I'll try to help you, Carman. But, that is, you didn't kill any of these people? He snorted. I haven't killed anybody since early 1943. Please, I said weakly. You needn't incriminate yourself with me. I was in the Marines, Carman said hotly. Listen, Professor, these aren't no prohibition times. Not many people get made for a hit these days. Mother, most of these bodies they keep ditching at my club haven't been murdered by anybody. They're accident victims. Rum bums with too much antifreeze for a summer's day. Spanish-American war vets going to visit Teddy in the natural course of events. Harry Keno just stows them at my place to embarrass me. Figures to make me lose my liquor license or take a contempt before the grand jury. I don't suppose you could just go to the police. I saw the answer in his eyes. No, I don't suppose you could. I told you once, Professor, but I'll tell you again. I have to get rid of these bodies they keep leaving in my kitchen. I can take them and throw them in the river, sure. But what if me or my boys are stopped en route by some tip badge? Quicklime? I suggested automatically. What are you talking about? Are you sure you're some kind of scientist? Lime doesn't do much to a stiff at all. Kind of purifies them like. I forgot, I admitted. I'd read it in so many stories I'd forgotten it wouldn't work. And I suppose the furnace leaves ashes and there's always traces of hair and teeth in the garbage disposal. An interesting problem at that. I figured you could handle it, Carman said, leaning back comfortably in the favorite chair of my bachelor apartment. I heard you were working on something to get rid of trash for the government. That, I told him, is restricted information. I subcontracted that work from the big telephone laboratories. How did you find out? Ways, Professor, ways. The government did want me to find a way to dispose of wastes, radioactive wastes. It was the most important problem any country could have in this time of growing atomic industry. Now a small-time gangster was asking me to use this research to help him dispose of hot corpses. It made my scientific blood seethe. But the shadow of the Black Hand cooled it off. Maybe I can find something in that area of research to help you, I said. I'll call you. Don't take too long, Professor, Carman said cordially. The big drum topped with the metallic coolie's hat had started out as a neutralizer for radioactivity. Now I didn't know what to call it. The AEC had found bearing canisters of hot rubbish in the desert or in the Gulf had eventually proved unsatisfactory. Earth tremors or changes of temperature split the tanks in the ground, causing leaks. The undersea containers rusted and corroded through time, poisoning fish and fishermen. Through the SBA I had been awarded a subcontract to work on the problem. The ideal solution would be to find a way to neutralize radioactive emanations, alpha, beta, X, etc. No, my dear, etc. rays aren't any more dangerous than the rest. But this is easier written than done. Of course, getting energy to destroy energy without producing energy or matter is a violation of the maxim of the conservation of energy. But I didn't let that stop me, any more than I would have let the velocity of light put any limitations on a spacecraft engine I had been engaged to work on. You can't allow other people's ideas to tie you hand and foot. There are some who tell me, however, that my refusal to honor such time-tested clichés is why I only have a small private laboratory owned by myself, my late wife's father and the bank, instead of working in the vast facilities of Bell, DuPont, or General Motors. To this I can only smile and nod. But even refusing to be balked by some conservative ideas, I failed. I could not neutralize radioactivity. All I had been able to do, by a basic disturbance in the electro-magneto-gravitational coordinate system for Earth-Sun, was to reduce the mass of the radioactive matter. This only concentrated the radiations, as in boiling contaminated water. It did make the hot stuff vaguely easier to handle, but it was no breakthrough on the central problem. Now, in the middle of this, I was supposed to find a way to get rid of some damn bodies for Carmen. Pressed for time and knowing the results wouldn't have to be so precise or carefully defined for a racketeer as for the United States government, I began experimenting. I cut corners. I bypassed complete safety circuits. I put dangerous overloads on some transformers and doodled with the wiring diagrams. If I got some kind of passable incinerator, I would be happy. I turned the machine on. The lights popped out. There were changes that should be made before I tried that again, but instead I only found a larger fuse for a heavier load and jammed that in the switch box. I flipped my machine into service once again. The lights flickered and held. The dials on my control board told me the story. It was hard to take. But there it was. Internal scales showed 0. I had had a slightly hot bar of silver alloy inside. It was completely gone. Mass 0. The temperature gauge showed that there had been no change in centigrade reading that couldn't be explained by the mechanical operation of the machine itself. There had been no sudden discharge of electricity or radioactivity. I checked for a standard anti-gravity effect, but there was none. Gravity inside the cylinder had gone to 0, but never to minus. I was at last violating conservation of energy, not by successfully inverting the cube of the ionization factor, but by destroying mass, by simply making it cease to exist with no cause and side effects. I knew the government wouldn't be interested, since I couldn't explain how my device worked. No amount of successful demonstration could ever convince anybody with any scientific training that it actually did work. But I shrewdly judged that Tony Carman wouldn't ask an embarrassing how when he was incapable of understanding the explanation. "Yeah, but how does it work?" Tony Carman demanded of me, sleeking his mere black hair and staring up at the disc-top drum. "Why do you care?" I asked irritably. "It will dispose of your bodies for you." "I got a reason that goes beyond the stiff, but let's stick to that just for now. Where are these bodies going? I don't want them ending up in the DA's bathtub." "Why not? How could they trace them back to you?" "You're the scientist," Tony said hotly. "I got great respect for those crime lab boys. Maybe the stiff got some of my exclusive brand of talc on it. I don't know." "Listen here, Carman," I said. "What makes you think these bodies are going somewhere? Think of it as only a kind of incinerator." "Not on your life, Professor. The gadget don't get so hot, so how can it burn? It don't use enough electricity to fry. It don't cut 'em up or crush 'em down, or dissolve them in acid. I've seen disappearing cabinets before. Mafia or not, I saw red. Are you daring to suggest that I'm working some trick with trapdoors or sliding panels?" "Easy, Professor," Carman said. effortlessly shoving me back with one palm. "I'm not saying you have the machine rigged. It's just that you have to be dropping the stuff through a sliding panel in, well, everything around us. You're sliding all that aside and dropping things through, but I want to know where they wind up. Reasonable?" Carmen was an uneducated lout and a criminal, but he had an instinctive feel for the mechanics of physics. "I don't know where the stuff goes, Carmen," I finally admitted. "It might go to another plane of existence. Another dimension, the writers for the American Weekly would describe it. Or into our past, or our future." The swarthy racketeer pursed his lips and apparently did some rapid calculation. "I don't mind the first two, but I don't like them going into the future. If they do that, they may show up again in 6 months. Or 6 million years. You'll have to cut that future part out, Professor." I was beginning to get a trifle impatient. All those folk tales I'd heard about the Mafia were getting more distant. "See here, Carmen, I could lie to you and say they went into the prehistoric past and you would never know the difference. But the truth is, I just don't know where the processed material goes. There's a chance it may go into the future, yes. But unless it goes exactly 1 year or exactly so many years it would appear in empty space, because the Earth will have moved from the spot it was transmitted. I don't know for sure. Perhaps the slight Deneb Ward movement of the solar system would wreck a perfect 3-point landing even then, and cause the dispatched materials to burn up from atmospheric friction, like meteors. You'll just have to take a chance on the future. That's the best I can do." Carmen inhaled deeply. "Okay, I'll risk it. Pretty long odds against any squeal on the play. How many of these things can you turn out, Professor?" "I can construct a duplicate of this device so that you may destroy the unwanted corpses you would have me believe are delivered to you with the regularity of the morning milk run." The racketeer waved that suggestion aside. "I'm talking about a big operation, Vanetti. These things can take the place of incinerators, garbage disposals, waste baskets." "Impractical," I snorted. "You don't realize the tremendous amount of electrical power these devices require." "Nuts. From what you said, the machine is like a TV set. It takes a lot of power to get it started, but then on it coasts on its own generators." "There's something to what you say," I admitted in the face of this unexpected information. "But I can hardly turn my invention over to your entirely persuasive salesman, I'm sure. This is part of the results of an investigation for the government. Washington will have to decide what to do with the machine." "Listen, Professor," Carmen began, "the Mafia—" "What makes you think I'm more afraid of the Mafia than I am of the FBI? I may have already sealed my fate by letting you in on this much. Machine gunning is hardly a less attractive fate to me than a poor security rating. To me, being dead professionally would be as bad as being dead biologically." Tony Carmen laid a heavy hand on my shoulder. I finally deduced he intended to be cordial. "Of course," he said smoothly, "you have to give this to Washington, but there are ways, Professor. I know. I'm a businessman." "You are?" I said. He named some of the businesses in which he held large shares of stock. "You are?" "I've had experience in this sort of thing. We simply leak the information to a few hundred well-selected persons about all that your machine can do. We'll call them expendables, because they can expend anything." I interjected, "plan to call it the Vanetti machine." "Professor, who calls the radio the Marconi these days?" "There are Geiger-Muller counters, though," I said. "You don't have to give a Geiger counter the sex appeal of a TV set or a hardtop convertible. We'll call them expendables. No home will be complete without one." "Perfect for disposing of unwanted bodies," I mused. "The murder rate will go alarmingly with those devices within easy reach." "Did that stop Sam Colt or Henry Ford?" Tony Carmen asked reasonably. Naturally, I was aware that the government would not be interested in my machine. I am not a Fortean, a psychic, a psionicist, or a screwball. But the government frequently gets things it doesn't know what to do with, like airplanes in the 20s. When it doesn't know what to do, it doesn't do it. There have been hundreds of workable perpetual motion machines patented, for example. Of course, they weren't vices in the strictest sense of the word. Many of them used the external power of gravity. They would wear out or slow down in time from friction, but for the meanwhile, for some 10 to 200 years they would just sit there moving. No one had ever been able to figure out what to do with them. I knew the AEC wasn't going to dump tons of radioactive waste, with some possible future reclamation value, into a machine which they didn't believe actually could work. Tony Carman knew exactly what to do with an expendable once he got his hands on it. Naturally, that was what I had been afraid of. The closed sedan was warm even in early December. Outside, the street was a progression of shadowed block forms. I was shivering slightly, my teeth rattling like the porcelain they were. Was this the storied ride, I wondered? Carman finally returned to the car, unlatched the door and slid in. He didn't reinsert the ignition key. I didn't feel like sprinting down the deserted street. "The boys will have it set up in a minute," Tony the racketeer informed me. "What, the firing squad?" "The expendable, of course. Here, you dragged me out here to see how you have prostituted my invention? I presume you've set it up with a Keep Our City Clean sign pasted on it." He chuckled. It was a somewhat nasty sound, or so I imagined. A flashlight wrinkled in the sooty twilight. "Okay, let's go," Tony said, slapping my shoulder. I got out of the car, rubbing my flabby bicep. Whenever I took my teenage daughter to the beach from my late wife's parents' home, I frequently found 230-pound bullies did kick sand in my ears. The machine was installed on the corner, half covered with a gloomy white shroud, and fearlessly plugged into the city lighting system via a blanketed street lamp. Two hoods hovered in a doorway ready to take care of the first cop with a couple of 50s or a single .38, as necessity dictated. Tony guided my elbow. "Okay, Professor, I think I understand the bit now, but I'll let you run it up the flagpole for me, to see how it waves to the national anthem." "Here?" I sputtered once more. "I told you, Carman, I wanted nothing more to do with you. Your check is still on deposit." "You didn't want anything to do with me in the first place." The thug's teeth flashed in the night. "Throw your contraption into gear, buddy." This was the first time the tone of respect, even if faked, had gone out of his voice. I moved to the switchboard of my invention. What remained was as simple as adjusting a modern floor lamp to a medium light position. I flipped. Restraining any impulse toward colloquialism, I was so deeply disturbed by what next occurred. One of the massive square shapes on the horizon vanished. "What have you done?" I yelped, ripping the cover off the machine. Even under the uncertain illumination of the smogged stars I could see that the unit was half gone, in fact exactly halved. Squint the Seal is one of my boys. He used to be a mechanic in the old days for Burger Maddle, the guys who used to rob banks and stuff. There was an unmistakable note of boyish admiration in Carman's voice. "He figured the thing would work like that. Separate the poles and you increase the size of the working area." "You mean square the operational field. Your idiot doesn't even know mechanics." "No, but he knows all about how any kind of machine works." "You call that working?" I demanded. "Do you realize what you have here, Carman?" "Sure, a disintegrator ray, straight out of startling stories." My opinion as to the type of person who followed the pages of science fiction magazines with fluttering lips and tracing finger was upheld. I looked at the old warehouse and of course didn't see it. "What was this test for?" I asked, fearful of the Frankenstein I had made. "What are you planning to do now?" This was no test, Vanetti. This was it. I just wiped out Harry Keno and his inmates right in the middle of their confidential squat. "Good heavens! That's uncouthly old-fashioned of you, Carman. Why, that's murder!" "Not," Carman said, "without no corpus delicti." The body of the crime remains without the body of the victim, I remembered from my early Ellery Queen training. You're talking too much, Professor, Tony suggested. Remember, you did it with your machine. Yes, I said at length, and why are we standing here letting those machines sit there? There were two small items of interest to me in the Times the following morning. One 2-inch story, barely making page 1 because of the hole to fill at the bottom of an account of the number of the victims of Indian summer heat prostration, told of the incineration of a warehouse on Fleet Street by an ingenious new arson bomb that left virtually no trace. Maybe the fire inspector had planted a few traces to make his explanation more credible. The second item was further over in a science column just off the editorial page. It told of the government developing a new process of waste disposal rivaling the old Buck Rogers disintegrator ray. This, I presumed, was one of Tony Carman's information leaks. If he hoped to arouse the public into demanding my invention, I doubted he would succeed. The public had been told repeatedly of a new radioactive process for preserving food and a painless way of spraying injections through the skin. But they were still stuck with refrigerators and hypodermic needles. I had forced my way halfway through the paper and the terrible coffee I made when the doorbell rang. I was hardly surprised when it turned out to be Tony Carman behind the front door. He pushed in, slapping a rolled newspaper in his palm. "Action, Professor." "The district attorney has indicted you?" I said hopefully. "He's not even indicted you, Vanetti." "No, I got a feeler on this plant in the Times." I shook my head. "The government will take over the invention, no matter what the public wants." "The public? Who cares about the public?" "The AUDIBLE Corporation wants this machine of yours. They have their agents tracing the plant now. They will go from the columnist to his leg man to my man and finally to you. Won't be long before they get here. An hour, maybe. AUDIBLE makes radios and TV sets. What do they want with the expendables? Opening up a new appliance line with real innovations. I hear they got a new refrigerator, all open, just shelves, no doors or sides. They want a revolutionary garbage disposal, too. Do you own stock in the company? Is that how you know?" "I own stock in a competitor. That's how I know," Carman informed me. "Listen, Professor. You can sell to AUDIBLE and still keep control of the patents through a separate corporation, and I'll give you 49% of its stock." This was Carman's idea of a magnanimous offer for my invention. It was a pretty good offer, 49% and my good health. "But will the government let AUDIBLE have the machine for commercial use?" "The government would let AUDIBLE have the hydrogen bomb if they found a commercial use for it." There was a sturdy knock on the door, not a shrill ring of the bell. "That must be AUDIBLE now," Carman growled. "They have the best detectives in the business. You know what to tell them?" I knew what to tell them. I peeled off my wet shirt and threw it across the corner of my desk, casting a reproving eye at the pastel air conditioner in the window. It wasn't really the machine's fault. The water department reported the reservoir too low to run water-cooled systems. It would be a day or two before I get the gas type into my office. Miss Brown, my secretary, was getting a good look at my pale, bony chest. Well, for the salary she got, she could stand to look. Of course, she herself was wearing a modest one-strap sundress, not shorts and halters like some of the girls. "My," she observed, "it certainly is humid for March, isn't it, Professor Vanetti?" I agreed that it was. She got her pad and pencil ready. "Wheedling form letter to better mousetraps. Where are our royalties for the last quarter of the year? We know we didn't have a full 3 months with our expendable field in operation on the new traps, but we want the payola for what we have coming. Condescending form letter to Humane Lethal Equipment. Absolutely do not send the California penal system any chambers equipped with our patented field until legislature officially approves them. We got away with it in New Mexico, but we're older and wiser now. Rush priority telegram to President, United States, any time in the next 10 days. Thanks for citation, etc. Glad Buddy system is working out well in training battlefield disintegrator teams. Indignant form letter to LibriVox. We do not feel we are properly correspondent in your damage suits. Small children and appliances have always been a problem, viz. Ice boxes and refrigerators. Suggest you put a more complicated latch on the handles of the dangerously inferior doors you have covering our efficient patented field. I leaned back and took a breather. There was no getting around it. I just wasn't happy as a businessman. I had been counting on being only a figurehead in the expendable patent holding corporation, but Tony Carman didn't like office work, and he hadn't anyone he trusted any more than me, even. I jerked open a drawer and pulled off a paper towel from the roll I had stolen in the men's room. Scrubbing my chest and neck with it, I smoothed it out and dropped it into the wastebasket. It slid down the tapering sides and through the narrow slot above the expendable field. I had redesigned the wastebaskets after a janitor had stepped in one, but Gimpy was happy now, with the $50,000 we paid him. I opened my mouth and Miss Brown's pencil perked up its eraser, reflecting her fierce alertness. Tony Carman banged open the door, and I closed my mouth. "G-men are on the way here," he blurted, and collapsed into a chair opposite Miss Brown. "Don't revert to type," I warned him. "What kind of G-men? FBI, FCC, CIA, FDA, USTD, investigators for the Atomic Energy Commission." The solemn, conservatively dressed young man in the door touched the edge of his snap-brimmed hat as he said it. "Miss Brown, would you mind letting our visitor use your chair?" I asked. "Not at all, sir," she said dreamily. "May I suggest," I said, "that we might get more business done if you then removed yourself from the chair first?" Miss Brown leaped to her feet with a healthy galvanic response and quit the vicinity with her usual efficiency. Once seated, the AEC man said, "I'll get right to the point. You may find this troublesome, gentlemen, but your government intends to confiscate all of the devices using your so-called expendable field, and forever bar their manufacture in this country or their importation." "You stinking G-men aren't getting away with this," Carman said ingratiatingly. "Ever hear of the Mafia?" "Not much," the young man admitted earnestly, "since the FBI finished its deportations a few years back." I cleared my throat. "I must admit that the destruction of a multi-billion business is disconcerting before lunch. May we ask why you took this step?" The agent inserted a finger between his collar and tie. "Have you noticed how unseasonably warm it is?" "I wondered if you had. You're going to have heat prostration if you keep that suit coat on 5 minutes more." The young man collapsed back in his chair, loosening the top button of his Ivy League jacket, looking from my naked hide to the gossamer scrap of sport shirt Carman wore. "We have to dress inconspicuously in the service," he panted weakly. I nodded understandingly. "What does the heat have to do with the outlawing of the expendables?" "At first we thought there might be some truth in the folk nonsense that nuclear tests had something to do with the rising mean temperature of the world," the AEC man said. "But our scientists quickly found they weren't to blame." "Clever of them." "Yes, they saw that the widespread use of your machines was responsible for the higher temperature. Your device violates the law of conservation of energy, seemingly. It seemingly destroys matter without creating energy. Actually," he paused dramatically, "actually, your device added the energy it created in destroying matter to the energy potential of the planet in the form of heat. You see what that means? If your devices continue in operation, the mean temperature of the earth will rise to the point where we burst into flame. They must be outlawed." "I agree," I said reluctantly. Tony Carman spoke up. "No, you don't, Professor. We don't agree to that." I waved his protests aside. "I would agree," I said, "except that it wouldn't work. Explain the danger to the public. Let them feel the heat rise themselves, and they will hoard expendables against seizure, and continue to use them, until we do burst into flame, as you put it so religiously." "Why?" the young man demanded. "Because expendables are convenient. There is a ban on frivolous use of water due to the dire need. But the police still have to go stop people from watering lawns, and I suspect not a few swimming pools are being filled on the sly. Water is somebody else's worry, so we'll be generating enough heat to turn Eden into hell." "Mass psychology isn't my strongest point," the young man said worriedly, "but I suspect you may be right. Then, we'll be damned?" "No, not necessarily," I told him comfortingly. "All we have to do is use up the excess energy with the engines of a specific design." "But can we design those engines in time?" the young man wondered with uncharacteristic gloom. "Certainly," I said, practicing the power of positive thinking. "Now that your worldwide testing laboratories have confirmed a vague fear of mine, I can easily reverse the field of the expendable device, and create a rather low-efficiency engine that consumes the excess energy in our planetary potential." The agent of the AEC, whose name I can never remember, was present along with Tony Carman the night my assistants finished with the work I had outlined. While it was midnight outside, the fluorescence made the scene more visible than sunlight. My dis expendable was a medium-sized drum with a tripod frame with an unturned coolie's hat at the bottom. Breathlessly I closed the switch and the scoop disc began slowly to revolve. "Is it my imagination," the agent asked, "or is it getting cooler in here?" "Professor," Carman gave me a warning nudge. There was now something on the revolving disc. It was a bar of some shiny gray metal. "Kill the power, Professor," Carman said. "Can it be," I wondered, "that the machine is somehow recreating or drawing back the process material from some other time or dimension?" "Shut the thing off, Vanetti," the racketeer demanded. But too late. There was now a somewhat dead man sitting in the saddle of the turning circle of metal. If Harry Keno had only been sane when he turned up on that merry-go-round in Boston, I feel we would have learned much of immense value on the nature of time and space. As it is, I feel that it is a miscarriage of justice to hold me in connection with the murders I am sure Tony Carman did commit. I hope this personal account, when published, will end the vicious story supported by the district attorney that it was I who sought Tony Carman out and offered to dispose of his enemies, and that I sought his financial backing for the exploitation of my invention. This is the true, and only true, account of the development of the machine known as the expendable. I am only sorry, now that the temperature has been standardized once more, that the expendable's antithesis, the disexpendable, is of too low an order of efficiency to be of much value as a power source in these days of nuclear and solar energy. So the world is again stuck with the problem of waste disposal, including all that I dumped before. But as a great American once said, "You can't win 'em all." If you so desire, you may send your generous and fruitful letters towards my upcoming defense in care of this civic-minded publication. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Make Friends. William Manet was alone. In the beginning he had seen many advantages to being alone. It would give him an unprecedented opportunity to once and for all correlate loneliness to the point of madness, to see how long it would take him to start slavering and clawing the pin-ups from the magazines, to begin teaching himself classes in philosophy consisting of interminable lectures to a bored and captive audience of one. He would be able to measure the qualities of peace and decide whether it was really better than war. He would be able to get as fat and as dirty as he liked. he would be able to live more like an animal and think more like a god than any man for generations. But after a shorter time than he expected, it all got to be a tearing bore. Even the waiting to go crazy part of it. Not that he was going to have any great long wait of it. He was already talking to himself, making verbal notes for his lectures, and he had cut out a picture of Annie Oakley from an old book. He tacked it up and winked at it whenever he passed that way. Lately she was winking back at him. Loneliness was a physical weight on his skull. It peeled the flesh from his arms and legs and sandpapered his self-pity to a fine sensitivity. No one on earth was as lonely as William Manet, and even William Manet could only be this lonely on Mars. Manet was Atmosphere Seater Station 131-47's own human. All Manet had to do was sit in the beating aluminum heart in the middle of the chalk desert and stare out, chin cupped in hands, at the flat pavement of dirty talcum, at the stars gleaming as hard in the black sky as a starlet's capped teeth, stars two of which were moons and one of which was earth. He had to do nothing else. The whole gimcrack was cybernetically controlled, entirely automatic. No one was needed here, no human being, at least. The workers' union was a pretty small pressure group, but it didn't take much to pressure the assembly. Feather bedding had been carefully specified, including an overseer for each of the seaters to honeycomb Mars, to prepare its atmosphere for colonization. They didn't give tests to find well-balanced, well-integrated people for the job. Well-balanced, well-integrated men weren't going to isolate themselves in a useless job. They got, instead, William Manet and his fellows. The overseers were to stay as long as the job required. Passenger fare to Mars was about $1 billion. They weren't providing commuter service for night shifts. They weren't providing accommodations for couples when the law specified only one occupant. They weren't providing fuel, at $50 million a gallon, for visits between the various overseers. They weren't very providential. But it was $200,000 a year in salary, and it offered wonderful opportunities. It gave William Manet an opportunity to think he saw a spaceship making a tail-first landing on the table of the desert, its tail burning as bright as envy. Manet suspected hallucination, but in an existence with all the pallid dispassion of a requited love he was happy to welcome dementia. Sometimes he even manufactured it. Sometimes he would run through the arteries of the factory and play that it had suddenly gone mad, hating human beings, and was about to close down its bulkheads on him as sure as the engineer's thumb and bail up the pressure-hydrated digest, making so much stall flooring of him. He ran until he dropped with a kind of climaxing release of terror. So Manet put on the pressure suit he had been given, because he would never need it, and marched out to meet the visiting spaceship. He wasn't quite clear how he came from walking effortlessly across the Martian plain that had all the distance-perpetuating qualities of a kid's crank movie machine to the comfortable interior of a strange cabin. Not a ship's cabin, but a North Woods cabin. The black and orange Halloween log charring in the slate-stone fireplace seemed real. So did the lean man with the smiling mustache painted with the random designs of the fire, standing before the horizontal pattern of a chinked wall. "Need a refresher?" the host inquired. Manet's eyes wandered down to the heavy water tumbler full of rich, amber whiskey full of sparks from the earth. He stirred himself in the comfortingly warm leather chair. No, I'm fine." He let the word hang there for examination. "Pardon me, but could you tell me just what this place is?" The host shrugged. It was the only word for it. "Whatever place you choose it to be, so long as you're with Trader Tom. Service, that's my motto. It's a way of life with me." "Trader Tom? Service?" "Yes, that's it exactly. It's me exactly. Trader Tom Service, serving the wants of the spaceman between the stars. Of course, stars is poetic. Any point of light in the sky in a star. We service the planets." Manet took the tumbler in both hands and drank. It was good whiskey, immensely powerful. The government wouldn't pay for somebody serving the wants of spacemen, he exploded. Ah, Trader Tom said, cautionary. He moved nearer the fire and warmed his hands and buttocks. Ah, but I'm not a government service. I represent free enterprise. Nonsense, Manet said. No group of private individuals can build a spaceship. It takes a combine of nations. But remember only that businessmen are reactionary. It is well known. Ask anyone on the street. Businessmen are reactionary even beyond the capitalistic system. Money is a fiction that exists mostly on paper. They play along on paper to get paper things, but to get real things they can forego the papers. Comprehend, mon ami? My businessmen have gone back to the barter system. Between them they have the raw materials, the trained men, the man-hours to make a spaceship. So they make it. Damned reactionaries, all of my principles. I don't believe you, Manet stated flatly. His conversation had grown blunt with disuse. What possible profit could your principles turn from running a trade ship among scattered exploration posts on planets? What could you give us that a benevolent government doesn't already supply us with? And if there was anything, how could we pay for it? My year's salary wouldn't cover the transportation costs of this glass of whiskey. Do you find it good whiskey? Very good. Excellent. Excellent, if you prefer. I only meant, but never mind. We give you what you want. As for paying for it, why, forget about the payment. You may apply for a Trader Tom credit card. And I could buy anything that I wanted with it? Manet demanded. That's absurd. I'd never be able to pay for it. That's it precisely, Trader Tom said with enthusiasm. You never pay for it. Charges are merely deducted from your estate. But I may leave no estate. Trader Tom demonstrated his peculiar shrug. All businesses operate on a certain margin of risk. That's our worry. Manet finished the mellow whiskey and looked into the glass. It seemed to have been polished clean. What do you have to offer? Whatever you want? Irritably, how do I know what I want until I know what you have? You know. I know? All right, I know. You don't have it for sale. Old chap, understand if you please that I do not only sell. I am a trader, Trader Tom. I trade with many parties. There are, for example, extraterrestrials. Folk legend. On the contrary, mon cher, the only reality it lacks is political reality. The Assembly could no longer justify their disposition of the cosmos if it were known that they were dealing confiscation without representation. Come, tell me what you want. Manet gave in to it. I want to be not alone, he said. Of course, Trader Tom replied. I suspected. It's not so unusual, you know. Sign here, and here. 2 copies. This is yours. Thank you so much. Manet handed back the pen and stared at the laminated card in his hand. Trader Tom credit card, good for anything. A1 98765 When he looked up from the card, Manet saw the box. Trader Tom was pushing it across the floor towards him. The box had the general dimensions of a coffin, but it wasn't wood, only brightly illustrated cardboard. There was a large 4-color picture on the lid showing men, women, and children moving through a busy city street. The red and blue letters said, LIFO, the Socialization Kit. It's commercialized, Trader Tom admitted with no little chagrin. It is presented to appeal to a 12-year-old child, an erotic, aggressive 12-year-old, the typical sensi-goer, but that is reality. It offends men of good taste like ourselves, yet sometimes it approaches being art. We must accept it. What's the cost? Manet asked. Before I accept it, I have to know the charges. You never know the cost. Only your executor knows that. It's the Trader Tom plan. Well, is it guaranteed? There are no guarantees, Trader Tom admitted, but I've never had any complaints yet. Suppose I'm the first, Manet suggested reasonably. You won't be, Trader Tom said. I won't pass this way again. Manet didn't open the box. He let it fade quietly in the filtered but still brilliant sunlight near a transparent wall. Manet puttered around the spawning monster, trying to brush the copper taste of the station out of his mouth in the mornings, talking to himself, winking at Annie Oakley, and waiting to go mad. Finally, Manet woke up one morning. He lay in the sheets of his bunk, suppressing the urge to go wash his hands, and came at last to the conclusion that, after all the delay, he was mad. So he went to open the box. The cardboard lid seemed to have become both brittle and rotten. It crumbled as easily as ideals, but Manet was old enough to remember the boxes Japanese toys came in when he was a boy, and was not alarmed. The contents were such a glorious pile of junk, of bottles from old chemistry sets, of pieces from old erector sets, of nameless things and unremembered antiques from neglected places, that it seemed too good to have been assembled commercially. It was the collection of lifetime. On top of everything was a paper-bound book, the size of the Reader's Digest, covered in rippled gray flexiboard. The title was stamped in black on the spine and cover, The Making of Friends. Manet opened the book, and turning one blank page, found the title in larger print and slightly amplified, The Making of Friends and Others. There was no author listed. A further line of information stated, A Manual for LIFO, the Socialization Kit. At the bottom of the title page, the publisher was identified as LIFO Kit Company, Limited, Syracuse. The unnumbered first chapter was headed, Your First Friend. Before you go further, first find the modifier in your kit. This is vital. He quickly riffled through the pages. Other friends, authority, a companion, then the final model. Manet tried to flip past this section, but the pages after the sheet labeled the final model were stuck together. More than stuck. There was a thick slab of plastic in the back of the book. The edges were ridged as if there were pages to this section, but they could only be the tracks of lame ants. Manet flipped back to page 1. First find the modifier in your kit. This is vital to your entire experiment in socialization. The modifier is part 1A on the master chart. He prowled through the box looking for some kind of chart. There was nothing that looked like a chart inside. He retrieved the lid and looked at its inside. Nothing. He tipped the box and looked at its outside. Not a thing. There was always something missing from kits, maybe even the modifier itself. He read on, and probed and scattered the parts in the long box. He studied the manual intently and groped out with his free hand. The toe bone was connected to the foot bone. The red king sat smugly in his diagonal corner. The black king stood 2 places away, his top half tipsy in frustration. The red king crabbed sideways 1 square. The black king pounced forward 1 space. The red king advanced backwards to face the enemy. The black king shuffled sideways. The red king followed, uselessly. "Tie game," Ronald said. "Tie game," Manet said. "Let's talk," Ronald said cheerfully. He was always cheerful. Cheerfulness was a personality trait Manet had thumbed out for him. Cheerful, submissive, cooperative. Manet had selected these factors in order to make Ronald as different a person from himself as possible. "The Korean-American War was the greatest of all wars," Ronald said pontifically. "Only in the air," Manet corrected him. Intelligence was one of the factors Manet had punched to suppress. Intelligence, aggressiveness, sense of perfection. Ronald couldn't know any more than Manet, but he could, and did, know less. He had seen to that when his own encephalograph matrix had programmed Ronald's feeder. There were no dogfights in Korea, Ronald said. I know. The dogfight was a combat of hundreds of planes in a tight area, the last of which took place near the end of the First World War. The aerial duel, sometimes inaccurately referred to as a dogfight, was not seen in Korea either. The pilots at supersonic speeds only had time for single passes at the enemy. Still, I believe, contrary to all experts, that this took greater skill, man more wedded to machine, than the leisurely combats of World War I. I know. Daniel Boone was still a crack shot at 85. He was said to be warm, sincere, modest, truthful, respected, and rheumatic. I know. Manet knew it all. He had heard it all before. He was so damn sick of hearing about Korean air battles, Daniel Boone, the literary qualities of ancient sports fiction magazines, the painting of Norman Rockwell, New York swing, ad nauseum. What a narrow band of interest! With the whole universe to explore in thought and concept, why did he have to be trapped with such an unoriginal human being? Of course, Ronald wasn't an original human being. He was a copy. Manet had been interested in the fabulous forties. Lieutenant Hoot Gibson, Sam Merwin tennis stories, Saturday Evening Post covers, when he had first learned of them, and he had learned all about them. He had firm opinions on all these. He yearned for someone to challenge him, to say that dime sports had been nothing but a cheap yellow rag, and, why, Swanee Review, there'd been a magazine for you. Manet's only consolation was that Ronald's tastes were lower than his own. He patriotically insisted that the American Sabre jet was superior to the MiG. He maintained with a straight face that Tommy Dorsey was a better bandman than Benny Goodman. Ronald was a terrific jerk. "Ronald," Manet said, "you are a terrific jerk." Ronald leaped up immediately and led with his right. Manet blocked it deftly and threw a right cross. Ronald blocked it deftly, and drove in a right to the navel. The two men separated, and puffing like steam locomotives passing the diesel works, closed again. Ronald leaped forward and led with his right. Manet stepped inside the swing and lifted an uppercut to the ledge of Ronald's jaw. Ronald pinwheeled to the floor. He lifted his bruised head from the deck and worked his reddened mouth. "Had enough?" he asked Manet. Manet dropped his fist to his sides and turned away. "Yes." Ronald hopped up lightly. "Another checkers, Billy boy?" "No." "Okay. Anything you want, William, old conqueror?" Manet scrunched up inside himself in impotent fury. Ronald was maddeningly cooperative and peaceful. He would even get in a fist fight to avoid trouble between them. He would do anything Manet wanted him to do. He was so utterly damned stupid. Manet's eyes orbited towards the checkerboard. But if he were so much more stupid than he, Manet, why was it their checker games always ended in a tie? The calendar said it was spring on Earth when the radio was activated for a high-speed information and entertainment transmission. A buzzer flasher activated in the solarium at the same time. Manet lay stretched out on his back, naked, in front of the transparent wall. By rolling his eyes back in his head, Manet could see over a hedge of eyebrows for several hundred flat miles of white sand. And several hundred miles of desert could see him. For a moment he gloried in the blatant display of his flabby muscles and patchy sunburn. Then he sighed, rolled over to his feet, and started trudging toward communication. He padded down the rib-bridged matted corridor, taking his usual small pleasure in the kaleidoscopic effect of the spiraling reflections on the walls of the tubeway. As he passed the file room, he caught the sound of the pounding vibrations against the stoppered plug of the hatch. "Come on, Billy buddy, let me out of this place." Manet padded down the hall. He had, he recalled, shoved Ronald in there on Lincoln's birthday, a minor ironic twist he appreciated quietly. He had been waiting in vain for Ronald to run down ever since. In communication, he took a seat and punched the slowed down playback of the transmission. "Hello, overseers," the voice said. It was the voice of the BBC. It irritated Manet. He never understood how the British had got the space transmissions assignment for the English language. He would have preferred an American disc jockey himself, one who appreciated New York swing. "We imagine that you are most interested in how long you shall be required to stay at your present stations," said the voice of God's paternal uncle. "As you on Mars may know, there has been much discussion as to how long it will require to complete the present schedule." There was of course no K in the sound, for atmosphere seating. "The original, non-binding estimate at the time of your departure was 18.2 years. However, determining how long it will take our stations properly to remake the air of Mars is a problem comparable to finding the age of the Earth. Estimates change as new factors are learned. You may recall that 3 years ago the official estimate was changed to 31 years. The recent estimate by certain reactionary sources of 274 years is not an official government estimate. The news for you is good if you are becoming nostalgic for home, or not particularly bad if you are counting on drawing your handsome salary for the time spent on Mars. We have every reason to believe our original estimate was substantially correct. The total time within limits of error, a flat 18 years. A very flat 18 years, Manet thought as he palmed off the recorder. He sat there thinking about 18 years. He did not switch to video for some freshly taped westerns. Finally, Manet went back to the solarium and dragged out the big box. There was a lot left inside. One of those parts, one of those bones or struts of flesh sprayers, one of them, he now knew, was the modifier. The modifier was what he needed to change Ronald, or to shut him off. If only the master chart hadn't been lost, so he would know what the modifier looked like. He hoped the modifier itself wasn't lost. He hated to think of Ronald locked in the usher tomb of the file room for 18 flat years. Long before that, he would have worn his fists away hammering at the hatch. Then he might start pounding with his head. Perhaps before the time was up he would have worn himself down to nothing whatsoever. Manet selected the ripple-finished gray-covered manual from the hodgepodge, and thought 18 years. "Perhaps I should have begun here," he told himself, "but I really don't have as much interest in that sort of thing as the earthier types. Some companionship was all I wanted." And he thought on. Even an insipid personality like Ronald's would be bearable with certain compensations. Manet opened the book to the chapter headed "The Making of a Girl." Veronica crept up behind Manet and slithered her hands up his back and over his shoulders. She leaned forward and breathed a moist warmth into his ear, and worried the lobe with her even white teeth. "Daniel Boone," she sighed huskily, "only killed 3 Indians in his life." "I know." Manet folded his arms stoically and added, "Please don't talk." She sighed her instant agreement, and moved her expressive hands over his chest and up to the hollows of his throat. "I need a shave," he observed. Her hands instantly caressed his face to prove that she liked a rather bristly, masculine countenance. Manet elbowed Veronica away in gentlemanly fashion. She made her turn. "Not now," he instructed her. "Whatever you say." He stood up and began pacing off the dimensions of the compartment. There was no doubt about it. He had been missing his regular exercise. "Now?" she asked. "I'll tell you. If you were a jet pilot," Veronica said wistfully, "you would be romantic. You would grab love when you could. You would never know which moment would be last. You would make the most of each one." "I'm not a jet pilot," Manet said. "There are no jet pilots. There haven't been for any generations." "Don't be silly," Veronica said. "Who else would stop those vile North Koreans and Red China volunteers?" "Veronica," he said carefully, "the Korean War is over. It was finished even before the last of the jet pilots. "Don't be silly," she snapped. "If it were over, I'd know about it, wouldn't I?" She would, except that somehow she had turned out even less bright, less equipped with Manet's own store of information, than Ronald. Whoever had built the LIFO kit must have had ancient ideas about what constituted appropriate feminine characteristics. "I suppose," he said heavily, "that you would like me to take you back to Earth and introduce you to Daniel Boone?" "Oh, yes." "Veronica, your stupidity is hideous." She lowered her long blonde lashes on her pink cheeks. "That is a mean thing to say to me, but I forgive you." An invisible hand began pressing down steadily on the top of his head until it forced a sound out of him. "Roar! Must you be so cloyingly sweet? Do you have to keep taking that? Isn't there any fight in you at all?" He stepped forward and backhanded her across the jaw. It was the first time he had ever struck a woman, he realized regretfully. He now knew he should have been doing it long ago. Veronica sprang forward and led with a right. Ronald's cries grew louder as Manet marched Veronica through the corridor. "Hear that?" he inquired, smiling with clenched teeth. "No, darling." Well, that was all right. He remembered he had once told her to ignore the noise. She was still following orders. "Come on, Bill, open up the hatch for old Ronald," the voice carried through sepulchrally. "Shut up," Manet yelled. The voice dwindled stubbornly, then cut off. A silence with a whisper of metallic ring to it. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Maybe because he secretly took comfort in the sound of an almost human voice echoing through the station. Manet threw back the bolt and wheeled back the hatch. Ronald looked just the same as he had when Manet had seen him last. His hands didn't seem to have been worn away in the least. Ronald's lips seemed a trifle chapped, but that probably came not from having all the shouting but from having nothing to drink for some months. Ronald didn't say anything to Manet, but he looked offended. "You," Manet said to Veronica with a shove in the small of the back. "Inside, inside." Ronald sidestepped the lurching girl. "Do you know what I'm going to do with you?" Manet demanded. "I'm going to lock you up in here and leave you for a day, a month, a year, forever. Now what do you think about that?" "If you think it is the right thing, dear," Veronica said hesitantly. "You know best, Willie," Ronald said uncertainly. Manet slammed the hatch in disgust. Manet walked carefully down the corridor, watching streamers of his reflection corkscrewing into the curved walls. He had to walk carefully, else the artery would roll up tight and squash him, but he walked too carefully for this to happen. As he passed the file room, Ronald's voice said, "In my opinion, William, you should let us out." "I," Veronica said, "honestly feel that you should let me out, Bill, dearest." Manet giggled. "What? What was that? Do you suggest that I take you back after you've been locked behind a door with my best friend?" He went down the corridor, giggling. He giggled and thought, "This will never do." Pouring and tumbling through the LiFo kit, consulting the manual diligently, Manet concluded that there weren't enough parts left in the box to go around. The book gave instructions for the model mother, the model father, the model sibling, and others. Yet there weren't parts enough in the kit. He would have to take parts from Ronald or Veronica in order to make any one of the others, and he could not do that without the modifier. He wished Trader Tom would return and extract some higher price from him for the modifier, which was clearly missing from the kit, or to get even more for simply repossessing the kit. But Trader Tom would not be back. He came this way only once. Manet thumbed through the manual in mechanical frustration. As he did so, the solid piece of the last section parted sheet by sheet. He glanced forward and found the headings. The final model. There seemed something ominous about that finality. But he had paid a price for the kit, hadn't he? Who knew what price, when it came to that? He had every right to get everything out of the kit that he could. He read the unfolding page critically. The odd assortment of ill-matched parts left in the box took a new shape in his mind and under his fingers. Manet gave one final spurt from the flesh sprayer and stood back. Victor was finished. Perfect. Manet stepped forward, lifted the model's left eyelid, tweaked his nose. Move! Victor leaped back into the LiFo kit and did a jig on one of the flesh sprayers. As the device twisted as handily as good intentions, Manet realized that it was not a flesh sprayer but the modifier. "It's finished," were Victor's first words. "It's done." Manet stared at the tiny wreck, to say the least. Victor stepped out of the oblong box. "There is something you should understand. I am different from the others. They all say that. I am not your friend. No. No, you have made yourself an enemy." Manet felt nothing more at this information than an ascetic pleasure at the symmetry of the situation. "It completes the final course in socialization," Victor continued. "I am your adversary. I will do everything I can to defeat you. I have all your knowledge. You do not have all your knowledge. If you let yourself know some of the things, it could be used against you. It is my function to use everything I possibly can against you. When do you start? I've finished. I've done my worst. I've destroyed the modifier." "What's so bad about that?" Manet asked with some interest. "You'll have Veronica and Ronald and me forever now. We'll never change. You'll get older, and we'll never change. You'll lose interest in New York swing, and jet combat, and Daniel Boone, and we'll never change. We don't change, and you can't change us for others. I've made the worst thing happen to you that can happen to any man. I've seen that you will always keep your friends." The prospect was frightful. Victor smiled. "Aren't you going to denounce me for a fiend?" "Yes, it's time for the denouncement. Tell me, you feel that now you are through? You have fulfilled your function?" "Yes, yes." "Now you will have but to lean back, as it were, so to speak, and see me suffer?" "Yes." "Nope. Can't do it, old man, can't. I know. You're too human, too like me. The one thing a man can't accept is a passive state, a state of uselessness. Not if he can possibly avoid it. Something has to be happening to him. He has to be happening to something. You didn't kill me because then you would have nothing left to do. You'll never kill me." "Of course not," Victor stormed. "Fundamental safety cutoff." "Rationalization. You don't want to kill me. And you can't stop challenging me at every turn. That's your function." "Stop talking and just think about your miserable life," Victor said meanly. "Your friends won't grow and mature with you. You won't make any new friends. You'll have me to constantly remind you of your uselessness, your constant, unrelenting sterility of purpose. How's that for boredom, for passiveness?" "That's what I'm trying to tell you," Manet said irritably, his social manners rusty. "I won't be bored. You will see to that. It's your purpose. You'll be a challenge, an obstacle, a source of triumph every foot of the way. Don't you see? With you for an enemy, I don't need a friend." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Confidence Game. Doc had this solemn human by the throat when I caught up with him. "Tonight," Doc was saying in his old voice that was as crackled and important as parchment, "tonight man will reach the moon. The golden moon and the silver ship, symbols of greed. Tonight is the night when this is to happen." "Sure," the man agreed severely, prying a little worriedly at Doc's arthritic fingers that were clamped on his collar. "No argument. Sure. Up we go. But leave me or go, so help me, I'll fetch you one in the teeth. I came alongside and carefully started to lever the old man loose, one finger at a time. It had to be done this way. I had learned that during all these weeks and months, his hands looked old and crippled, but I felt they were the strongest in the world. If a half a dozen winos in Seattle hadn't helped me get them loose, Doc and I would have been wanted for the murder of a North American Mountie. It was easier this night, and that made me afraid. Doc's thin frame, layered with lumpy fat, was beginning to muscle dance against my side. One of his times was coming on him. Then at last he was free of the greasy collar of the human. "I hope you'll forgive him, sir," I said, not meeting the man's eyes. "He's my father and very old, as you can see." I laughed inside at this absurd, easy lie. Old events seemed recent to him. The human nodded, Adam's apple jerking in the angry neon twilight. "Memory jump, you mean? All my great-grandfathers have it. But great-grandmothers, lupus. Funny thing is, like a schoolgirl. You know, I say, 'The poor old guy looks sick. Want any help?'" I told the human no thanks, and walked Doc toward the flop house 3 doors down. I hoped we would make it. I didn't know what would happen if we didn't. Doc was liable to say anything that might Nova soul, for all I knew. Martians approaching the corner were sensing at Doc and me. They were just cheap tourists slumming down on Skid Row. I hated tourists, and especially I hated Martian tourists, because I especially hated Martians. They were aliens. They weren't men like Doc and me. Then I realized what was about to happen. It was foolish and awful and true. I was going to have one of mine at the same time Doc was having his. This was bad. It had happened a few times right after I first found him, but now it was worse. For some undefinable reason, we felt we kept getting closer each of these times. I tried not to think about it and helped Doc through the fly-specked flophouse doors. The tubercular clerk looked up from the gaudy comics section of one of those little tabloids that have the funnies a week in advance. 15 cents a bed, he said mechanically. "We'll use one bed," I told him. "I'll give you 20 cents. I felt the round, hard quarter in my pocket, sweaty hand against sticky lining. 15 cents a bed, he played back at me. Doc was quivering against me, his legs boneless. "We can always make it over to the mission," I lied. The clerk turned his upper lip as if he were going to spit. "All right, since we ain't full up, in advance." I placed the quarter on the desk. "Give me a nickel." The clerk's hand fell on the coin and slid it off into the unknown before I could move, what with holding up Doc. "You've got your nerve," he said at me with a fine mist of dew. "Had a quarter all along, and yet you Martian me down to 20 cents. He saw the look on my face. "I'll give you a room for the 2 bits. That's better'n a bed for 20. I knew I was going to need that nickel. Desperately, I reached across the desk with my free hand and hauled the scrawny human up against the register hard. I'm not as strong in my hands as Doc, but I managed. "Give me a nickel," I said. "What nickel?" His eyes were big, but they kept looking right at me. "You don't have any nickel. You don't have any quarter, not if I say so. Want I should call a cop and tell him you were flexing a muscle?" I let go of him. He didn't scare me, but Doc was beginning to mumble, and that did scare me. I had to get him alone. "Where's the room?" I asked. The room was 6 feet in all directions, and the walls were 5 feet high. The other foot was finished in chicken wire. There was a wino on the left, a wino praying on the right, and the door didn't have any lock on it. At last, Doc and I were alone. I laid Doc out on the gray-brown cot and put his forearm over his face to shield it from the glare of the light bulb. I swept off all the bedbugs in sight and stepped on them heavily. Then I dropped down into the painted stool chair and let my burning eyes rest on the obscene wall drawings just to focus them. I was so dirty, I could feel the grime grinding together all over me. My shaggy scalp still smarted from the alcohol I had stolen from a convertible's gas tank to get rid of Doc's and my cooties. Lucky that I never needed to shave and that my face was so dirty, no one would ever notice that I didn't need to. The cramp hit me and I folded out of the chair onto the littered, uncovered floor. It stopped hurting, but I knew it would begin if I moved. I stared at a jagged cut-out nude curled against a lump of dust and lint, giving it an unreal distortion. Doc began to mumble louder. I knew I had to move. I just waited a moment, savoring the painless peace. Then, finally, I moved. I was bent double, but I got from the floor to the chair and found my notebook and orb point in my hands. I found I couldn't focus both my mind and my eyes through the electric flashes of agony, so I concentrated on Doc's voice and trusted my hands would follow their habit pattern and construct the symbols for his words. They were suddenly distinguishable. Outsider, Toth, Dyson, 7, Hassan, Beyond, 6, 7, 8, 2, boxes, Ralston, Richard Wentworth, Jimmy Christopher, Kent Allard, I am, O.R.C. His voice rose to a meaningless wail that stretched into non-existence. The pen slid across the scribbled face of the notebook and both dropped from my numb hands. But I knew. Somehow, inside me, I knew that these words were what I had been waiting for. They told everything I needed to know to become the most powerful man in the Solar Federation. That wasn't just an addict's dream. I knew who Doc was. When I got to thinking it was just a dream and that I was dragging this old man around North America for nothing, I remembered who he was. I remembered that he was somebody very important whose name and work I had once known, even if now I knew him only as Doc. The pain was a pendulum within me, swinging from low throbbing bass to a high screaming tenor. I had to get out and get some. But I didn't have a nickel. Still, I had to get some. I crawled to the door and raised myself by the knob, slick with greasy dirt. The door opened and shut. There was no lock. I shouldn't leave Doc alone, but I had to. He was starting to cry. He didn't always do that. I listened to him for a moment, then tested and tasted the craving that crawled through my veins. I got back inside somehow. Doc was twisting on the cot, tears washing white streaks across his face. I shoved Doc's face up against my chest. I held on to him and let him bellow. I soothed the lengths of soiled white hair back over his lumpy skull. He shut up at last, and I laid him down again and put his arm back across his face. You can't turn the light off and on in places like that. The old wiring will blow the bulb half the time. I don't remember how I got out onto the street. She was pink and clean, and her platinum hair was pulled straight back, drawing her cheekbones tighter, straightening her wide, appealing mouth, drawing her lean, athletic, feminine body erect. She was wearing a powder blue dress that covered all of her breasts and hips and the upper half of her legs. The most wonderful thing about her was her perfume. Then I realized it wasn't perfume, only the scent of soap. Finally, I knew it wasn't that. It was just healthy, fresh-scrubbed skin. I went to her at the bus stop, forcing my legs not to stagger. Nobody would help a drunk. I don't know why, but nobody will help you if they think you are blotto. "Ma'am, could you help a man who's not had work?" I kept my eyes down. I couldn't look a human in the eye and ask for help. Just a dime for a cup of coffee. I knew where I could get it for 3 cents, maybe 2.5. I felt her looking at me. She spoke in an educated voice, one she used, perhaps, as a teacher or supervising telephone operator. "Do you want it for coffee, or to apply, or a glass or hypo of something else?" I cringed and whined. She would expect it of me. I suddenly realized that anybody as clean as she was had to be a tourist here. I hate tourists. "Just coffee, ma'am." She was younger than I was, so I didn't have to call her that. "A little more for food, if you could spare it." I hadn't eaten in a day and a half, and I didn't care much. "I'll buy you a dinner," she said carefully, "provided I can go with you and see for myself that you actually eat it." I felt my face flushing red. "You wouldn't want to be seen with a bum like me, ma'am." "I'll be seen with you if you really want to eat." It was certainly unfair and probably immoral, but I had no choice whatever. "Okay," I said, tasting bitterness over the craving. The coffee was in a thick white cup before me on the counter. It was pale, grayish brown, and steaming faintly. I picked it up in both hands to feel its warmth. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the woman sitting on the stool beside me. She had no right to intrude. This moment should be mine, but there she sat, marring it for me, a contemptible tourist. I gulped down the thick, dark liquid brutally. It was all I could do. The cramp flowed out of my diaphragm. I took another swallow and was able to think straight again. A third swallow and I felt good. Not abnormally stimulated, but strong, alert, poised on the brink of exhilaration. That was what coffee did for me. I was a caffeine addict. Earth-norm humans sometimes have the addiction to a slight extent, but I knew that as a Centaurian I had it infinitely worse. Caffeine affected my metabolism like a pure alkaloid. The immediate effects weren't the same, but the need ran as deep. I finished the cup. I didn't order another because I wasn't a pure sensualist. I just needed release. Sometimes, when I didn't have the price of a cup, I would look around in alleys and find cola bottles with a few drops left in them. They have a little caffeine in them, not enough, never enough, but better than nothing. "Now what do you want to eat?" the woman asked. I didn't look at her. She didn't know. She thought I was a human, an earth human. I was a man, of course, not an alien like a Martian. Earthmen ran the whole Solar Federation, but I was just as good as an Earthman. With my suntan and short mane, I could pass, couldn't I? That proved it, didn't it? "Hamburger," I said, "well done." I knew that would probably be all they had fit to eat at a place like this. It might be horse meat, but then I didn't have the local prejudices. I didn't look at the woman. I couldn't. But I kept remembering how clean she looked, and I was aware of how clean she smelled. I was so dirty, so very dirty that I could never get clean if I bathed every hour for the rest of my life. The hamburger was engulfed by 5 black-crowned, broken fingernails and raised to 2 rows of yellow ivory. I surrounded it like an amoeba, almost in a single movement of my jaws. Several other hamburgers followed the first. I lost count. I drank a glass of milk. I didn't want to black out on coffee, with Doc waiting for me. "Could I have a few to take with me, miss?" I pleaded. She smiled. I caught that out of the edge of my vision, but mostly I just felt it. "That's the first time you've called me anything but ma'am," she said. "I'm not an old maid, schoolteacher, you know." That probably meant she was a schoolteacher, though. "No, miss," I said. "It's Miss Casey, Vivian Casey," she corrected. She was a schoolteacher, all right. No other girl would introduce herself as Miss last name. Then there was something in her voice. "What's your name?" she said to me. I choked a little on a bite of stale bun. I had a name, of course. Everybody has a name, and I knew if I went off somewhere quiet and thought about it, mine would come to me. Meanwhile, I would tell the girl that my name was Kevin O'Malley. Abruptly I realized that was my name. "Kevin," I told her. "John Kevin." "Mr. Kevin," she said, her words dancing with bright absurdity like water-hose mist on a summer afternoon, "I wonder if you could help me?" "Happy to, miss," I mumbled. She pushed a white rectangle in front of me on the painted maroon bar. "What do you think of this?" I looked at the piece of paper. It was a coupon from a magazine. "Dear Acolyte, R.I.S. Please send me free of obligation, in sealed wrapper, the Scarlet Book, revealing to me how I may gain secret mastery of the universe. Name, address." The world disoriented itself and I was on the floor of the sombre diner and Miss Vivian Casey was out of sight and scent. There was a $5 bill tied in my fist. The counterman was trying to pull it out. I looked up at his stubble face. "I had half a dozen hamburgers, a cup of coffee and a glass of milk. I want 4 more hamburgers to go and a pint of coffee. By your prices, that will be $1.65, if the lady didn't pay you." "She didn't," he stammered. "Why do you think I was trying to get that bill out of your hand?" I didn't say anything, just got up off the floor. After the counterman put down my change, I spread out the $5 bill on the vacant bar, smoothing it. I scooped up my change and walked out the door. There was no one on the sidewalk, only in the doorways. First I opened the door on an amber world, then an azure one. Neon light was coming from the chicken wire border of the room, from a window somewhere beyond. The wino on one side of the room was singing, and the one on the other side was praying, same as before. Only they had changed around. Prayer came from the left, song from the right. Doc sat on the floor in the half-darkness, and he had made a thing. My heart hammered at my lungs. I knew this last time had been different. Whatever it was getting closer. This was the first time Doc had ever made anything. It didn't look like much, but it was a start. He had broken the light bulb and used the filament and screw bottom. His strong hands had unraveled some of the bed springs, metal webbing, and fashioned them to his needs. My orb point pen had dissolved under his touch. All of them, useless parts, were made into a meaningful whole. I knew the thing had meaning, but when I tried to follow its design, I became lost. I put the paper container of warm coffee and the greasy bag of hamburgers on the wooden chair, hoping the odor wouldn't bring any hungry rats out of the walls. I knelt beside Doc. "An order, my boy, an order," he whispered. I didn't know what he meant. Was he suddenly trying to give me orders? He held something out to me. It was my notebook. He had used my pen, before dismantling it, to write something. I tilted the notebook against the neon light, now red wine, now fresh grape. I read it. "Concentrate," Doc said hoarsely, "concentrate." I wondered what the words meant. Wondering takes a kind of concentration. The words "first edition" were what I was thinking about most. The heavy-set man in the ornate armchair was saying, "The bullet struck me as I was pulling on my boot." I was kneeling on the floor of a Victorian living room. I'm quite familiar with Earth history, and I recognized the period immediately. Then I realized what I had been trying to get from Doc all these months: time travel. A thin, sickly man was sprawled in the other chair in a rumpled dressing gown. My eyes held to his face, his pinpoint pupils and whitened nose. He was a condemned snowbird. If there was anything I hated or held in more contempt than tourists or Martians, it was a snowbird. "My clients have occasioned singular methods of entry into these rooms," the thin man remarked, "but never before have they used instantaneous materialization." The heavier man was half choking, half laughing. I say, I would like to see you explain this, my dear fellow." "I have no data," the thin man answered coolly. "In such instance, one begins to twist theories into fact, or fact into theories. I must ask this unemployed, former professional man who has gone through a serious illness and is suffering a more serious addiction to tell me the place and time from which he comes." The surprise stung. "How did you know?" I asked. He gestured with a pale hand. "To maintain a logical approach, I must reject the supernatural. Your arrival, unless hallucinatory, and despite my voluntary use of one drug and my involuntary experiences recently with another, I must accept the evidence of my senses, or retire from my profession. Your arrival was then supernormal. I might say superscientific. of a science not of my or the good doctor's time, clearly. Time travel is a familiar folk legend, and I have been reading an article by the entertaining Mr. Wells. Perhaps he will expand it into one of his novels of scientific romance. I knew who these two men were, with a tormenting doubt. But the other? Your hands, though unclean, have never seen physical labor. Your cranial construction is of a superior type, or even if you reject my theories, concentration does set the facial features. I judge you have suffered an illness because of the inhibition of your beard growth. Your over-fondness for rum or opium, perhaps, is self-evident. You are at a too resilient an age to be so sunk by even an amour. Why else then would you let yourself fall into such an underfed and unsanitary state? He was so smug and so sure, this snowbird. I hated him, because I couldn't trust to my own senses as he did. You don't exist, I said slowly, painfully. You are fictional creations. The doctor flushed darkly. You give my literary agent too much credit for the addition of professional polish to my works. The other man was filling a large, curved pipe from something that looked vaguely like an ice skate. Interesting. Perhaps if our visitor would tell us something of his age with special reference to the theory and practice of temporal transference, Doctor, we would be better equipped to judge whether we exist. There was no theory or practice of time travel. I told them all I had ever heard theorized, from Hindu yoga through extrasensory perception to relativity and the positron and negatron. Interesting, he breathed out suffocating black clouds of smoke. Presume that the people of your time, by their extrasensory perception, have altered the past to make it as they suppose it to be. The great historical figures are made the larger-than-life size that we know them. The great literary creations assume reality. I thought of Cleopatra and Helen of Troy, and wondered if they would be the goddesses of love that people imagined, or the scrawny, big-nosed redhead and fading old woman of scholarship. Then I noticed the detective's hand that had been resting idly on a round brass weight of unknown sort to me. His tapered finger-tips had indented the metal. His bright eyes followed mine, and he smiled faintly. Withdrawal symptoms. The admiration and affection for this man that had been slowly building up behind my hatred unbrinked. I remembered now that he had stopped. He was not really a snowbird. After a time I asked the doctor a question. "Why, yes, I'm flattered. This is the first manuscript. Considering my professional handwriting, I recopied it more laboriously. Accepting the sheaf of papers and not looking back at these two great and good men, I concentrated on my own time and Doc. Nothing happened. My heart raced, but I saw something dancing before me like a dust mote in sunlight and stepped toward it, into the effective range of Miss Casey's tiny gun. She inclined the lethal silver toy. "Let me see those papers, Kevin." I handed her the doctor's manuscript. His breath escaped slowly and loudly. "It's all right, it's all right. It exists. It's real. Not even one of the unwritten ones. I've read this myself." Doc was lying on the cot, half his face twisted into horror. "Don't move, Kevin," she said. "I'll have to shoot you. Maybe not to kill, but painfully." I watched her face flash blue, red, blue, and knew she meant it. But I had known too much in too short a time. I had to help Doc, but there was something else. "I just want a drink of coffee from that container on the chair," I told her. She shook her head. "I don't know what you think it does to you." It was getting harder for me to think. "Who are you?" She showed me a card from her wrist purse. "Vivian Casey, Constable, North American Mounted Police." I had to help Doc. I had to have some coffee. "What do you want?" "Listen, Kevin. Listen carefully to what I am saying. Doc found a method of time travel. It was almost purely mathematical, topographical way divorced from modern physical sciences. He kept it a secret and he wanted to make money with it. He was an idealist. He had his crusades. How can you make money with time travel? I didn't know whether she was asking me, but I didn't know. All I knew was that I had to help Doc and get some coffee. It takes money Doc didn't have, to make money. Miss Casey said, even if you know what horse will come in and what stock will prosper. Besides, horse racing and the stock market weren't a part of Doc's character. He was a scholar. Why did she keep using the past tense in reference to Doc? It scared me. He was lying so still with the left side of his face so twisted. I needed some coffee. He became a bookfinder. He got rare editions of books and magazines for his clients in absolutely mint condition. That was all right, until he started obtaining books that did not exist. I didn't know what all that was supposed to mean. I got to the chair, snatched up the coffee container, tore it open and gulped down the soothing liquid. I turned toward her and threw the rest of the coffee into her face. The coffee splashed out over her platinum hair and powdered blue dress that looked white when the neon was azure, purple when it was amber. The coffee stained and soiled and ruined, and I was fiercely glad, unreasonably happy. I tore the gun away from her by the short barrel, not letting my filthy hands touch her scrubbed pink ones. I pointed the gun generally at her and backed around the thing on the floor to the cot. Doc had a pulse, but it was irregular. I checked for a fever. There wasn't one. After that, I didn't know what to do. I looked up finally and saw a Martian in or about the doorway. "Call me Andre," the Martian said. "A common name but foreign. It should serve as a point of reference." I always wondered how a thing like a Martian could talk. Sometimes I wondered if they really could. "You won't need the gun," Andre said conversationally. "I'll keep it, thanks. What do you want?" "I'll begin as Miss Casey did, by telling you things. Hundreds of people disappeared from North America a few months ago." "They always do," I told him. "They ceased to exist, as human beings, shortly after they received a book from Doc," the Martian said. Something seemed to strike me in the back of the neck. I staggered, but managed to hold on to the gun and stand up. "Use one of those sneaky Martian weapons again," I warned him, "and I'll kill the girl." Martians were supposed to be against the destruction of any life form, I had read someplace. I doubted it, but it was worth a try. "Kevin," Andre said, "why don't you take a bath?" The Martian weapon staggered me again. I tried to say something. I tried to explain that I was so dirty that I could never get clean, no matter how often I bathed. No words formed. "But Kevin," Andre said, "you aren't that dirty." The blow shook the gun from my fingers. It almost fell into the thing on the floor, but at the last moment seemed to change direction and miss it. I knew something. "I don't wash because I drink coffee." "It's all right to drink coffee, isn't it?" he asked. "Of course," I said, and added absurdly, "that's why I don't wash." "You mean," Andre said slowly, ploddingly, "that if you bathed, you would be admitting that drinking coffee was in the same class as any other solitary vice that makes people wash frequently." I was knocked to my knees. "Kevin," the Martian said, "drinking coffee represents a major vice only in Centaurian humanoids, not Earth norm human beings. Which are you?" Nothing came out of my gabbling mouth. "What is Doc's full name?" I almost fell in, but at the last instant I caught myself and said, "Dr. Kevin O'Malley, Sr." From the bed, Doc said a word, "Son." Then he disappeared. I looked at that which he had made. I wondered where he had gone, in search of what. "He didn't use that," Andre said. So I was an Earthman, Doc's son. So my addiction to coffee was all in my mind. That didn't change anything. They say sex is all in your mind. I didn't want to be cured. I wouldn't be. Doc was gone. That was all I had now. That and the thing he left. "The rest is simple," Andre said. Doc O'Malley bought up all the stock in a certain ancient metaphysical order and started supplying members with certain books. Can you imagine the effect of the Book of Desan, or the Book of Thoth, or the 7 cryptical books of Hassan, or the Necronomicon itself on human beings? But they don't exist, I said wearily. Exactly, Kevin, exactly. They have never existed any more than your Victorian detective friend. But the unconscious racial mind has reached back into time and created them. And that unconscious mind, deeper than psychology terms the subconscious, has always known about the powers of ESP, telepathy, telekinesis, precognition. Through these books the human race can tell itself how to achieve a state of pure logic, without food, without sex, without conflict, just as Doc has achieved such a state. A little late, true. He had a powerful guilt complex, even stronger than your withdrawal, over releasing this blessing on the inhabited universe, but reason finally prevailed. He had reached a state of pure thought. The North American government has to have this secret, Kevin, the girl said. You can't let it fall into the hands of the Martians. Andre did not deny that he wanted it to fall into his hands. I knew I could not let Doc's, Dad's, time-traveling thing fall into anyone's hands. I remembered that all the copies of the books had disappeared with their readers now. There must not be any more, I knew. Miss Casey did her duty and tried to stop me with a judo hold, but I don't think her heart was in it, because I reversed and broke it. I kicked the thing to pieces and stomped on the pieces. Maybe you can't stop the progress of science, but I knew it might be millenniums before Doc's genes and creative environment were created and time travel was rediscovered. Maybe we would be ready for it by then. I knew we weren't now. Miss Casey leaned against my dirty chest and cried into it. I didn't mind her touching me. I'm glad, she said. Andre flowed out of the doorway with a sigh. Of relief? I would never know. I suppose I had destroyed it because I didn't want the human race to become a thing of pure reason without purpose, direction, or love, but I would never know for sure. I thought I could kick the habit, perhaps with Miss Casey's help, but I wasn't really confident. Maybe I had destroyed the time machine because a world without material needs would not grow and roast coffee. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of 19 Science Fiction Short Stories by Jim Harmon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charity Case. When he began his talk with, "You've got your health, don't you?" it touched those spots inside me. That was when I did it. Why couldn't what he said have been, "The best things in life are free, buddy"? Or, "Every dog has its day, fellow." Or, "If at first you don't succeed, man." No, he had to use that one line. You wouldn't blame me, not if you believed me. The first thing I can remember, the start of all this, was when I was 4 or 5 somebody was soiling my bed for me. I absolutely was not doing it. I took long naps morning and evening, so I could lie awake at night to see that it wouldn't happen. It couldn't happen. But in the morning the bed would sit there dispassionately soiled and convict me on circumstantial evidence. My punishment was as sure as the tide. Dad was a compact man, small eyes, small mouth, tight clothes. He was narrow but not mean. For punishment he locked me in a windowless room and told me to sit still until he came back. It wasn't so bad a punishment, except that when Dad closed the door, the light turned off and I was left there in the dark. Being 4 or 5, I didn't know any better, so I thought Dad made it dark to add to my punishment. But I learned he didn't know the light went out. It came back on when he unlocked the door. Every time I told him about the light as soon as I could talk again, but he said I was lying. One day, to prove me a liar, he opened and closed the door a few times from outside. The light winked off and on, always shining when Dad stuck his head inside. He tried using the door from the inside, and the light stayed on, no matter how hard he slammed the door. I stayed in the dark longer for lying about the light. Alone in the dark, I wouldn't have had it so bad if it wasn't for the things that came to me. They were real to me. They never touched me, but they had a little boy. He looked the way I did in the mirror. They did unpleasant things to him. Because they were real, I talked about them as if they were real, and I almost earned a bunk in the home for retarded children until I got smart enough to keep the beasts to myself. My mother hated me. I loved her, of course. I remember her smell mixed up with flowers and cookies and winter fires. I remember she hugged me on my 9th birthday. The trouble came from the notes written in my awkward hand that she found, calling her names I didn't understand. Sometimes there were drawings. I didn't write those notes or make those drawings. My mother and father must have been glad when I was sent away to reform school after my 13th birthday party, the one no one came to. The reform school was nicer. There were others there who'd had it about like me. We got along. I didn't watch their shifty eyes too much, or ask them what they shifted to see. They didn't talk about my screams at night. It was home. My trouble there was that I was always being framed for stealing. I didn't take any of those things they located in my bunk. Stealing wasn't in my line. If you believe any of this at all, you'll see why it couldn't be me who did the stealing. There was a reason for me to steal, if I could have got away with it. The others got money from home to buy the things they needed: razor blades, candy, sticks of tea. I got a letter from Mom or Dad every now and then before they were killed, saying they had sent money or that it was enclosed, but somehow I never got a dime of it. When I was expelled from reform school, I left with just one idea in mind: to get all the money I could ever use for the things I needed and the things I wanted. It was 2 or 3 years later that I skulked into Brother Partridge's mission on Durban Street. The preacher and half a dozen men were singing "Onward, Christian Soldiers" in the meeting room. It was a draughty hall with varnished camp chairs. I shuffled in at the back with my suit coat collar turned up around my stubbled jaw. I made my hand shaky as I ran it through my knotted hair. Partridge was supposed to think I was just a bum. As an inspiration, I hugged my chest to make him think I was some wino nursing a flask full of Sneaky Pete. All I had there was a piece of copper alloy tubing inside a slice of plastic hose for taking care of myself, rolling sailors and the like. Who had the price of a bottle? Partridge didn't seem to notice me, but I knew that was an act. I knew people were always watching every move I made. He braced his red furred hands against the side of his auctioneer's stand and leaned his splotched eagle beak toward us. "Brothers, this being Thanksgiving, I pray the good Lord that we are all truly thankful for all that we have received. Amen." Some skin and bone character I didn't know struggled out of his seat amening. I could see he had a lot to be thankful for. Somewhere he had received a fix. "Brothers," Partridge went on after enjoying the interruption with a beaming smile, "you shall all be entitled to a bowl of turkey soup, prepared by Sister Partridge, a generous supply of sweet rolls and dinner rolls contributed by the early morning bakery of this city, and all the coffee you can drink. Let us march out to the Stars and Stripes Forever, John Philip Sousa's grand old patriotic song." I had to laugh at all those bums clattering the chairs in front of me, scampering after water soup and stale bread. As soon as I got cleaned up, I was going to have dinner in a good restaurant, and I was going to order such expensive food and leave such a large tip for the waiter, and send one to the chef, that they were going to think I was rich, and some executive with some brokerage firm would see me and say to himself, executive material, just the type we need. I beg your pardon, sir. Just like the razor blade comic strip ads in old magazines that Frankie the Pig sells 3 for a quarter. I was marching. Man, was I ever marching. But the secret of it was I was only marking time the way we did in fire drills at school. They passed me, every one of them, and marched out of the meeting room into the kitchen. Even Partridge made his way down from the auctioneer's stand like a vulture with a busted wing, and darted through his private door. I was alone, marking time behind the closed half of double doors. One good breath and I raced past the open door and flattened myself to the wall. Crockery was ringing and men were slurping inside. No one had paid any attention to me. That was pretty odd. People usually watch my every move, but a man's luck has to change sometime, doesn't it? Following the wall-board, I went down the side of the room and behind the last row of chairs, closer, closer, and halfway up the room again to the entrance and the little wooden box fastened to the wall beside it. The box was old and made out of some varnished wood. There was a slot in the top. There wasn't any sign anywhere around it, but you knew it wasn't a mailbox. My hand went flat on top of the box. One finger at a time drew up and slipped into the slot. Index, 4, third, little. I put my thumb in my palm and shoved. My hand went in. There were coins inside. I scooped them up with 2 fingers and held them fast with the other 2. Once I dropped a dime, not a penny, milled edge, and I started to reach for it. No, don't be greedy. I knew I would probably lose my hold on all the coins if I tried for that one. I had all the rest. It felt like about $2 or close to it. Then I found the bill, a neatly folded bill in the box. Somehow I knew all along it would be there. I tried to read the numbers on the bill with my fingertips, but I couldn't. It had to be a 1. Who drops anything but a 1 into a Skid Row collection box? But still there were tourists, slummers. They might leave a 50 or even 100. 100! Yes, it felt new, crisp. It had to be 100. A single would be creased or worn. I pulled my hand out of the box. I tried to pull my hand out of the box. I knew what the trouble was, of course. I was in a monkey trap. The monkey reaches through the hole for the bait, and when he gets it in his hot little fist, he can't get his hand out. He's too greedy to let go, so he stays there, caught as securely as if he were caged. I was a man, not a monkey. I knew why I couldn't get my hand out. But I couldn't lose that money, especially that century bill. Calm, I ordered myself, calm. The box was fastened to the vertical tongue and grooved laths of the woodwork, not the wall. It was old lumber, stiffened by 100 layers of paint since 1908. The paint was as thick and strong as the boards. The box was fastened fast. 6-inch spiked nails, I guessed. Calmly, I flung my whole weight away from the wall. My wrist almost cracked, but there wasn't even a bend in the box. Carefully, I tried to jerk my fist straight up, to pry off the top of the box. It was as if the box had been carved out of one solid piece of timber. It wouldn't go up, down, left, or right. But I kept trying. While keeping a lookout for Partridge and somebody stepping out of the kitchen for a pull on a bottle, I spotted the clock for the first time, a Western Union clock high up at the back of the hall. Just as I had seen it for the first time, the electricity wound the spring motor inside like a chicken having its neck wrung. The next time I glanced at the clock, it said 10 minutes had gone by. My hand still wasn't free, and I hadn't budged the box. "This," Brother Partridge said, "is one of the most profound experiences of my life." My head hinged until it lined my eyes up with Brother Partridge. The pipe hung heavy in my pocket, but he was too far from me. "A vision of you at the box projected itself on the crest of my soup," the preacher explained in wonderment. I nodded. "Swimming right in there with the dead duck." "Cold turkey," he corrected. "Are you scoffing at a miracle?" "People are always watching me, brother," I said. "So now they do it even when they aren't around." I should have known it would come to that. The pipe was suddenly a weight I wanted off me. I would try robbing a collection box, knowing positively I could get caught. but I wasn't dumb enough to murder. Somebody, somewhere, had to be a witness to it. I had never got away with anything in my life. I was too smart to even try anything but the little things. "I may be able to help you," Brother Partridge said, "if you have faith and a conscience." "I've got something better than a conscience," I told him. Brother Partridge regarded me solemnly. "There must be something special about you, for your apprehension to come through miraculous intervention. But I can't imagine what." "I always get apprehended somehow, brother," I said. "I'm pretty special." "Your name?" "William Haggle." "No sense lying. I've been booked and printed before." Partridge prodded me with his bony fingers as if making sure I was substantial. "Come, let's sit down, if you can remove your fist from the money box." I opened up my fingers and let the coins ring inside the box, and I drew my hand out. The bill stuck to the sweat on my fingers and slid out along the digits. A 1, I decided. I'd got into trouble for a grubby single. It wasn't any century. I had been kidding myself. I unfolded the note. Sure enough, it wasn't $100 bill, but it was a 20, and that was almost the same thing to me. I creased it and put it back into the slot. As long as it stalled off the cops, I'd talk to Partridge. We took a couple of camp chairs and I told him the story of my life, or most of it. It was hard work on an empty stomach. I wished I'd had some of that turkey soup. Then again, I was glad I hadn't. Something always happened to me when I thought back over my life. The same thing. The men filed out of the kitchen, wiping their chins, and I went right on talking. After some time Sister Partridge bustled in and snapped on the overhead lights, and I kept talking. The brother still hadn't used his phone to call the cops. "Remarkable," Partridge finally said when I got so hoarse I had to take a break. "One is almost reminded of Job. William, you are being punished for some great sin. Of that I'm sure." "Punished for a sin? But, brother, I've always had it like this, as long as I can remember. What kind of sin could I have committed when I was fresh out of my crib?" "William, all I can tell you is that time means nothing in heaven. Do you deny the transmigration of souls?" "Well," I said, "I've had no personal experience." "Of course you have, William. Say you don't remember. Say you don't want to remember. But don't say you have no personal experience." "And you think I'm being punished for something I did in a previous life?" He looked at me in disbelief. "What else could it be?" "I don't know," I confessed. "I certainly haven't done anything that bad in this life." "William, if you atone for this sin, perhaps the horde of locusts will lift from you." It wasn't much of a chance, but I was unused to having any at all. I shook off the dizziness of it. "By the Lord Harry, brother, I'm going to give it a try," I cried. "I believe you," Partridge said, surprised at himself. He ambled over to the money box on the wall. He tapped the bottom lightly, and a box with no top slid out of a slightly larger box. He reached in, fished out the bill, and presented it to me. "Perhaps this will help in your atonement," he said. I crumpled it into my pocket fast. Not meaning to sound ungrateful, I'm pretty sure he didn't notice it was a 20. And then the bill seemed to lie there, heavy, a lead weight. It would have been different if I had managed to get it out of the box myself. You know how it is. Money you haven't earned doesn't seem real to you. There was something I forgot to mention so far. During the year between when I got out of the reformatory and the one when I tried to steal Brother Partridge's money, I killed a man. It was all an accident, but killing somebody is reason enough to get punished. It didn't have to be a sin in the same previous life, you see. I had gotten my first job in too long, stacking boxes at the freight door of Basingers. The drivers unloaded the stuff, but they just dumped it off the truck. An empty rear end was all they wanted. The freight boss told me to stack the boxes inside, neat and not too close together. I stacked the boxes the first day. I stacked more the second day. The third day I went outside with my bologna and crackers. It was warm enough even for November. Two of them, dressed like Harvard seniors, caps and striped duffer jackets, came up to the crate I was dining off. "Work inside, Jack?" the taller one asked. "Yeah," I said, chewing. "What do you do, Jack?" the fatter one asked. "Stack boxes." "Got a union card?" I shook my head. "Application?" "No," I said. "I'm just helping out during Christmas." "You're a scab, buddy," Longlegs said. "Don't you read the papers?" "I don't like comic strips," I said. They sighed. I think they hated to do it, but I was bucking the system. Fats hit me high, Longlegs hit me low. I blew cracker crumbs into their faces. After that I just let them go. I know how to take a beating. That's one thing I knew. Lying there, bleeding to myself, I heard them talking. I heard noises like "make an example of him" and "do something permanent," and I squirmed away across the rubbish like a polite mouse. I made it around a corner of brick and stood up, hurting my knee on a piece of brown splotched pipe. There were noises on the other angle of the corner, and so I tested if the pipe was loose, and it was. I closed my eyes and brought the pipe up and then down. It felt as if I had connected, but I was so numb, I wasn't sure until I unscrewed my eyes. There was a big man in a heavy wool overcoat and gray Hamburg spread on a damp centerfold from the news. There was a pickup slip from the warehouse under the fingers of one hand, and somebody had beaten his brains out. The police figured it was part of some labor dispute, I guess, and they never got to me. I suppose I was to blame anyway. If I hadn't been alive, if I hadn't been there to get beaten up, it wouldn't have happened. I could see the point in making me suffer for it. There was a lot to be said for looking at it like that. But there was nothing to be said for telling Brother Partridge about the accident, or murder, or whatever had happened that day. Searching myself after I left Brother Partridge, I finally found a strip of gray adhesive tape on my side, out of the fuzzy area. Making the 20 the size of a thick postage stamp, I peeled back the tape and put the folded bill on the white skin and smoothed the tape back. There was only one place for me to go now. I headed for the public library. It was only about 20 blocks, but not having had anything to eat since the day before, it enervated me. The downstairs washroom was where I went first. There was nobody there but an old guy talking urgently to a kid with thick glasses, and somebody building a fix in one of the booths. I could see the charred matches dropping down on the floor next to his tennis shoes, and even a few grains of white stuff. But he managed to hold still enough to keep from spilling more from the spoon. I washed my hands and face, smoothed my hair down, combing it with my fingers. Going over my suit with damp toweling got off a lot of the dirt. I put my collar on the outside of my jacket and creased the wings with my thumbnail so it would look more like a sports shirt. It didn't really. I still looked like a bum, but sort of a neat, non-objectionable bum. The librarian at the main desk looked sympathetically hostile, or hostilely sympathetic. "I'd like to get into the stacks, miss," I said, "and see some of the old newspapers." "Which newspapers?" the old girl asked stiffly. I thought back. I couldn't remember the exact date. "One's for the first week in November last year. We have the Times microfilmed. I would have to project them for you." "I didn't want to see the Times," I said fast. "Don't you have any newspapers on paper?" I didn't want her to see what I wanted to read up on. "We have the News, bound for last year." I nodded. "That's the one I wanted to see." She sniffed and told me to follow her. I didn't rate a cart to my table, I guess, or else the bound papers weren't supposed to come out of the stacks. The cases of books, row after row, smelled good, like old leather and good pipe tobacco. I had been here before. In this world, it's the man with education who makes the money. I had been reading the Funk and Wagnall's encyclopedia. So far I knew a lot about Mark Antony, atomic energy, boron, Brussels, catapults, demons, and divans. I guess I had stopped to look around at some of the titles, because the busy librarian said sharply, "Follow me." I heard my voice say, "A pleasure. What about after work?" I didn't say it, but I was used to my voice independently saying things. Her neck got to flaming, but she walked stiffly ahead. She didn't say anything. She must be awful mad, I decided. But then I got the idea she was flushed with pleasure. I'm pretty ugly and I looked like a bum, but I was young. You had to grant me that. She waved a hand at the rows of bound news and left me alone with them. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to hunt up a table to lay the books on or not, so I took the volume for last year and laid it on the floor. That was the cleanest floor I ever saw. It didn't take me long to find the story. The victim was a big man, because the story was on the second page of the November 4 edition. I started to tear the page out, then only memorized the name and home address. Somebody was sure to see me, and I couldn't risk trouble just now. I stuck the book back in line and left by the side door. I went to a dry cleaner, not the cheapest place I knew, because I wouldn't be safe with the change from a 20 in that neighborhood. My suit was cleaned while I waited. I paid a little extra and had it mended. Funny thing about a suit, it's almost never completely shot, unless you have ripped it off or you burned it up. It wasn't exactly in style, but some rich executives wore suits out of style that they had paid a lot of money for. I remembered Frederick March's double-breasted in executive suite, while Walter Pidgeon and the rest wore Ivy Leagues. Maybe I would look like an eccentric executive. I bought a new shirt, a good used pair of shoes, and a dime pack of single-edged razor blades. I didn't have a razor, but anybody with nerve can shave with a single-edge blade and soap and water. The clerk took my $2 in advance and I went up to my room. I washed out my socks and underwear, took a bath, shaved and trimmed my hair and nails with the razor blade. With some soap on my finger, I scrubbed my teeth. Finally, I got dressed. Everything was all right except I didn't have a tie. They had them a quarter apiece, where I got the shoes. It was only 6 blocks, I could go back, but I didn't want to wait. I wanted to complete the picture. The razor blade sliced through the pink bath towel evenly. I cut out a nice modern-style tie, narrow, with some horizontal stripes down at the bottom. I made a tight, thin knot. It looked pretty good. I was ready to leave, so I started for the door. I went back. I'd almost forgotten my luggage. The box still had 3 unwrapped blades in it. I pocketed it. I hefted the used blade, dulled by all the work it had done. You can run being economical into stinginess. I tossed it into the wastebasket. I had 5 hamburgers and 5 cups of coffee. I couldn't finish all of the French fries. "Mac," I said to the fat counterman, who looked like all fat countermen, "give me a Milwaukee beer." He stopped polishing the counter in front of his friend. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, or Milwaukee, Oregon? Wisconsin. He didn't argue. It was cold and bitter. All beer is bitter, no matter what they say on TV. I like beer. I like the bitterness of it. I felt like another, but I checked myself. I needed a clear head. I thought about going back to the hotel for some sleep. I still had the key in my pocket. I wasn't trusting it to any clerk. No, I'd had sleep on Thanksgiving, bracing up for trying the lift at Brother Partridge's. Let's see, it was daylight outside again, so this was the day after Thanksgiving, but it had only been 16 or 20 hours since I had slept. That was enough. I left the money on the counter for the hamburgers and coffee and the beer. There was $7.68 left. As I passed the counterman's friend on his stool, my voice said, "I think you're yellow." He turned slowly, his jaw moving further away from his brain. I winked. "It was just a bet for me to say that to you. I won $2. Half of it is yours." I held out the bill to him. His paw closed over the money and punched me on the biceps. Too hard. He winked back, "It's okay." I rubbed my shoulder, marching off fast, and I counted my money. With my luck, I might have given the counterman's friend the 5 instead of one of the singles. But I hadn't. I now had $6.68 left. "I still think you're yellow," my voice said. It was my voice, but it didn't come from me. There were no words, no feeling of words in my throat. It just came out of the air the way it always did. I ran. Harold R. Tompkins, 49, vice president of Bay Singers, was found dead behind the store last night. His skull had been crushed by a vicious beating with a heavy implement, Coroner McLean announced in preliminary verdict. Tompkins, who resided at 1467 Claremont, Edgeway, had been active in seeking labor management peace in the recent difficulties. I had read that a year before. The car cards on the clanking subway and the rumbling bus didn't seem nearly so interesting to me. Outside the van, a tasteful sign announced the limits of the village of Edgeway, and back inside, the monsters of my boyhood went blump at me. I hadn't seen anything like them in years. The slimy, scaly beasts were slithering over the newspaper holders, the ad card readers, the girl watchers as the little neat carbon copy modern homes breezed past the windows. I ignored the devils and concentrated on reading the withered, washed-out political posters on the telephone poles. My neck ached from holding it so stiff, staring out through the glass. More than that, I could feel the Jabberwocks staring at me. You know how it is. You can feel a stare with the back of your neck and between your eyes. They got one brush of a gaze out of me. The things abruptly started their business, trying to act casually, as if they hadn't been waiting for me to look at them at all. They had a little human being of some sort. It was the size of a small boy, like the small boy who looked like me that they used to destroy when I was locked up with them in the dark. Except this was a man, scaled down to child's size. He had sort of an ugly, worried, tired, stupid look, and he wore a shiny suit with a piece of a welcome mat or something for a necktie. Yeah, it was me. I really knew it all the time. They began doing things to the midget me. I didn't even lift an eyebrow. They couldn't do anything worse to the small man than they had done to the young boy. It was sort of nostalgic watching them, but I really got bored with all that violence and killing the same kill over and over. Like watching the Saturday night string of westerns in a bar. The sunlight through the window was yellow and hot. After a time I began to doze. The shrieks woke me up. For the first time I could hear the shrieks of the monster's victim and listen to their obscene droolings. For the very first time in my life. Always before it had been all pantomime, like Charlie Chaplin. Now I heard the sounds of it all. They say it's a bad sign when you start hearing voices. I nearly panicked, but I held myself in the seat and forced myself to be rational about it. My own voice was always saying things everybody could hear, but which I didn't say. It wasn't any worse to be the only one who could hear other things I never said. I was as sane as I ever was. There was no doubt about that. But a new thought suddenly impressed itself on me. Whatever was punishing me for my sin was determined that I turn back before reaching 1467 Claremont. "Claremont," the driver announced, sending the doors hissing open and the bus cranking to a stop. I walked through the gibbering monsters, and passing the driver's seat, I heard a voice say, "Don't splatter me by starting up too soon, fat gut." The driver looked at me with round eyes. "No, sir, I won't." The monsters gave it up and stopped existing. The bus didn't start until I was halfway up the block of sardine moderns and desk-sized patios. Number 1423 was different from the other houses. It was on fire. One of the most beautiful women I've ever seen came running up to me. What black hair, what red lips, what sparkling eyes she had when I finally got up that far. "Sir," she said, "my baby brother's in there. I'd be so grateful." I grabbed for her. My hand went right on through. I didn't try grabbing her again. This time I had a feeling I would feel her. I didn't want to be that bad off. I walked on, ignoring the flame shooting out of 1423. As I reached the patio of 1467, the flame stopped. It was a queer kind of break. No fade out, just a stoppage. I took a step backward. No flames this time, but the very worst and very biggest monster of them all, coming suddenly like that. It got to my spine and stomach, even though I was pretty used to them. I stepped away from it, and it was gone. Number 1467 was different from the other houses, and it wasn't even on fire. It was on 2 lots, and it had 2 picture windows, but only one little porch and front door. I guess even the well-to-do have a hard time finding big houses and good building sites, and the right neighborhood. Trouble is, so many people are well-to-do, and there just aren't enough old manses to go around. I strolled up the stucco path and lifted the wrought iron knocker, which rang a bell. The door opened and there was a girl there. She wasn't much compared to the one I put my hand through, but she was all right. Brown hair, a nice face underneath the current shades of cosmetics, no figure for a stripper, but it would pass. "You the maid?" I inquired. "I am Miss Tompkins," she said. "Oh, any relation to Harold J. Tompkins?" "My father. He died last year." "Can I see your mother?" "Mother died a few months after Daddy did." I stepped inside. Miss Tompkins seemed too surprised to protest. "I'm William Haggle," I said. "I want to help you." "Mr. Haggle, whatever it is, insurance—" "That's not it exactly," I told her. "I just want to help you. I only want to do whatever you want me to do." She stared at me, her eyes moving too quickly over my face. "I've never even seen you before, have I? Why do you want to help me? How? What's so damn hard to understand? I just want to help. I don't have any money, but I can work and give you my pay. You want me to clean up the basement, the yard? Got any painting to be done? Hell, I can even sew. Anything. Don't you understand? I'll do anything for you." The girl was breathing too hard now. "Mr. Haggle, if you're hungry, I can find something. No, I don't think there is anything, but I can give you some money to—" "Damn it, I don't want your money. Here, I'll give you mine." I wadded up the $6.38 I had left, plus 1 bus transfer, and put it on the top of a little bookcase next to the door. "I know it doesn't mean anything to you, but it's every penny I've got. Can't I do anything for you? Empty the garbage?" "We have a disposal," she said automatically. "Scrub the floors. There's a polisher in the closet." "Make the beds," I yelled. "You don't have a machine for that, do you?" The corners of Miss Tompkins' eyes drew up, and the corners of her mouth drew down. She stayed like that for a full second, then smiled a strange smile. You saw me on the street." She was breathing her words now, so softly that I could only just understand them. "You thought I was stacked." "To tell the truth, ma'am, you aren't so." "Well, sit down. Don't go away. I'll just go into the next room, slip into something comfortable." "Miss Tompkins," I grabbed hold of her. She felt real. I hoped she was. "I want nothing from you, nothing. I only want to do something for you, anything for you. I've got to help you. Can't you understand? I killed your father." I hadn't meant to tell her that, of course. She screamed and began twisting and clawing the way I knew she would as soon as I said it. But she stopped, stunned, as if I'd slapped her out of hysterics, only I'd never let go of her shoulders. She hung then, her face empty, repeating, "What? What?" Finally she began laughing, and she pulled away from me so gently and naturally that I had to let go. She sank down and sat on top of my money on the little bookcase. She laughed some more into her 2 open hands. I stood there, not knowing what to do with myself. She looked up at me and brushed away a few tears with her fingerprints. You want to get me off of your conscience, do you, William Hackle? God, that's a good one." She reached out and took my hand in hers. "Come along, down into the basement, William. I want to show you something. Afterward, if you really want to, you may kill me." "Thanks," I said. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Down in the basement, the machinery looked complex, with all sorts of thermostats and speedometers. "Automatic stoker?" I asked. "Time machine," she said. "You don't mean a time machine like H.G. Wells's," I said, to show her I wasn't ignorant. "Not exactly like that, but close," she answered sadly. "This has been the cause of all your trouble, William." "It has?" "Yes. This house and the ground around it are the primary focus area for the Hexers. The Hexers have tormented and persecuted you all your life. They've got you into trouble. They made you think you were going crazy." "I never thought I was going crazy," I yelled at her. "That must have made it worse," she said miserably. I thought about it. "I suppose it did. What are the Hexers? What, for the sake of argument, have they got against me? The Hexers aren't human. I suppose they are extraterrestrials. No one ever told me. Maybe they are a kind of human strain that went different. I don't really know. They want different things than we do, but they can buy some of them with money, so they can be hired. People in the future hire them to hex people in the past. Why would anybody up ahead there with Buck Rogers want to cause me trouble? I'm dead then, aren't I?" "Yes, you must be. It's a long time into the future. But you see, some of my relatives there want to punish you for, it must be killing Father. They lost out on a chain of inheritance because he died when he did. They have money now, but they are bitter because they had to make it themselves. They can afford every luxury, even the luxury of revenge. I suppose when you keep seeing monsters and hearing yourself say things you didn't say, you can believe unusual things easier. I believed Miss Tompkins." "It was not murder," I said. "I killed him by accident." "No matter. They would hex you if you had hit him with a car in a fog or given him the flu by sneezing in his face. I understand people are hexed all the time for things they never even knew they did. People up there have a lot of leisure, a lot of time to indulge their every irritation or hate. I think it must be decadent, the way Rome was." "What do you and the machine have to do with my hex?" I asked. "This is the primary focus area, I told you. It is how the Hexers get into this time hypothesis. They can't get back into this primary itself, but they can come and go through the outer boundary. It is hard to set up a primary focus, takes a tremendous drain of power. They broke through into the basement of the old house before I was born, and Daddy was the first custodian of the machine. He never knew that he was helping avenge his own death. They let that slip later, after it happened. Why did they come to you? Why did you help them?" She turned half away. "The custodian is well paid. My relatives preferred the salary to go to someone in the family, instead of an outsider. Daddy accepted the offer, and I've carried on the job." "Paid? You were paid?" She brushed at her eyes. "Oh, not in the United States currency, but Daddy got to be president of the store. It was set up so he could make a fortune that they could inherit. All he left was his insurance, and that went to Mother. She died a few months later, and some of it went to me and the rest to her relatives." "You mean my life has been like it has because some decedents of yours in the future hate me for an accident that deprived them of some money?" She nodded enthusiastically. "You understand. And because I helped the Hexers they hired to get to you. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. Now," she stopped to exhale, "do you want to kill me?" "No, I don't want to kill you." I walked over and squinted at the machine. "Could I get into the future with this thing?" "I don't know how you work the outer boundary. I think you need something else. There's an internal energy contact. You can talk to communications." She raced through that. "You want to kill them, don't you? The Hexers and my relatives? I don't want to kill anybody, I told her patiently. I feel dirty, just hearing how far some people can go for revenge. I just want them to let me alone. Why don't they kill me and get it over with? They haven't a license to kill, not yet. There's legislation going on. Listen, I said, listening to the idea coming into my head. Listen. These decedents of your mother's relatives, they did inherit money because your father died. Maybe they feel grateful to me. Maybe they would help me. Would you help me try to talk to them? Yes, Miss Tompkins said, and she used a dial on the machine. It was as simple as putting through a phone call. We really understand your situation, Mr. Grimes Tompkins said, but it would take quite a bit to buy off the Hexers. However, we certainly appreciate the killing you made for us. Couldn't you buy off the Hexers, then, with some of the money I brought to your side of the family? I asked. We don't appreciate it that much. What? You aren't going to pay him back for killing my father? Miss Tompkins cried, outraged. Look, I said, if you had some money of mine, would you pay off the Hexers for me? You do still use money up there, don't you? We certainly do, young man. Just what do you have in mind? If I gave you authorization now to use any assets I have in your time, would it be legal? Declarations by temporal transmission. Yes, of course. Routine transaction. Take any money I have and use it to pay off the Hexers. Will you do it? I don't see why not, since our ancestor seems to approve. Miss Tompkins regarded me solemnly. What do you intend to do, William? Banks are out, I said, thinking hard. They don't let inactive accounts go on drawing interest more than 20 years, or something like that. But government bonds don't have to be converted when they mature. One bond can pile up a fantastic amount of interest for them to collect. You have government bonds, William? Not yet. Miss Tompkins stood close to me. I have plenty of money, William. I'll give it to you. You can buy bonds in my name. No, I'll get my own money. Shall I destroy the machine, William? Of course they'll only open another focus. No, you would just get yourself hexed, too. What can I do, William? She asked. All along, ever since I was a little girl, I've known I've been helping to torture somebody. I didn't even know your name, William, but I helped torture you. Because I killed your father. And I've got to make it up to you. I'll give you everything, William, everything. Sure, I said, to take me off your conscience. And if I take your offer and you get hexed, what happens to my conscience? Do we go around again, me working my tail off to raise the dough to get you unhexed, and you buying the Hexers off me? Where would it stop? We're even right now. Let's let it go at that. But, William, if we've taken, now we can give to each other. She looked almost pretty then, and I wanted her the way I always wanted women. But I knew better. She wasn't going to get me into any trouble. No, thanks. Goodbye. I walked away from her. For the first time I could see what my life would be like if I wasn't hexed. Now I could realize that I knew how to do things right if I was only let alone. The intern took the blood smear. He reeled off a long string of questions about diseases I wasn't allowed to have. No, I said, and I haven't given blood in the last 30 days. He took my sample of blood and left. I had to have $18.75. They paid you $20 a pint for blood here. One government bond held for centuries would pile up a fortune in interest. The smallest bond you can buy is $25 face value, and it costs $18.75. If I had kept that 20, I would have had $1.25 change. But if I hadn't have gotten cleaned up, the hospital might not have accepted me as a donor at all. They had had some bad experiences from old bums dying from giving too often. The intern returned, his small mustache now pointing down. Mr. Haggle, I have some bad news for you. Very bad. I hardly know how to tell you, but you've got leukemia. I nodded. That means you won't take my blood. Maybe it also meant that I would never be allowed to have $18.75 in one lump sum again as long as I lived. No, the intern finally managed. We can't accept your blood. I waved him off. Isn't there some fund to take care of leukemia victims? Feed them, house them, send them to Florida to soak up the sun. Certainly there is such a fund, and you may apply, Mr. Haggle. I'd certainly benefit a lot from that fund. Doctor, humor me. Test me again and see if I still have leukemia. He did. I didn't. I don't understand this, the intern said, looking frightened. Transitory leukemia? It must be a lab error. Will you buy my blood now? I'm afraid as long as there is some doubt, this must be something new. I suppose it is, I told him. I have all sorts of interesting symptoms. You do? The intern was vitally interested. Feel free to tell me all about them. I see and hear things. Really? Do you believe in ESP? I have sometimes wondered. Test me as much as you like. You'll find that any game of chance, I score consistently far below the level of wins I should get by the law of averages. I'm psionically subnormal, and that's just the beginning. This must be really new, the intern said, eyes shining. It is, I assured him. And listen, Doctor, you don't want to turn something like me over to your superiors, to leave me to the mercies of the AMA. This can be big, Doctor, big. They offered Haggle's disease to a lot of comedians, but finally it was the new guy, Biff Kelsey, that got it and made it his own. He did a 30-hour telethon for Haggle's disease. Things really started to roll then. Boston coughed up $300,000 alone. The most touching contribution came from Carville. I plugged away on the employ the physically handicapped theme and was made president of the Foundation for the Treatment of Haggle's Disease. Dr. Wise, the intern, was the director. So far, I had been living soft at Cedars, but I hadn't got my hands on one red cent. I wanted to get that government bond to buy off the Hexers, but at the same time it no longer seemed so urgent. They seemed to have given up, and were just sitting back waiting for their bribe. One morning 3 months later, Doc Weiss came worriedly into my room at the hospital. "I don't like these reports, William," he said. "They all say there's nothing wrong with you." "It comes and it goes," I said casually. "You saw some of the times when it came." "Yes, but I'm having trouble convincing the trustees you weren't malingering, and contrary to our expectations, no one else in the country seems to have developed Haggle's disease." "Stop worrying, Doc. Read the Foundation's charter. You have to treat Haggle's disease, which means you can use that money to treat any disease of mine while we draw our salaries. I must have something wrong with me." Wise shook his head. "Nothing, not even dandruff or BO. You are the healthiest man I've ever examined. It's unnatural." 6 months afterward, I had been walking all night in the park in the rain. I hadn't had anything to eat recently, and I had a fever and I began sneezing. The money was still in the bank. No, not in my name. I couldn't touch it. Miss Tompkins' descendants couldn't touch it. Just waiting for me to. I started running toward the hospital. I slammed my fist against Weiss's door. "Open up, Weiss." "It's me, Haggle. I got a cold." "That's a disease, isn't it?" Weiss threw back the door. "What did you say?" "I said, open up, Weiss. It's me, Haggle. I've got a cold." "Never mind, Weiss. Never mind." But you don't want to hear about all that. You want to know what happened in the relief office. There's not much to tell. I picked up the check from the guy's desk and looked at it. $9.57 to buy food for 2 weeks. I griped that it wasn't enough. Not enough to keep alive on and save $18.75 clear in a lifetime. The slob at the desk said, "What have you got to complain about? You've got your health, don't you?" That's when I slugged him and smashed up the relief office, and that's why the 4 cops dragged me here. And that's why I'm lying here on your couch telling you this story, Dr. Schultz. I had my health, sure, but I finally figured out why. If you believe any of this, you're thinking that the Hexers must have laid off me, which is why I'm healthy. I thought so too, but how would that add up? Look, I tried every way I could to raise $1875 to buy a government bond. I never made it. I never made it because I wasn't allowed to. But I didn't know it because I had been euchred into the Foundation for the Treatment of Haggle's Disease. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, all earmarked for one purpose only, treating my disease, and I haven't got any. Or maybe you're figuring the way I did, that senility is a disease, and all I have to do is wait for it to creep up on me so I can get some of that foundation money. But the Hexers have that fixed too, I'll bet. I'm not sure, but I think I'm going to live for centuries without a sick day in my life. In other words, I'm going to live that life out as poor as I am right now. It's a fantastic story, Doctor, but you believe me, don't you? You do believe every word of it. You have to, Doctor. Because a persecution complex is a kind of disease, and I'd have to be treated for it. Now, will you let me out of this jacket so I can smoke a cigarette? End of chapter 9.